Australia, New Zealand,
and the indigenous people.
Yes,
yeah,
natives, but up to the current population.
Right. So perhaps it's something that we all had, and we've lost it. Now, when you were initially studying parapsychology, what were the protocols that you were using? Like, how were you trying to determine whether or not people were capable?
So, again, in my own, I've studied parapsychology more as a personal interest. But Dr. Putoff and Dr. Targ were doing it as with scientific controls. I mean, that was the point. That to look at it from a physics point of view, not just from a parapsychology or psychology point of view. So they were designing tests that were more tied to physical quantities. And one of the people that they brought in was Ingo Swann, who was an artist from New York. He was very uncomfortable with California. The sky is always blue, it's boring and so on. And he liked New York. He liked the animation of the city and his friends and so on. But I knew, of course, of him. I had read some of the things. So when he came to SRI, he told me that, remote viewing is one thing, parapsychology, but it should be applied to science. And also, it had to be applied to intelligence. And the intelligence agencies were funding SRI to do this. Okay, the three-letter agencies. There were a number of them who were very interested because I knew that in pilots and in a number of people.
And so they were trying to figure out a way to utilize this for military applications?
Mostly to look at developments in the Soviet Union at that point.
Oh, so they were trying...
But also, lost spacecraft. They found lost spacecraft in the middle of the jungle in Africa and so on. By parapsychology.
Whose spacecraft? Ours?
Or you quit for them, right?
Russian.
So they found it through like remote viewing?
Yes.
Really?
So so Ingo was starting to go around the labs at SRI. He had never been in a scientific institution that's full of computers and gadgets and measuring instruments and everything else. So he wanted to know, he saw that as the next domain where parapsychology could be applied in a strict scientific, rational way. So I was one of the people that he wanted to talk to. And I told him, do you know how a computer finds data? You have a computer, a machine full of chips.
Oh, you guys did?
How does it deal with the real world? And he said, I have no idea. I mean, I've never looked inside a computer. And I said, well, there's three ways. As a programmer, I can declare a variable. I can say X is always going to be 3.14. Okay.
No matter what be that.
But in many cases, I can give you the address of the place where I've put the data, but it's going to be different. The address is going to be the same, but the data is going to change every time. So, but I can give you the address. It's
he wanted to kill himself.
14.
Right here? So you can have a show?
I'm going to put
what?
The age of the
what exactly? You waiting for the guys to come in and kill him?
But it's going to be different with every patient. So that's
what do they want from me?
Direct addressing. But I can also put in that location, I can put the address.
I like that and like that and like that too.
Somewhere else, which I'm going to compute in my program. And that's indirect addressing. And then there's the rest of the world, which is too big to put inside the machine. I mean, the machine has a
turns out
maybe very
I knew
big,
it though.
But it's
limited.
It's going to go get the information from some
memory
device somewhere else. Maybe the World Bank. and or the Library of Congress.
I'm not that kind of
And
evil. I'm
there
not deliberate.
I
I just don't give a
cannot
fuck
give you
sometimes when I
the-
should.
But I can give you a sort of imaginary process by which you can derive the address when you get there and bring it into the memory of your computer and then work with it. And he said, that's it. That's what I need. And then he came up with the idea of coordinate remote viewing out of that conversation I had with him. Okay. So that was my contribution to the actual project at the beginning. And then he thought as an address, he was going to take coordinates, longitude and latitude.
In the morning?
They were,
Yeah, I was
they
thinking
were
that too.
going to look at.
I get tired of this shit. Big
I
time.
wasn't
No, big time,
officially
big time.
part of that. But I was, I had passed the qualifications to be at SRI in a
The lack of the
Department
light.
defense project. So I was one of the good guys. So we had many conversations, coffee and so on.
And lying to my friends when I
with,
couldn't get in trouble for their lies.
with
When they're
Ingo
almost
and
fucking worse.
later with Yuri Geller that were absolutely fascinating to me. So I tried to.
And so are
in
you
some
guys.
cases,
Turns out.
they needed to talk to
Not trying to rat anyone
who-
out.
new technology.
But they already
was
had,
interested
almost.
in this, even though I wasn't
Someone's loving the fucking
No.
score. 7 points.
on the project itself, but somebody who was inside, so that they
Because they're trying to cover some up, I think.
Get out.
A lot of them,
into
though.
the
So not just my
real
friends,
world
I'm focusing on those
until they
fucking
were
people.
ready to actually publish it, because everybody wanted to kill their project. I mean, there were so many skeptics saying, this can't work. They are making it up.
Right.
They are fooled by a prestidigitator. Yuri Geller's a magician. All those things.
Right. Right.
Well, he is a magician, but he's also, an extraordinary psychic.
So could you explain? So they're looking for this Russian spacecraft. So how do they? What's the environment in which they remote view? How do they set this up?
So, Ingo, after the project was pretty much over, there was some continuous studies, and Ingo brought me back to work with him because he wanted to write a book that would be a synthesis of his methodology, to answer your question of how do you do this. And he had a very structured way of doing that. A number of what he wanted to do was train people to do that, hopefully to his level. Okay. So it was step by step. So there was a first, you had a pad of paper, and a pen, and he was sitting at the end. The table was about like this, except there was nothing on it. In a room that had nothing on the walls, no windows. There was a chair here and a chair there. So he was away from me. I couldn't see what he was reading. He had a stack of targets that were places on the earth. And I mean, obviously, the idea was to look at what was going on in, Vladivostok or in, some.
When you say a stack of targets, can you explain? Like, is it a map? Is it just coordinates?
It was just coordinates.
So just
He
numbers.
had gotten the maps, and those were test things from, geographic features on the earth, cities, mountains, and so on. So he would read out the coordinates, and I had a pad of paper and a number 2 pencil. So everything was very coded, very strict. And I would draw something that he called an ideogram. So it could be like this, it could be a curve, it could be, and then just first impression. His theory, which I think, having experienced it, we did that for a year. Now I had a job somewhere else, but I was coming two mornings a week, to work with it. And this was classified.
Framer too, huh?
Other people at SRI had no
Frame
idea
men.
what was
They said
going
some-
on in that room.
some shit.
It was dedicated to his work.
So I don't really care.
and the he would read
Because they don't
out
deserve
his
if
idea
they're like that.
was that we can all get that signal. There is a signal. If I give you
because it's not really for that.
longitude and latitude, you
For other reasons.
potentially can
'Cause it's tough.
describe what's there.
And community isn't helping them ever. They
It's
just want
a
to destroy it,
mountain, if it's,
destroy it, and destroy it.
Someplace in the country.
For money, most.
The reason you cannot is that the signal is overwhelming. The signal is extraordinarily large,
Very
much
bad.
larger than we can hold it in our brains. So the people who do that have a way of processing the signal and recalling it, and that's the secret. That's the main thing to me that's come out of the SRI study, among many things. But so his idea was you have to stop the signal, to catch it, and it's going to be very, very fast. And most people just
I just can't stand it. I'm down for it because they don't have as long as they
just
think.
a passing thing, but you can recall the signal. So he would read out the coordinates.
I already
again.
been down.
And now
One for me.
my little scribble is going to turn into maybe a
something I
series
ain't.
of waves, and
Seemingly,
then, a city with skyscrapers. After, if we do that, a number of ways. Now there are a lot of errors that can come in, and then we can.
Give me
we
everything
can
bad about me out loud.
recognize
Now
it.
they're expecting more and 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 more.
We shouldn't do.
How?
We shouldn't try to name it, because to name it, put it in the other half of the brain, which is logical and rational, and. So the idea is to label that as an error. It's not a city by the bay; it's something else. So we go on, and we keep just going on. So you have to do that with a very patient guide, to train yourself to do that. And SRI, Hal and Ingo did that, very well in training a cadre of people who could be almost, not quite, but almost as good as Ingo. There were a couple who were as good as he was. One time, no, I said, but Ingo, I'm not psychic. He said, well, think about that, because you've shown evidence of understanding the process. There are some things that I did that would be classified as psychic, but I cannot do it. I cannot control it.
Right, it just happens randomly.
Yeah.
What kind of things?
Well, one time I get there 8:30 in the morning. We close the door, and he gives me a set of coordinates, longitude and latitude somewhere, and I get very cold right away, and I get dizzy.
Kill me.
I have to grab the table, and I'm not drawing anything. And Ingo says, Jacques, what's wrong? And I said, Ingo, I don't know where you're sending me, but I'm cold, I'm trembling, I'm afraid.
No, it's not quite the guy that can frame it like that.
And
I
really don't feel
well. They're over there in the house strategizing.
You're on top of
take everything he says, write it down. Look me get, look at my house, not my fucking house.
It pulls out the thing, it gives it to me, that comes from a photograph of the Andes taken from an airplane with this peak. And they computed the coordinates.
For me, it's been like that, been like that too. So I almost take yours.
I was there.
You're actually like that.
You felt it physically. Did you see it or did you just feel it?
No, it was just a physiological reaction on my whole body. I was
exactly as if you were on
freezing cold,
a peak,
and I was very afraid of falling.
Wow!
I was falling. And
had you had any of these that didn't work? Did they try any?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm not. You should not use me as a remote viewer to launch, a tomahawk over somewhere.
So it was.
That's a problem that of course, the army has. Is it good enough that we can launch a rocket to
Right.
destroy that thing?
Right. Who is the
they-
best at it? Who's the best at remote? Is there one person that's consistently accurate?
There are a couple, and they are not. Ingo was known because he wrote about it and so on. Many of them, Joe McMonigal is probably the best one alive today. He described a structure, and he described a ship
I love them. Turns out.
that was being built by the Russians, which was a super
Isn't that you roll?
submarine in a hangar somewhere.
No,
And the Navy just laughed.
That's how some of my neighbors roll. Turns out.
It's in
Roll
a
the dice
hangar,
kind of people.
away from the sea. So why would you build a ship, when you don't have the ocean? Well, it turned out he was right, and it was a super class, new Soviet submarine. He described the inside of the building, which had no windows and so on.
Waters. Straight waters.
And from a satellite, they could see
Turns
the
out.
building, but they couldn't see inside the building. He described what was inside the building. He described the submarine. He described the length, and he actually measured it psychically. And that turned out.
I think Darren must have been right.
Whoa.
But
When
turns
the
out,
submarine
no.
was built, they brought some bulldozers and they dug, a channel to the sea, and off it went.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Being independent is good, but you should never be afraid to ask for help when you need it. After all, we're only human. We can't know everything. That's why it's crucial to have a support system. People you can go to when it gets rough. Think of friends, family members, your partner, hell, even your dog. When you're feeling down, spending time with a furry friend can be a good pick-me-up. But I get it. Sometimes you don't want to or can't go to them for help. For these moments, try therapy. It can be a good source of support in any area of your life, whether you're working on personal relationships, job stress, or something else. Therapy can teach you a multitude of different things to help you be your best self, like how to set boundaries, when to let go of toxic relationships, and what to do when you feel overwhelmed. And even more importantly, you can do it in a safe space. If you think therapy might be a good option for you, a good place to start is BetterHelp. They have a diverse network of therapists and everything is online, which can be very convenient if you need a last-minute session. It's also very easy to switch therapists if it's not working out. Build your support system with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
So
I had heard about
that.
those things were extraordinary. And,
I had heard about this, but I didn't know it was that accurate.
yeah, that happened, and he was, as opposed to, one of us. He was right. Enough of the time that you could rely on what he was describing, and also they came up with a way of measuring, actually quantifying the value of your perception. So I told
could they do
Ingo, let's do another one because I'm on a roll here. After the speak in the end, he said, "No, Jacques, you're going home now." I said, "No, it's 9:00. We've only been here half an hour. Why are you sending me home? I mean, this is great. I know, I got it."
Right.
He said, "Yeah, you got it. You don't need all the levels. I mean, you got to the top level. You were there."
Why did he want to send you home?
He said, "I want you to stay with that feeling. I don't want to do another one that you'd miss. So I want you to keep that in mind because you got the whole thing."
Is this based on past experiments and the way they were achieving results?
Yes.
So he didn't want to bombard you with
every test subject and
Right.
so on.
So he didn't want to give you another experience. He wanted you to take that experience and just sit with it.
Keep the experience with me
Yes.
during the day because I got the whole signal.
Right.
But
And did you feel like that if you did that, it would aid you in your ability to do it in the future?
it would Yes, I would lose that sense of direct access to something that bypasses the brain. I'm basically, I was trained in mathematics and physics and astronomy, so I use the part of my brain that's analytical, and I'm a good programmer, computer programmer, and so on. This is not. This is very different. This is grabbing a signal which has everything in it, and being able to to catch it very fast and just get a little bit of information and then catch it again, recall it, and that's what we were doing that, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, until making sure that you don't try to name it, you don't try to put a description on top of it. It just stay with the signal.
Right.
And that, I think that's an amazing contribution from what Dr. Puthoff and Targ and some of their subjects did.
Was there a specific way that you achieved a state of mind that made you more able to perceive these coordinates or perceive what signal you're getting from remote viewing?
There was I had a lot of admiration and love for Ingo, for what he was capable of doing, and his art and his personality and so on. He was, very much admired in the whole team, and here I think it was the structure also of the experiment. I trusted what he was trying to teach me. I've always.
So you were open to it.
Yes.
You trusted it, so you're open to it.
I had, both the admiration and the trust.
Did he ask you to put your mind in a specific place? Was there a way of counting yourself into?
The idea is not to put my mind into it. Just to let it.
Just let it come. Just
because my mind is analytical.
Right. Of course.
And I was always very good in math, and you have to be if you're going to be an astronomer, and so I can be very structured and so on. This is not structured. This is boom, and then you can begin to analyze it, but you have to analyze it keeping your rational mind, away from.
So you just have to let the information come to you somehow or another, and not try to imagine the information or create the information or perceive
what it is.
Right, just let it happen to you. And so you had seen him do this, and so you knew that this was a valid field of research. So you were just open to it, and you just sat down there and tried to let it happen to you. Did it happen any other time that resembled the Andes Peaks, where that you have that overwhelming feeling of cold and falling? Did you have that feeling with anything else?
Yes, I had some of that, but this one was, just completely shocking, because it was, and I think that's a characteristic of when you really get it,
Right.
There is no question. And in the movie Patton,
Yes.
Patton is sent to North Africa because to fight Rommel. Rommel is there with his tanks, and the American army isn't ready to invade Europe, but wants to start, controlling the Germans in North Africa. He's sent there. He lands. There is a lieutenant there with a jeep that takes him to the place where there was a battle, and the Americans were decimated, by Rommel, who was just a genius, German general, great with tanks, just like he was. Patton considered him as his major, enemy, because both of them understood tanks. And Patton gets in the Jeep. That's in the movie. It's just absolutely perfect. I've checked that this was historical, exact in the movie. They drive to the site of the battle, and they get to in the desert in the Jeep, and they get to a fork in the road, and the driver takes to the left, and Patton said, "Son, why don't we go to the right, because that's where the battle was." And the driver says, "Sir, with all due respect, I mean, I was there in that battle. It's on the left." And he said, "Trust me, go to the right." And they go to the right, and they get to the edge of a plateau where you see a big plain. And Patton says, "This is where the battle was. With Hannibal came from the left with his elephants, and the battle was there, and I had been there. I was there." Patton thought that he was reincarnated from a Roman general who had been at that battle against Hannibal and his elephants. And the poor driver said, how did this happen? How did I get here with this general who thinks he's reincarnated, who fought against Hannibal? And I've worked with people, as you know, I've run a number of venture capital funds with people who had that kind of intuition, and you think finance is driven by greed and so on, but at some level, greed doesn't really matter. It's getting to the truth of something, especially in venture capital, where you're going to change the way things are done. With these gadgets, with computers, with rockets and so on. You're going to go to a new generation of things. So it hasn't been done before. And the financial people, you've got 10 engineers in front of you who can do it. There is one who will succeed, 9 who's going to fail. And you have to pick the thinking that's going to succeed. I mean, it's not the money, and it's not the technology. It's the mind of the driver who say, "No, let's go to the right. Let's not go to the left." Patton was extraordinary in that. I mean, he was a remote viewer. And he demonstrated that again and again. There are some interesting books that I've collected from some of his lieutenants. Who
you would also have to consider that's an extraordinary state of mind to be a general in a world war, and the consequences of everything you do and what is at stake in this war is got to be a state of mind that's
Yes.
very, very unusual, with so many consequences and so much pressure that it probably makes some signals more clear if you have that ability to perceive them, because you must be in a heightened state of awareness.
Yes.
Because just of the consequences of your life.
Exactly. But you also have to be detached. I mean, eventually he's going to go to the battlefield where the bodies of soldiers who've been killed, they're burning tanks and everything else. They show that in the movie. I mean, that's
Right.
where he's supposed to go.
Yeah.
But his mind is at a different level. And
when did they first start researching this, or when did they believe that this was an ability that some people had?
Way back in antiquity.
Really?
Yeah. And they had seers that the king would go consult whether he he should engage in a war with.
Right.
They had the Greeks had the Pythia, who was a woman who they had an area, a volcanic area where there were fumes coming out of the earth, that was supposed to be one of the doors to the underworld and so on. And there was a special cult around that place, and the king would go there before a great decision, and would ask the message from the underworld, or the message from the lead of the woman who was interpreting what was coming from the earth. So that has been regarded as uh, Adolf Hitler was in his before the war, as when he got to be the leader of Germany, he exhibited, and he very much believed in those powers. I think he got to the point where he trusted it too much, and he started making mistakes, and that could be used against him.
Well, he was
because
also doing
the
a lot of
ego,
drugs.
you have to get the ego out of the way, and
Right.
of course that's the hardest thing, for us to do.
Especially to a narcissist dictator who's on drugs.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, that's always the age-old problem with Sears. Like, how do you know who's a charlatan and who's real? Because there's always a bunch of fake psychics. There's fake palm readers, fake tarot card readers, people that are just con artists, that are just trying to swindle people out of money. But that doesn't discount the possibility that some people have these bizarre abilities. And that is something that people have sort of recognized forever. But it's always been dismissed, especially in this modern day reductionist culture that likes to only look at things that are, tried, true, proven, agreed upon, and then trust the science. Like this concept that.
Well, I think, as in science, I mean, the burden is on you as a scientist to come up with an experiment that will discriminate between the random things,
Right.
and will give you guides to.
Well, I think that's what they've done with the telepathy tapes, and I'm hoping the success of this, and then they're going to do a whole series on it, where they're doing a documentary and they're showing all the footage, so you're going to be able to see it for yourself. And I'm hoping that this stops the ridicule, because there's a bunch of scientists and I think this is with the UAP topic as well, the UFO topic as well. I think there's a bunch of people that don't want to consider it because there's too much bullshit out there, and there's too much of a possibility that you could look like a fool. And to a very respected scientist whose research is very important, as you were talking about with the IBM thing, where there's hundreds of millions of dollars that are dedicated towards these, why would you risk all that and the credibility of all that on this nonsense about people seeing things with their brain in a closed room, finding coordinates, pretending they're on top of a mountain, all that kind of stuff?
Well, fortunately, certainly in California, there are people who can take risk, and put a few $1 million behind, behind something.
Shout out to Stanford. Yeah.
And as you know, I come from France, and in France, it's very, very hard to do that, because the system is very structured and very conventional and so on.
Right.
Even though France has had some of the brightest people in that kind of research.
So it's just a cultural limitation of the culture?
It's, sort of everything has to be rational.
Because, America's a little more chaotic.
And they also, as you know, France has had, for a long time, has had a project on UFOs, official project, and that takes reports from the public, and they investigate them, It's a very small team, but they have access to all the resources of French research. So they can, they can get the weather people, they can get the Air Force, they can get the radar people, they can get all of that. So they can tap into the resources of a lot of different departments of the government. So it's very powerful. So they will explain, they find a rational explanation for about 95% of all the reports, which is true. I agree with that. I've been there.
So it's about 95% you could explain away.
It's not hoaxes. Those are, people who really think that they've seen something unusual.
Right.
But what was unusual to them may have been the moon rising through the fog, and it looks like an elongated disc, and then after a while, things change and so on. And
ball lightning. There's a few things.
They really think they've seen a flying saucer coming over. There are about 200 or 250 possible physical things that really could surprise you, that are unusual, that would create conditions under which a normal person would think that they are in the presence of a UFO. Then, what's interesting is the other 5%.
Yes.
The other 5% is in your face. I have reports of something that moved like the Tic Tac, from the French Air Force in the 50s. There was a French jet over Morocco that was flying, and there was a radar tracking the jet. And I had the reports from the French Air Force with the chart. And that the thing he was chasing went up, all in a fraction of a second, went to the top of the atmosphere, just like the Nimitz case. So those things are not new. I mean, they are in the files if you take the trouble to look at the files.
And they're in the files far back enough in history that it's impossible to imagine human technology achieving these things.
Absolutely. Well, especially in the 50s. I mean,
right. Well, the Kenneth Arnold case
that had gone into space.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cases that rule out the possibility of human technology when you're talking about people using propeller planes and seeing these things. We were at a time technologically where it's not possible to imagine that someone had gone that far beyond us. Now we are in that time where you see things, you go, well, how much of that is some sort of top secret government program, some military program, and they have drones that can move at extraordinary speeds with some undisclosed propulsion system. That's possible today, at least theoretically. We entertain those ideas. But back then, this is one of the most fascinating things. I told you last night that I consumed 3 of your books in the last 6 months. And there was this series of 3 that you did that had a bunch of different encounters. Not just, right now I'm on the Invisible College, but the last ones that I read were the ones on various contacts that people have had and the similarity of these stories. And they go way back before it was sort of a cultural artifact. Like right now, I think in people's minds, the gray aliens are so iconic. A flying saucer like that, that's a copy of the sport model from Bob Lazar's Adventures. These things are in pop culture to the point where you almost would expect to see them. You look for them. If you see something, you could imagine that you could twist it up in your mind and make it like that. But the problem is these stories go way before that. They're too similar. They go a long way back, and there's too many that are very, very similar to what we're talking about today, to the point where if a rational person would have to say, maybe there's something more to this. What do you got there?
Yeah, I brought you this. It's a token. It's not a coin. It's a token from Burgundy in France, from a few centuries ago. The Duke of Burgundy was under attack. There was a lot of turmoil in French politics, and the king was fighting the noble, the great nobility, and so on, was in cahoots to get rid of the king, and so on. And they were going to be attacked, and he needed money to raise an army, and he appealed to people in Burgundy to send him money, and this was a token that that they would the king the duke, would give people who had given him money to raise this army, and on the face of it is this disc
Yeah.
that's holding up, that's protecting the land from forces above. There are all these arrows raining down on the land, and the land is protected by this flying disc. So it doesn't mean that they had seen a flying saucer at that time, but the idea has always been there of, disc-like objects that were not meteors, that were not, all the natural explanation, that were real discs. You find that in legends, you find that in history.
Jamie, can you
way
see if
back.
you can find an image of this? We could show people. You found it? Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Yes.
Wow.
And you see, it's protecting the land, and it's hovering in the sky, protecting it from all the thunder clouds above. Well, there were a few of those things in history, and I've as you know, I've collected those with with a group of.
Couldn't that be interpreted as a shield?
Well, it is shown as a shield, that's going to stop all those arrows.
Right. But that's what they used to stop arrows back then. They used a shield.
Yes.
So that does not just make. I mean, that doesn't seem to me to be a UFO. It seems to me to be a shield that they would protect.
Yes, but it's also, it's not exactly the shape of of a shield. Most shields are, more oblong, but some of them are round. But it's the point is it's hovering in the sky, protecting the land underneath.
Okay.
And
I think some of the more compelling stuff is like the stuff in the ancient Hindu scripts, the Vimanas and all these different flying crafts that people described. That they've always been a thing that people have described.
And we've been able to trace it to actual investigations or actual records, because of course when people describe something like that, especially if there was some sort of being associated with it, it could be the devil, it could be
right.
So they had to see a priest and confess, and and they were in trouble if you reported that thing. Most of the time you'd be in trouble,
right,
because it couldn't be a normal thing. So today they just fire you from wherever you work.
Probably, or if
crazy.
Maybe you're a kook, and then
at least they don't burn you alive anymore.
And people, that's lucky. But people do have a legitimate fear of being ridiculed, and that could stop their ability to be promoted within whatever organization they're in. That you don't want to think, oh, there's Kooky Bob over there who thinks the aliens are watching us.
The best cases I get are from executives in Silicon Valley whose family has seen something, or who have seen something, and they've described, frankly, UFOs to me. And
here's another one.
Different coin from
they
a
cannot
year later.
So that looks way different.
Right.
So that coin is much more compelling because that looks like something flying in the sky above the city. That doesn't look like a shield at all. And what is that peak at the bottom of it?
It's the same thing. Whatever.
Yeah, that's very different.
You can tell that those things have been in the culture.
Yeah.
Now they sort of repressed in the culture, and And the
Yeah.
anthropologists don't want to look at that. They don't know.
But
And it's
there's
sort
a
of
really
footnote.
old painting that, like a biblical painting of these people that look like they're flying around and like seated in these crafts.
Yes.
They're in the sky. I've never seen any sort of a conventional explanation of what is that artist depicting.
So usually the explanation when you read what the historians have said, it's supposed to be some god or some higher level entity that's coming to protect people and so on. But when you look at the detail, I mean, it really looks like a machine. It really
Yes.
looks mechanical.
See if you can find that image, Jamie. You know the one I'm talking
Yes,
about, right?
this one.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
But
Thank you.
we wanted
Like
to
what the one on the lower right. Well, both of them, but the lower, like, what is that? That looks like a craft. It looks like someone seated
well,
in a craft.
It's an envoy from God or an angel who's been sent. But the problem with those is that the painting, it may relate to something that was written in the 3rd century, and the painting is a 16th century painting.
Right.
So we didn't look at that much. I mean, it's interesting from like the one with the Virgin, with the, so it may be that the artist was witness to something and he wanted to memorialize it and he put it in his painting, but it's not tied to the time of the Virgin.
Right. They just
So
added it in there.
We can't.
What is that supposed
in
to
our
be in the
book, we
background?
stayed away from that. We wanted to go to records of somebody having actually testified that he saw something or she saw something.
Right, not just artwork.
Right.
But it just is very bizarre that this artwork continually depicts people in crafts. And look, what is that thing? Flying around.
Yes. And
Like, what the hell?
and there is a communication with the man.
Who's looking up at it?
He's looking at it, and there's a sense of that he's actually seeing it,
Right.
having a sense of what it is.
It's like an Easter egg someone put into the painting.
So this
Very
may
strange.
be that the artist sort of, put that in as a side. Of course, the main theme is the Virgin and the Child.
What's that one over there, Jamie, in the second row that says "Inside Ancient"? Yeah, that one. What the hell is that? That's what really freaks me out is the paintings on cave walls that look just like graves.
Well,
These bizarre paintings of things that
Yep.
just look like they are people wearing helmets.
And the most interesting to me come from the Sahara. I have friends who are anthropologists who worked with the UN in Africa and so on, and in part of the Sahara, and one theory they have is that the culture that eventually moved to Egypt came from the Sahara. So I say, well, Sahara is just sand. Well, it's just sand today. But we know that at one time it was flourishing. There were forests, there was water. In fact, there is water, but it's underground water. It's a large amount of underground water. There was a sea there at one time. And so there probably was an earlier civilization, and some of those come from the Tassili. The Tassili is a region in the Sahara where there are a lot of those representations. So there were a lot of people living there at one time, and they painted that on the rocks.
See if you can find some of those, Jamie. Yeah, and you see similar things that indigenous people in Australia have painted. Similar things. It's all over the world.
Yes.
In completely separate environments, very similar features in these cave paintings.
And well, I think archaeologists wouldn't disagree with that. I think they would say, but the problem is that we don't correlate it. I mean, they didn't write anything.
Right. It's open to
we
interpretation.
don't have a good correlation, so we have to keep looking for that. But that's that's fascinating. But in our book, we made the rule that number one, we don't want isolated human figures, even with suits and so on. We really want a device, a flying device. Otherwise you have, you could fill 40 books with images of strange creatures.
Right.
What are the things that people see, in around the ranch now,
Skinwalker.
in Utah,
Yes.
and in Arizona, and in all of that. So have to be careful on the boundaries of those things.
Right.
But we wanted to get to a place where there was testimony about somebody seeing a flying disc that was strange to them in their culture. And remember, in those cultures, those were agricultural cultures. So with people who were used to interpreting the weather, looking at the phases of the moon, looking at the rising time of the sun, and all that was important for their, for their agriculture. So they knew their environment very well, better than we do as people living in cities. So we can take that to some extent that has a scientific value, especially when you can build a model of a number of those across different centuries. But in that book, we were careful to break the book um, into sections, corresponding to different evolution of culture, explaining first a couple of pages what was happening during that time in terms of new inventions, like when the telescope was invented, uh, when certain things were discovered, and so on. So we were careful to put it in context with every reinterpreting the description by the witness in the context that was appropriate.
Well, it was very thorough and very objective, which is what I really enjoyed about it, where you were very clear what we absolutely knew and very clear what could be nonsense and myth. And that one of the things that keeps occurring over and over again is these similar stories. The stories are really similar from the 1700s to the 1800s
Yes.
into the 20th century. And then again, now it gets more muddy because now you have a bunch of people that realize that there's value in concocting a story and then talking about it and selling a book. And I think there's people that are grifters, and I think I probably had a few of them on. they are capitalizing on this desire that people have for stories.
But also now we think that the government has the answer.
Yeah.
So people spend their time, writing to different agencies and listening to reports from pilots, which is fine, of course, and people in the military, people in the intelligence community. But those are very valuable because they have instruments, to actually measure what they see on an F-18 and so on, and they're covered by radar and by AWACS and everything else. So we can rely on that. So scientists and many people like the numerical aspect of it. I don't do that. I don't pretend to have access to that. We had access under Bigelow, and under Bass to some of that, including some of the classified things that had happened. But there is a much richer pool of data, which is, a friend tells me about a sighting in the country somewhere. I can go there, I can go see the people, and I can find out, exactly what happened. And I continue to do that. And that's most of my data. And it's 10 times bigger than the stuff they talk about from the Pentagon. I mean, it's real data from that, and I don't need to have a clearance to go see the people and sit down. If I'm lucky, they'll invite me for lunch, and I can talk to the kids, I can talk to the wife, I can talk to the people who took care of the cattle, and they'll tell me. And that's where most of my information is really coming from. And it's not, it's just very much in your face, and it's consistent.
How consistent are the shapes of the crafts?
It's a tough question. Many of the descriptions have to do with discs.
And eggs as well, right?
Different sizes. Some of them are very large. A number of descriptions have to do with, for a long time, with cigar-shaped objects. Cylindrical and rounded at the end. Sometimes with what people describe as windows that may just be openings with light, in the side of it. Doesn't have to be what we think of as a window. And then you have some irregular shapes, just balls of light that physicists interpret as maybe plasma, but plasma doesn't survive in the air, shouldn't survive in the air more than a minute maybe. But people have, seen some of those things for minutes and longer, long enough to take pictures of it, so on. And it's not necessarily glowing. It's not necessarily luminous the way, plasma would be. So we don't know what they are, and they've been reported all over the world. Again, they are, paintings of that kind of thing from the 18th century or the 17th century.
Yeah.
So that I've collected and published. So
what are the most compelling
different
paintings?
categories.
What are the most compelling paintings that we could find right now from like the 1700s or 1800s?
I think there is a beautiful painting of hills and 3 blue spheres that are not moving, that seem to be suspended in the air. Very distinct blue spheres that were seen, and somebody, recorded it, and somebody did a painting of the scene. Those are things that people wanted to remember because they knew it was.
And what year was this painting from?
I don't remember the year. I couldn't tell you.
But it's a very old painting.
16th and 17th century.
Do you know the name of it? Like, so Jamie could try to find it online?
No, I could send you the picture.
Okay. So there's also a bunch of depictions of egg-shaped crafts.
Yes.
This is very common as well, right?
Yes.
And the couple that you had in one of your books from, was it the mining people from, was it California or was it Nevada?
I wrote a book with Paola Harris called Trinity about an egg-shaped object that happened in 1945 near White Sands. That now we have reinvestigated it. The first book was criticized and
that's what I'm wondering now.
Appropriately by someone who said I hadn't gone.
So I can get back to who they were.
They've written records. Well, now we've done.
When they've been fucking with me for so long, they forgot who they were.
The book, it's called Trinity, and it covers 3 cases. In all 3 cases, the object is egg-shaped, the size of a medium-sized truck. Okay? It would fit in this room. It would be about the size of this room. Then there is a case in Socorro, and there is a case in Valensole. Socorro and Valensole, and people have concentrate on the first one. The one that because it's it, it's 2 years before Roswell, and there were witnesses there. In Roswell, there were no witnesses. There were people who came later who found the stuff and they reconstructed the story, and it's a very interesting story. But at Trinity, they saw it arrive and they saw it crash. And they were there for 10 days afterwards, watching the recovery. And they went inside. One of them went inside, and his father went inside also. So we have a very rich description of that. And where is it in the literature? Nowhere. I mean, I know Paola Harris found this, did research for 4 years on that, and then told me about it. And then we did another 4 years of research together at the site. And we found a lot of correlations. But the Socorro case and the Valençol case.
Could you tell me before we move on to that, those other cases, what correlations did you find?
Well, in all three cases, it's an egg-shaped object. In all three cases, there are traces that could be seen, could be described, could be analyzed. In all three cases, the beings are short. They are, about 3 feet, 3.5 feet. They breathe air. And what kind of extraterrestrial is that comes here and breathes the air? Okay, we don't go. If we go to the moon, we're not going to breathe the air.
How do we know that it breathes at all? How do we know that these things breathe at all?
Just because they have no breathing.
Right, but how do we even know that they're
normally?
Biological?
They had 2 eyes, a small nose, a small mouth.
But couldn't they possibly be some sort of a creation? Instead of being a biological entity, couldn't they be some sort of artificial life?
So I've asked Gary Nolan about that. I'm not a biologist, and I think it would be known if somebody had created a meta-human.
I don't mean somebody. I mean another life form from somewhere else.
There were stories of the Russians actually thinking about creating a dwarf, human to pilot their ships.
Read stanchion it off.
Expect to have the energy, to have a big rocket. It turned out they found that Korolev.
So they were trying to get tiny people to power their ships because they were lighter.
But the CIA was looking into rumors that the Russians in the 50s, before Sputnik, that the Russians were trying to create a humanoid that could pilot a spaceship.
Well, I know that the Russians, there was some talk of them trying to create a human-ape hybrid. They were trying to do something with chimpanzees and try to create some sort of a human-chimpanzee hybrid for war, which is a terrifying thought.
Yeah.
That they would, first of all, if they were successful, how terrifying would that be? But just that they were interested in doing that, creating a race of chimpanzee human warriors.
There was no, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any correlation of that. And the creatures that are described in Socorro in New Mexico and in Valençol in France, so those are 3 cases that I've been very involved in from the beginning, from day one, involve creatures that are about 3 feet tall, that breathe our air, recognize our signals, communicate with us in funny ways, even mentally. I mean, the witnesses describe getting images in their minds and so on, in all 3 cases. And what's interesting is, people can argue about Trinity all they want, like they argue about Roswell, but the case in Socorro and the case in France, in Valençol, were investigated by governments, not by the local UFO group, although the local UFO group did a good job in all those cases. But they were in Socorro. It was first the local police. The local policemen saw the craft and the beings and described what happened. He was terrified, when the thing took off. He thought it was something to do with some new gadget or some work in the desert. It's an area that's still in the same state today. I've gone back there with Dr. Hynek's son, with Paul Hynek a few months ago. I've gone several times there. And so after the police, turned out the FBI was in town on another case. They had no jurisdiction in New Mexico for that particular case. It wasn't a federal case, but they helped preserve the traces, the FBI way. And the local police was happy to have them there. And then there was the state police and did an investigation. And then people from the base, came in with experts in explosives, experts in recovery of weapons and rockets and so on, because they thought it might be something that had come from from the Trinity Range that was out of its way and had crashed near Socorro, in which case they might have responsibility, including financial responsibility if something was destroyed or whatever. So this was very serious. I have the whole file. Okay, it's a big file.
Right.
Nobody's looking at it. I mean, the investigation in Washington now, they are saying, we're going to look at the cases of the last 12 months. But what kind of science is that? Can you imagine scientists reading this? And this is the way they are going to solve the UFO problem by looking at vague pictures of lights in the sky for 1 year? Why don't they go back to those records? Those are federal records. Okay, the case in Valençon, 5 agencies of the French government. So this guy was a farmer. He had a field where he was growing plants to make perfume. So this was high level, expensive crop. This wasn't just alfalfa or something. And he goes there at 5 o'clock in the morning because he wants to do to water the thing and so on before the sun is up, because it's going to be in the south of France. It's going to be very hot. You can't work in the field during the early afternoon. So he wants to be done with that. He sees this contraption, in the middle of the field, crushing the plants. And so he sneaks in and he's paralyzed. Okay. Now, there is an egg-shaped object, just like the one, at Trinity, just like the one in Socorro. It's the size of a mid-sized truck. There are 2 creatures in front of it, human looking, 2 eyes, breathing air. They look at him, sort of amused, and one of them has something on his belt. He takes out, pointed at him, and that's when he's paralyzed. Now, he's not, as you know, I'm not a doctor, but I've gone to doctors about what kind of paralysis is that, where you can stand up and watch something, you just can't move. They said, well, there is a type of paralysis that will just inhibit the motor, motor nerves, where but you'll still be up and aware. You're not going to fall down, in a heap. And from there, he sees them going back inside the thing. The thing takes off. It takes off like a shot out of a gun, and it vanishes in midair. Now, he goes to see the gendarmes. This man is fairly wealthy. He owns quite a bit of, several fields, expensive crops. His wife is the mayor of the town. The gendarmes are going to be very careful with him because he's also from the resistance in World War II. When he was young, he joined the resistance, and the resistance in that part of France fought in the Alps against the Germans, and you know they were regarded as heroes of World War II. And so the gendarmes are very careful with him. There are some things he's not going to tell the gendarmes because he thinks, and I went there. He didn't want to talk to anybody from Paris. He didn't want to be on TV. He wanted to concentrate on his experience because he thought there was going to be something else. And he was aware of some of his buddies. And this is a part of France where people talk, but they have secrets too. I mean, historically, there are things like that in the US, parts where people are not going to talk to strangers.
Right.
The only reason I could go there was that I went there with a lady who was from Paris, with the government. She was with de Gaulle's government. She had the rank of ambassador, and she had a vacation home there. So we went there for 3 days, and she knew everybody there. And he told us what he thought might happen again. And he didn't want the gendarmes mixed in with what he was doing.
Why did he think that
Where did these
something was
guys
gonna
go?
happen again?
What was that like?
They
Huh?
evidently, and he swore us to secrecy
Right over there.
about what it was, but evidently
When they just
there
find
was
themselves there.
communication with the beings when he was
Could have been reflection, I guess.
And
Now,
so these beings, just
after
tiny, look
the-
like people. Did they have different features than us, or was it just
they are
human?
just like the ones at Trinity and like the ones at Socorro.
That's
So
not what I
in
found.
that book you
I
have
found George and Garfield there.
actually 2, and 3. You have 7
When you find God,
creatures that
yeah,
are
it's just you.
humanoid, that breathe our
your
air,
face.
that seem to
It's his
understand
face.
us.
It's
The visual, there's visual.
His face too. Turns out. More than my face.
Well, we can have visual contact with animals. I mean,
Right.
that doesn't mean they are human or meta-human, but there is messages that come through all of that that the witnesses are reluctant to talk about in all 3 cases. So in Socorro, finally, the Air Force went there. They threw the Air Force out because the Air Force said, well, that's just a gadget, from the base. And that was stupid. So they finally sent Dr. Hynek there. And Dr. Hynek asked me to organize the files that were coming. I was at Northwestern at the time, working. I done my PhD already, and I was on the staff of the computing center. And we had a small team trying to help, trying to help Hynek keep the files together. So we were, in communication with him the whole time. And then I put the files together and I have the file. This is the official file.
So these people were reluctant to talk about what these creatures were communicating with them. But did they talk about it at all?
It was very personal.
Very
And,
personal.
Yeah. There had been a communication that transcended their life. There was something else, something outside. So you could almost call it a sort of a religious feeling, but it wasn't. It wasn't about divinity or God specifically, but it was about this, the other side of life, a bigger, meaningful life. That's their interpretation. It may not be. There may be other things that they are trying to communicate.
But it was very profound. for them.
Yes, but
And all 3 cases had similar stories in that regard.
and in all 3 cases, there are traces that were measured. There were, there is technology of sort. And in the case of Socorro, people came up with all kinds of ideas that maybe it was a balloon, special balloon, right? There were only 12 of them in the world and so on. Well, in the book, people haven't noticed it, but in the book, I was able to solve that problem because I found a transcript of a conversation with a man who was head of a motor pool at the on the army range in at White Sands. And he had given his team some instructions on how to make sure that the motor pool was working really well, because White Sands is so big. When people went home, they could get lost, at White Sands. And then how are you going to find them? I mean, there are tracks, but there is no paved road at the time. How are you going to, find them? So you can launch a helicopter the next day looking for, a lost car somewhere with a family in it. But so he made rules that they had to call periodically to report where they were when they went home, 50 miles away across the desert. So they could find them if there was something wrong with the car. He's driving home with his family. This is after the Socorro thing is done. They are all interrogating the Lonnie Zamora, the cop who was driving that thing. And he sees a light over the mountains in the southwest towards Mexico. But it's still, it's still in New Mexico, but it's in that direction. A light that's not a star, it's really bright. And the light gets brighter and brighter, and his car dies. Now he's head of a motor pool for the base. Everybody reports to him, and they have all the army cars and the trucks and everything else, the half tracks. So he looks at that thing. He tries to call his team. The radio doesn't work. The radio should work. Radio doesn't work. And the thing gets very bright, and then it recedes. It goes away the way it apparently came in. We don't know if it came in or if it just got bright. Okay, the car starts. He goes home, and then the next day he goes to his shop. He gets his staff together. He says, "You guys are going to take this car apart. I want to see every screw and every piece of it and every level and everything and the seats and so on. I want to see all of that on the floor. And you're going to test it, and you're going to tell me what's changed, or if anything, how that car stopped in the middle of the desert." And they couldn't find anything. And that report was an official report, okay, that was never published. And it nails the whole thing, that this was not a balloon. This is not an hallucination. The patrolman wasn't drunk like they accused him of, or making up a story and so on. The Lonnie Zamora, when Dr. Hynek interrogated him, he said he wanted to talk to a priest and confess to a priest before he would talk to Dr. Hynek. Okay, that's the kind of man he was. And they essentially destroyed this guy because they thought it was, bad reputation for the town of Socorro. The tourists wouldn't come there because they'd be afraid of strange things flying. And the Air Force said, well, it's a one witness case. There's this patrolman who saw this. There were 12 witnesses. There was a guy who was driving on the main road, the same road where the patrolman had been driving.
Are you on the table, Garfield?
The thing passed right over
If
his
you're really
car.
compelled to do it,
He
why?
thought he was going to be driven off the road by this big oval thing that just went right over the roof of the car into the building. Well, he called the police and reported it.
Well, we're gonna walk down.
And written a report and signed that report. We know his name. They were
Without him
Why?
having any knowledge of what happened
that's right. I mean, he saw this. Some,
independently.
one of your gadgets trying to drive me off the road. There were several people on the road on the other side of this little, desert thing. That's, when it rains, the water rains all over the place and washes everything out. Just sand and rocks. But on the other side, there is a main road. Several people on the road saw the thing take off.
Why?
And reported it.
Think everything about me. You
Just
want to kill me
strange.
still?
So the Air Force put that aside. They neglected to,
Or even lock me up? Why?
this was, and they just kept saying it was a one witness case. It
Did everything
wasn't.
about me. Everything about me.
Most
Everything
of
about
those
me.
cases where they
Why don't
say
you
it was
fucking
one
teleport?
witness, and you have to
Reviving
look
myself
at
from the fucking
you have
dead.
to look for the other guys. And again,
What do you think you heard?
I
Bullshit,
brought
bullshit,
you
and bullshit.
something. Can I tell you
Some of
about
it's
it?
true.
What'd you bring?
So
Turns
this
out.
is something that the case
something
was
almost
so
wasn't true.
interesting that Dr. Nolan and I and a couple of
Even if I
friends
remember it that way.
wrote it up and published it in the prime astronautics review in the world. Okay. It's so after it took a couple of years for them to agree to look at it and so on, to look at the analysis. This happened in a suburb of Omaha, Nebraska, but on the Iowa side, there's this town, this suburb with a park. This is about a week before Christmas in 1977. Okay. People are there having a good time in the park in the evening. It's getting dark and I want to make sure they see something in the sky that looks like one of those boxes there. It looks like a round box with lights around it, and the lights are going around, sort of, and it's pretty high, and it's flying over the town. And then a mass of steel, liquid steel, falls in the park. It falls on a levee in the park. There is about half a ton of it, liquid, glowing. And it has no business being there. So you have this mass of metal. Obviously, they call
Triple fits a rule
yes,
by thy decree.
We know the temperature.
All
and everything else.
productions have a
It's
light
freezing.
to thee.
The grass is on fire.
Whatever the
They
heavens
call
encircling
the
all
firemen,
contain,
the police
earth
is
for
there.
producing
The
and the
firemen
stormy
they
main.
start
I
the
swear
fire,
he
the fire is-
confesses and
Without
obeys the
himself,
nod.
there's no
A
fire.
full attendant
Take
of the
pictures.
Brahmo
No,
God.
I have the pictures.
Goddess
Infrared.
of marriage charming to the sight. Mother of
Pictures
love's
of the-
banqueting's
of the-
delight.
the thing
Source of persuasion, secret favoring queen. Illustrious, born of parent and unseen.
It's going to stay liquid for a couple of hours and it cools down gradually. And then people take pieces of it as souvenirs. So I have the pieces of it, and there they are. Now, there was analysis.
Special
done,
Lupercal and a man inclined.
The question is, well,
Lifted most aside, life-giving kind. Great scepter bearer of the gods, 'tis thine.
mortals necessary bands to join,
But this
and
is
every tribe of savage monsters dire, and magic chains to bind through mad desire and cypress born into my prayer incline. Whether exalted in the heavens you shine.
Industrial steel. The investigators called the company.
Or place in Sirius temple to preside. Or Egyptian flames that cart to guide and fashioned of golden deer a sacred flood. Fertile land banks to fix thy blessed abode. For if rejoicing in me as your shores, near the sea where foaming billows roars, the circling choirs of mortals thy delight.
They call the strategic air command because B-52s fly over that town. A B-52 is a big thing.
Isn't that to say? When's another shut the fuck
People
up,
saw
huh?
something in the sky. So, maybe it was the Air Force, politely laughs at them and says, we carry atom bombs, but we don't carry furnaces.
Want to take a shot, me, motherfuckers?
Okay, so go look somewhere else. And I say, good luck. By the way, this is a way you could test it. This is a way. The Air Force, we think
11-11.
Number one, there is nothing in the Blue Book files worth looking at. That's not true. I spent 4 years.
Daughters pure sing and heed divine. Come on, attractive to my prayer incline. For if thee I call with holy reverence, mine.
PhD. I went through, Dr. Hynek and I convinced the Air Force to do a computer file of everything they had about UFOs. Because before then, it was just paper files all over the place. And if they were challenged by Carl Sagan or somebody like that at the time, they wouldn't be able to provide good statistics. So they agreed for me to get the files and punch them into punch cards, take it to a computer, redo the statistics, looking at their explanation and then my explanation for the cases. I did the whole thing, thousands and thousands of cases. They were right that majority were explainable.
They are given the Aphrodite.
What we were looking for were the ones that were not explainable. This one cannot be explained. Okay, and there are enough of those. There are hundreds of those that scientists could have looked at. No, I went through the Air Force Base with my French passport. At the time, I wasn't a citizen. You had to wait 5 years before you could apply for American citizenship. So I was working, I had a small contract that was completely, unclassified to recalibrate the statistics of the Blue Book file. So I had access to essentially all the Blue Book files. But I went into the base with a clearance for 3 days with Dr. Hynek to go to the division that was looking at the UFOs and spend those 3 days with Major Taran Miller and his staff.
Why don't you guys give me up this world or destroy me already?
And they had lots of
all of us
remains of things and stones and strange metals and so on, which at the end of the project, all that was thrown away. So this is everything is going on now. This is for you, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
For your special collection of weird things.
Stuff. Yeah.
But this is essentially steel. Here we go.
So that's the area where
the mass of steel glowing.
And so this steel you can make on Earth. This is
yes.
It's a composite of a bunch of different materials.
Yeah. It's not exactly the steel.
The fucking Americans are weird. Yes, they're weird.
To
you, they are.
It is essentially steel.
Not that weird to
so
me.
I gave my samples to to
I don't mean
sample
not hold them
so
responsible,
that
really,
we could
but kind of
redo
sometimes.
the
Because they could have
analysis,
done more.
and not the chemical analysis,
They could
but
still
the
do more.
isotope analysis. So Dr. Nolan and I took it to the lab. Dr. Nolan had 2 series of
But guess what? They actually get killed by these guys nowadays sometimes.
both, and we confirmed essentially this. So there was no special change in the isotope ratios. If there was, that would indicate that somebody had manipulated the isotopes, which is not a hoax. Then you know for sure it's not a hoax because that's high caliber scientific laboratory
Change forever.
work, and you need special instrument experts to interpret it.
Right, but that wasn't the case, right?
No.
So
No,
the
it's normal.
isotopes hadn't been manipulated. Have they found, because I've heard this about Gary Nolan in particular, that they do have samples of things that they can't explain?
So I gave him
He's a good boy.
essentially all my samples, all the ones that I could relate to reliable cases. Because I don't want to give him junk.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of junk floating around, but people think it's strange. And so, yes, we're going through all those, and the idea is to publish it as we go, to publish everything as we go. There are some that give the indication of being, but, as always in science, we have to be careful. Our colleagues will say, very good, congratulations, you did that with one instrument. Now you should redo it with a different lab, with a different machine, and see what they find.
Right.
Because Dr. Nolan has some of those machines are machines that he's invented at Stanford. Okay, but they are tied to biology. I mean, this is not a biology. This is steel. Okay?
Right.
And this is iron or copper or whatever. So we have to redo it with a different.
Right? No,
So
he ain't a can of
in this case,
can of
we have
bullshit, as
redone
I
it
heard.
with a different line of machines. There is a
He's
French
on the straight
machine
bar.
that costs something like $6 million that would fill half of this room. That's extremely good for testing for isotopes, but only on 4 different elements. With the other machine, the biological machine, we get the whole spectrum. So except for some of the extreme elements like radioactive elements and so on.
So what samples have they found that have been the most compelling?
We're still working on that, but this paper is important, even though we didn't find something out of range. But that's, in a way, that's validation of what you have to do when somebody presents you with that kind of sample. Those are the steps. This is where the science is today. This is what the technology can tell you. Okay, so this is sort of a stake in the ground, even though we didn't find ET. Okay,
Right.
but we didn't find ET science.
You found physical evidence of something.
But we've got the technology now. We know how to do it. One problem we had was that neither one of us is, an expert in materials. We're not experts in steel. So the people who this was reviewed by, people who were materials experts,
Right.
and they came back with a whole page of questions. Why didn't you look at this? Why didn't you measure that? So Dr. Nolan and the team had to redo about a year of work before they would accept the paper. So that's what you have to go through before scientists would look at it.
Right.
Okay? But this one, is in the literature, in the scientific literature. It's not in some UFO magazine in New Mexico. Okay? And we have the methodology, we can apply it to the others. There are some that we've done with one machine where there are indications. Now, at Stanford, Stanford, it's funny because you had three generations of people at Stanford looking at this. Before Dr. When I was there and I was gathering data and I was using the computer to do statistics and so on. And I worked for Professor Stewart, who unfortunately died a few months ago at over 100, but he was still working in astrophysics. And, I was on his astrophysics staff for a couple of years, looking at galaxies, looking at the structure of the sun, and looking at certain types of strange stars that had special emissions and so on. So I was his computer guy, and we also looked at UFO materials, especially a case from Brazil, which he published, and he got financial support to do the isotope analysis, and some of it was arguably different. So we want to redo it. When he donated all his materials to me, when he retired. So I have all that, and I passed it to Dr. Nolan. So Stanford now is acquiring a reputation as being a UFO analysis place.
Yeah, for sure.
But it went from essentially solar physics and very high energy physics, that I was working on with Dr. Stewart, to me with the computing center, now with Dr. Nolan in the medical school. So we've had, they are,
Well, I'm glad
in
they're
trouble.
willing to do that. I had heard that there was some alloy that was very difficult to comprehend that someone would be able to construct, that it would cost billions of dollars to make this particular type of alloy, that they had discovered something along those lines.
Well, I've seen those books, I've heard those things on the internet. And
Yeah.
the question is, scientists will want to look at this. They want to know, well, how did you do it? How did you prepare the sample?
Right.
We were given access to a sample that in fact is very strange, and it has different colors on it. It fits in the palm of your hand, so it's a significant size. Remember, Dr. Nolan is looking at individual human cells, with his device. Okay, so anything more than 10 grams, we don't need. I mean, we can work with very little material. Although, of course, we want to do different things with different parts of it.
Right.
But this thing had some very interesting incrustation of a red deposit. And all the people who had looked at it, including some official labs and some, signed a disclaimer saying they would not scrape off the interesting deposits that were on it. Well, all of them did. I mean, after signing the thing, by the time it came to me, most of the interesting stuff had been scraped off. So I don't know what they did. So and I don't know what machine they used, and they didn't publish a paper. It took us 4 years to publish this paper. Okay, and the paper came from Stanford with, PhDs, 4 PhDs writing it. So that's, the bar is pretty high if you're
Right.
going to actually publish this in an international review.
Yeah, and with an interesting title
So
too.
we'll do others. That's a plan. Is
If
to
people want to
just-
find this, it says improve instrumental techniques, including isotope analysis, applicable to the characterization of unusual materials with potential relevance to aerospace forensics.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about UFOs.
There it
okay?
is. That's a very tricky way.
Well,
Relevance to aerospace forensics.
yeah, people read between the lines.
Yeah,
and say,
that's what do you mean aerospace? Who's aerospace stuff? This is the question. If these if these encounters happened, if this egg-shaped craft was real, and if these small people-like things that breathe air did communicate with people, where are they from? Is this something that has always been here? Is this something that visits here? Is it something that is here?
So in the BASS project of Mr. Bigelow, that was funded by the Defense Intelligence Agency, we had a template of things that the Pentagon wanted to have. And it said, trajectory, composition, luminosity, radiation, and so on. Well, yeah, those are the things that you'd need if you were looking at a Russian aircraft, or you were looking at, the Nimitz thing, whatever it was. But, is that really relevant? I mean, in science, you don't start from the conclusions. You're going to look at this, and this is not something you've seen
Garfield,
before,
come on, what are you doing?
and you
You
go
wanna go
on
outside?
for that. In the
Wanna sit in the
Nimitz
Quran?
case, we've all
And you read
seen
more?
those
I'm
photographs.
not mad at these guys,
and they
but
are-
like, I know why.
I've stopped counting how many papers there are from the New York Times on down with the picture of.
I need to be proactive. I need to be
the
proactive about
photograph
solving
of
these issues. Working to
that
worse.
The F-18 was taking, the pilot took from.
Already happened
Well,
in different fucking ways.
nobody
by cheating
mentions that
mostly.
this isn't a photograph.
Because I have friends from above and below that are really
People
powerful.
think it's a photograph.
They're quite a bit different,
So in
turns
the
out. They
file,
check.
There is a memo from the folks at Raytheon. Raytheon makes the device, which is a big,
Turns out I got to make deals though. Big deal somewhere in time.
An F-18 that's going
But
to
some of
take
them
these images.
Are
Some
fucking
image.
cool for me.
It's not
Because
a photograph.
guess what?
It's looking into the infrared.
Garfield's really that fucking cat.
It's
No,
not
he's that
looking
fucking
at the
cat.
details. There is a number painted in the thing. It's going to say it's looking at the heat. So when this was published,
So I just gotta go around
Times, there was a very
admitting and apologizing
interesting
for every fucking thing I've done
with a
wrong.
touch of humor.
In a way I'm not
from
comfortable with.
Raytheon
In a
to
way other people will not be
the
comfortable
movie.
with.
Saying, you know those things you've published, and it was taken with one of the devices that we sold you to put under the wing of your aircraft. It's not a camera, it's not a photographic camera. You gave us specifications for what you wanted us to build, and that's what we gave you. You wanted something that could measure the temperature of the exhaust of an enemy aircraft that you're going to shoot down. The F-18 goes behind that Russian thing or MiG or whatever, and the camera is painting the exhaust from the Russian guy, okay? So that you can distinguish between, American Airlines 723 and a MiG.
Right.
Okay, that's going to help you discriminate what kind of enemy you've got. Is it friend or foe first? If it's friend, you feed off, and that's fine. If it's an enemy, you're going to engage the guy. Okay, that's what we gave you. You didn't tell us you wanted a device to track flying saucers because we don't know what flying saucers are.
Other than that, Garfield, I think we should be good. Because
Build one. And that memo is just so funny. It's an official. I make it a little bit funnier than it was, but it's an official memo, and it's very straightforward.
Jerry, see if you can find a good photograph, an image of the infrared image that was taken by those F-18s.
You have an image of a heat source.
Yes, of that Tic Tac. And then they also got the video representation, the video of the thing taking off at some extreme rate of speed. That's it right there. So that's it. That's the image, right?
Yeah. Well, the
That's
radar
the
said
that's
that
the
it,
the that's the
the
one.
radar said that it took off and popped up somewhere else, and
Yeah.
so we accept that at face value because it's in the New York Times, and that may be true. In my work in venture capital, I've looked at all kinds of technology that's around, and so I go to technology meetings. Those are open; they are not secret or anything. And people talk about their gadget or their device. They are looking for money, to make in larger quantity. So I found myself in a conversation with a guy from one of the aircraft companies in Southern California, and I asked him, there is a device that has a name like Dispro or something like that, and it measures it acquires radar signals. I think it's a DSPR, for radar.
I believe in the shed right behind my neighbor's house.
That gadget, I never heard of it, and it's actually not classified. Now, it was developed initially.
I kind of know it too.
So that you could.
I'm not gonna go check right now.
Analyze radar data that was coming to you. If somebody was painting your aircraft on the radar, you could detect the characteristics of the radar pulse. Why would you want to do that? Well, you want to do that because, I said, well, what does it look like? Is it classified? He said, no, it's not classified. Many airplanes, civilian airplanes can carry it. You put it in the nose of your Piper Cub or whatever, and you fly around Los Angeles, and it will acquire the characteristics of all the radars in the Los Angeles area digitally. It's a digital thing. It's a computer essentially that acquires radar data, and then it feeds back radar characteristics of any aircraft you want somewhere else. So if you want your Papa Cup to look like a B-52 20 miles away, you turn on, I'm making it simple, but you program the thing, and you can redirect the air defense, for example, to another place.
So you can send a signal to another place that makes it look like there's a B-52 there.
Yes. Or make it look like you've disappeared in midair and reappeared somewhere else.
Oh.
Digitally. It's a digital radar feedback device that once you know the characteristics of the radars that are painting you can, obviously, suppose you want to travel to Moscow over the Iron Curtain without being shot down by the Soviet Air Force, you'd want to redirect all the radars. You're on 20 radars.
Right. One of the things that they said about the Tic Tac was that when they encountered it, it was somehow or another blocking their detection signals.
Well, I don't know this DERPROM. I don't know how far it's gotten in the last 30 years.
Right.
The guy I was talking to was telling me about technology of 30 years ago.
Wow.
That blew my mind. I didn't know you could do that.
Right. I didn't know until just now.
You could just paint. So that's, I'm not sure where the technology is and who is cleared for that. Pilots are cleared for certain things, obviously for all their equipment on board.
Mm-hmm.
They are not necessarily cleared for. So you have to ask, in the case of the Nimitz, what clearances did these pilots we see on TV what clearances did they have? No, did they have the electronic countermeasure clearance? That don't necessarily have it. I mean, some of them didn't have the camera. Some of those who are on TV today talking about these images.
Whatever. Someone's actually trying to kill me, and I know it.
The image didn't come from them. It came from one of their buddies,
Right.
who
Right.
came afterwards. So,
There's also the question of
and so half
where
of the
they
data
take
is
place.
missing.
I've always questioned where they take place, because they take place in the same areas where the United States always runs military training exercises. They take place off of San Diego, off of the East Coast, all these areas where we know that they run exercises all the time, restricted airspace. If you were going to test
But
equipment,
I think this was in international waters. So
yes, yeah, it was, but it was still off the coast of San Diego where
Yes.
they do these things, which is why the fighter
But
pilots were
it's
there in the
not
first place.
restricted. I mean, the Russians could fly there.
Right, not that area, but isn't the area off the East Coast where some of those things restricted?
I don't know.
Okay.
The one around Long Island
China's
is
electric
Long
war,
Island
yeah.
is restricted.
It says China's electronic war gadget turned small drones into flying stadium on radar.
So this is an article from January of this year, and then I'll show you something else I found from
Wow, so they can make it look like a flying
the size
saucer.
of an iPad can make it look like as big as a sports stadium.
Whoa, look at this. The effect, similar to a giant flying saucer suddenly materializing in midair, would be reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film, but is achievable according to a peer-reviewed paper published on January 8th. Whoa.
Also, so then the month before that, here's their new stealth fighter that's painted with the stuff you just said that scatters the frequencies.
I'm not, this isn't
That's
my
pretty
field.
cool.
Yeah, this is just something I stumbled across typing in the words he just said.
Yeah, just pretty cool.
So
But
they're testing this too.
What I was getting at was, if you're the United States government, if you're the military, and you have this kind of equipment and you want to test it, what better way than to test it on people that don't know you're testing it on them? Send your fighter jets out there, have them encounter these things, run your whatever experiment you're doing with making something appear and reappear and take off and come and give them these signals, give them these deceptive signals, and see whether or not the problem is they had visual confirmation of these things. That's the real problem. The problem is they actually saw these things. Like the Tic Tac was, they visually saw it. 4 people, right?
I have a colleague in Silicon Valley who's been has a distinguished Army career, and he told me that there were in fact tests of especially nuclear facilities, not necessarily the military, but mostly the military facilities, to test the ability to penetrate the perimeter. So those flights are not cleared with the people who manage the plant. So it's either a nuclear plant that makes fuel for bombs, or it's a base where nuclear weapons are stored, and there are guys around the perimeter with machine guns, and they are going to sound an alert if they see something coming over the fence. Well, suppose you come over the fence looking like a flying saucer. Are they going to start shooting or not? Okay.
Right.
So they he told me that he had actually flown some of those missions. And I know another member of a BAS team who confirmed that, told me he had been on some of those missions. They make their plane look like they put lights around it, and so that it can look like a flying saucer essentially, or look like what could be a UFO to the guard.
Right.
So that the guard they want to see if they can penetrate, if you can disguise yourself to the extent that psychologically you can inhibit the reaction of the guards and you can fly over the fence.
Wow.
Because if you can fly over the fence, you're in.
Right.
You can do a lot of damage.
Wow.
So
pretend you're a UFO.
So those are, but I don't think they do hundreds of those. I think they probably do it, very carefully at a couple of places.
But it's interesting that they have that ability. That's fascinating. That throws a lot of this stuff into question. Like, what are we actually seeing?
yes,
But it doesn't explain all these things. And that's the problem that I always have is the abundance of encounters and how similar a lot of them are, and then what it must feel like. I've never had an experience, but what it must feel like to have that experience. That you probably would be I wouldn't be reluctant because I'm a known person to talk about silly things. But if you're like a serious person, you have some sort of an encounter, I would imagine there's a lot of pressure on you to not tell people. If you're a lawyer or a doctor or you're any sort of like respectable person, it's a serious individual in whatever you're doing for a career, you don't want people to associate you with nonsense or think that, oh, maybe Mike is losing his mind.
You can't, because you have people relying on your ability to.
So maybe you tell your friends, maybe you tell your mother, maybe you tell your wife, but you probably don't tell the press. If you're a scientist, I would imagine you would have to have like significant evidence where you stick your neck out, or you're a person like yourself that's been very brave for all these years, because you were talking about this stuff in the 1960s, which is pretty crazy.
Well, I had seen essentially a flying saucer when I was 15. So
can you describe it?
I was in. I grew up in a town that's about 45 minutes out of Paris, on the road to Normandy, and my father was a judge in that town for a while. And beautiful afternoon in the summer. I don't know the exact date. It would have been late June or July, 1955. So I was about 15, 16. I was still in school, and then the following year I was going to go to the university. And my mother called me. I was working with my father, who was relaxing, doing some furniture, and I was helping him. And I heard my mother call from the yard, and I went down and saw an object that was
survive for now.
absolutely a saucer. It looked like it was over the steeple of there's a cathedral there.
Because I feel there are aliens out there who are powerful and can do that.
About half a kilometer.
Extraterrestrials, mostly.
And it was just suspended. It was silver, and there was a clear dome on top of it. And we both saw that. It was very clear. And then the next day, I asked
One,
a friend
they
of
know
mine from school
that some of the missiles are
who
missing.
was, we were the two.
Like they
good
know this
students in
actively,
physics
I think.
and so on. And I told him I had seen that, and he said he had looked at it with binoculars. He had seen it too, and he had looked at it with binoculars. And I got him to draw it, and he drew exactly what I had seen. Essentially, a lens-shaped thing with a dome on, a clear dome on top.
How long did you see it for?
I saw it for less than a minute. I think I went inside. I don't remember.
Not accounted for. How many haven't been accounted for?
Nuclear
missile.
I probably went inside to get my father so that he could see it.
And then when he came out, it was gone?
He didn't even come out. He said it was probably one of the new planes that were flying around, because this was a time when the meteors and the early jets were being tried, and they were training pilots with them and so on, and both for civil aviation and for the Air Force in France. So he said,
Warheads.
let's wait,
Just nuclear warheads.
maybe this will be disclosed at some point. So I didn't say anything about it. Also, the son of a judge, family of a judge isn't supposed to see strange things in the air.
Well, they're missing 6 at least.
So it was sensitive.
What year was that?
Ah,
When you were 15? How old are you now?
It was 1955.
1955. So back
I
then,
was 15, 16.
okay. So we could also apply that, like, if it was a jet, it would probably be very loud.
Well, and also it wouldn't just stand there.
Right. It wouldn't be able to just
So,
sit there. And was this thing quiet?
After that, I understood that it was. After that, I worked at Paris Observatory after I had my degree in astronomy, tracking satellites. We tracked the very early satellites. And we were a government, office, so people were writing to us with what they had seen. And most of it we could explain. For one thing, they were seeing echo and they were seeing some of the Russian rockets, And so we would write back. I mean, we had to write back, to French citizen.
Mm-hmm.
I had a card with the French flag on it, and we were serving
So maybe not.
the population.
Seemingly
so
not.
We would explain those things pretty much the way they do now. You've seen the moon rising through the fog, or you've seen satellite, so much alpha 23. But then there were cases where just like that, they saw something we could not.
I think it's rare they actually check the payload on
But
these
then
things.
we would tell them, but we wouldn't publish it.
Is it?
We wouldn't
See, I've
send
heard this
it anywhere.
before. I'm hearing it now.
Mm.
So is it true or not? Are we
It wasn't
missing
our job.
warheads or not?
Our job was tracking satellites.
Right. But that one experience that you had when you were 15 is what ignited your interest in this for so many years.
Or they
Yeah.
disarm somehow?
Well, if you hadn't been doing, I mean,
Well, I will.
the thing that's very important about people like yourself is that you're so careful in how you document these things and the conclusions that you draw. Because I think this
Why?
field of UFO study is filled with so many people that claim to have answers,
They're just trying to fool
claim
me.
to know things, and this is going to happen, and this is coming, and this is disclosures imminent, and that's not. It never comes true. It's always you're just left waiting for some new evidence that supposedly they have. And this is the more frustrating aspects of it. Like when talking to Christopher Mellon, he's telling me there's high resolution photographs and video, and how about showing me? Show me some stuff. Show me something. Because as a person that I wasn't, when I was 15, I didn't see anything. So I don't have that experience that you have. I just have this fascination with it, but also tempered by a little bit of cynicism because there's so much malarkey that's attached to this subject.
Well, and some of it is, some of it is legitimate.
Yeah.
And I think ufologists in general, they want disclosure, but we don't know. I'm very respectful.
Who has all these weapons, guys?
When I had.
Where are they all coming from?
I was just very respectful of those currencies because there are people who know what's on the other side of that.
Mm-hmm.
There was one case in the Air Force files that was classified, and it was marked in the index with a star. And I'm punching the card, and I put an asterisk there. And I had to ask Dr. Hynek, what happened? Can you tell me what happened there? And he said, yeah, I can. There was enough time that I can tell you. This came from a woman in Alaska called the Air Force because she saw what she thought was a flying saucer, certainly something that should not have been there. It was dark on the ground, but the sky was still light, and there was definitely, a light that looked like it was under power, that was flying west. Now, west of Alaska, there's a Korai Peninsula and there's a Soviet Union. So she thought it was a UFO. Okay? So it was reported as a UFO, but it was classified and it was called unidentified. Well, that was an inside joke. It was a U-2. But this was at sunset, and the U2 was illuminated by the sun. Which, I mean, U2 is painted in such a way that it shouldn't be visible from, but there are some, conditions where you're going to see it. And so it was classified, and if you had the clearance, you would read that it was unidentified. It would be listed in the statistics as unidentified, and
But
they
it was
knew
actually you two.
exactly what it was from the beginning.
Interesting. So some things are listed as unidentified because it's so classified.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
I have no problem with that.
Right.
But tell me if you ask me to
Right.
write a computer program about it,
Right.
tell me if it's
Right.
worth my time or not. I mean,
What was your take on the Ryan Graves stuff? Like Ryan Graves and the fighter pilots that started seeing these squares within a sphere.
to me, that's still a question, and the people I talk to are still wondering, what is that? There are strange physical systems that are floating around to gather faint signals, and they have very strange shapes. Okay, so it could be those are balloons within balloons with little things attached to them, going back to the days of 1947, looking for atomic explosions, Russian, that's the way the Russian atomic tests were detected first, was with balloons that had large antennas, that
The thing about the Ryan Graves stuff, though, is the physical characteristics, like in the way it moves. That these things are able to stay stationary in 100+ knot winds.
I don't know. I've not,
You don't know. Yeah.
I have not researched it, and I wouldn't be the guy to research it.
If we are being visited, how many different civilizations do you think are visiting us? Because if there's all these different characteristics that these beings have, if some of them look like tall, albino, almost like human beings with large eyes, some of them look like the Greys, some of them look like dwarfs.
Yes, and that's an embarrassment of riches.
Right.
Of course, that opens a question. Is it a simulation? And Rizwan has published a couple of books about that. He's a friend of ours, and Dr. Nolan, and we've had many conversations about that. We could be living in a simulation of sorts, where the people running the simulation might send whatever they want. I mean, it would be like a video game.
Right.
So all of a sudden you've got a new, but that's not completely, you can only go so far. In fact, first reaction is, well, but look at the detail. We can't reproduce a detail on that scale. That's true, but wait 10 years and we'll be able to do it. I mean, with quantum computing and all that. So that's not a good argument. It's an okay argument now, but it doesn't stand the test. The other argument is, who would be doing it and why? I mean, that's true that there are some strange things. I mean, the fact that the moon is exactly the size to hide the sun.
Yeah.
It's exactly
perfectly.
30 minutes of arc, like the sun. So it gives us total eclipses, and it gives us a measuring tool. The Greeks knew roughly how far the sun was with respect to the moon. They knew the ratio of the distances. They didn't get the exact distance, but they already knew that because they had done the math, the geometry. So that's pretty strange. And
it also protects our environment.
and there are
keeps us
lots of things
stable.
on Earth that seem to be accidental, that are just right for us to exist.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not completely happy with that explanation.
Nor am I. I'm not happy with it, but it's very compelling. What's fascinating to me is that it is inevitable. That if technology advances the way it is currently within maybe even our lifetime, or within another lifetime, another 100 years, we will most certainly have an artificial reality that's you cannot discern, indiscernible between that and the reality we currently experience.
Yes.
So if that's inevitable, you would kind of assume that perhaps it's already taken place. And if it had already taken place, it would probably be very similar to what we're experiencing. Whereas enough of it seems fake, and enough of it seems scripted, enough of it seems very coincidental how things line up, that it almost does seem like a simulation sometimes.
Well, but there are also things that are strange, but that we could research, that we are doing a very bad job of researching. There was, I got a phone call a couple of years ago from a woman who had been a student at a school, a high-level preparatory, school on the East Coast, and I had published a book in the 80s, early 80s, about UFOs, and she was head of a lecture bureau for the kids, and she thought it would be fun to bring me there to talk about flying saucers.
Garfield, what are you doing?
You can't get out of
So-
it, dude.
So I went there and I gave a
Figured it out.
lecture at the level of, but those were very bright students. It was sort of an elite girls' school. And then, she drove me back to the airport and I went home. Never heard from her again. Well, 35 years pass, and she calls me. And she says, you may not remember me.
Yeah, you lose me,
I
Garfield.
was the one who
now.
brought you to give a lecture at the school. Do you ever come to Washington? And I said, I do remember you. And I go to Washington a couple of times a year. And she says, well, I'd like to tell you about an experience I had. And next time you come to Washington, ring me up. And when you're done with your meetings, I'll pick you up and I'll drive you to Dallas Airport. And so I do that. I call her. She picks me up in a very nice Mercedes. And she says, I've never forgotten your lecture. I saw something here on the way to the airport where we're passing now that I'd like to describe to you because it reminded me of your lecture and I had never heard that anywhere else. There are trees along the freeway on both sides, beautiful. The freeway was dark and the sky was still blue. She said, I saw an elongated object, which was like, to me, twice 747, with what people would probably think of as portholes or windows. They were just lights along the thing. The thing was elongated, and it was moving slowly, minding its own business. It must be on 10 radars, including the airport. And it was moving.
I would not give a fuck. Even this Garfield wouldn't care. Love you. Am I? I don't think so, Garfield. Because even if I'm not here, which I probably will be for a long time, unfortunately.
He'll probably be with me the whole time because I can figure one out. No, he's not doing any drugs, guys. His nose itches because they want it to itch.
I heard you mention that the problem of evil is the most compelling and coherent argument against theism, especially in its challenge to the idea of a benevolent and omnipotent God. So, what is the problem of evil? Why is this such a powerful critique? And then, what is your response to said powerful critique?
I see. We are starting at the deep end, or at least the problem of evil is simply the obvious one: the suffering of the innocent, the pestilence, famine, war, children dying of cancer, the suffering of all creatures. I have never been able to accept any of the sort of standard modal logic or English analytic philosophy regarding materialism. I've never been able to accept the notion that the materialist picture of reality conforms either to logic or experience, but the argument against belief in at least a benevolent and good God, or belief in any sort of rational order to the cosmos at all, from the sheer suffering of the innocent, from the sheer darkness of this world, I've never taken issue with. I find it the most powerful and, to be honest, unanswerable riposte to theism, at least as conventionally conceived. The normal gesture of the religious imagination, of course, is simply to say there's more to it than we understand. There's a good ending beyond it all, but as Ivan Karamazov argued, given the sheer enormity of the evils we're talking about and their reality within the present, deferring the justification of this to some presumed eschatological future doesn't make the cost any more morally bearable. I have no answer to it, to be perfectly honest. I've never pretended to. I'm caught on the horns of a dilemma, metaphysically, intellectually. I'm a theist, just because I think that the evidence of reason points in that direction. But the problem of evil I regard as irresoluble in the terms available to us.
What's the difference between the problem of evil and the problem of suffering?
Oh, none. It's two names for the same thing. The notion of evil, I mean, the problem of evil, I suppose, also encompasses the reality of human malevolence. As moral evil as well as natural. But at the end of the day, the truth is that as long as a single child has died of diphtheria in the history of the human race, the preponderance of the argument, the preponderance of the power of the argument is not one that favors the theistic, or at least theistic platitudes.
For me, problems that I can't solve, they stick in my craw, and I think about them as I go about walks, if I'm at the gym, I'm laying up at night trying to sleep. This is an insolvable or insoluble problem. Is this one that keeps you up, or is there something else?
Well, I don't know if it keeps me up because I'm a fairly lethargic creature. I can find but yeah, no, I mean it leaves me in an uncomfortable position. I simply cannot make myself become the metaphysical optimist I might wish to be when confronted with the reality of the suffering of the innocent. It simply exceeds anything my imagination or my reason is able to overcome. At the same time, in other moments, I'm aware of the beauty and goodness of things. It could be something like a child at play rather than, or the sight of a dog. I'm terrifically fond of dogs and cats, and this is, but at the end of the day, no, I don't think I'll ever comfortably settle into any state of firm and fervent and contented faith.
So I guess what I'm looking for, is there a variety of things that occupy one's mind, whether they're positive or benign, or problems, and then the problems come of a sort of philosophical or theological sorts. So I'm looking for, are there any quandaries or paradoxes that you think about almost on a daily basis, theologically or philosophically?
Well, definitely this one. I mean, this I think, not to wax too confessional here, but right now, I'm been suffering from ill health for much of this past year, sort of unexpected descent of a chronic pain condition. So I'm in pain every day. And without much assurance of what direction I'm going in, And one becomes conscious in those situations, not that, this is especially unfair because so many others suffer so much, but it does make one less inclined to be glib about these things. I think it's very easy for us to place the suffering of others in the back of our mind as merely an intellectual quandary, so long as it doesn't touch us directly, so long as those most immediate to us and we love are not suffering. Things change fairly rapidly when one has to deal with suffering at closer quarters, not necessarily because of self-pity, though there's always that danger, but because it gives you a keener sense of how you've failed to take sufficiently seriously the sufferings of others. And I don't think I will ever, I could keep saying the same thing over and over again, and I'm sorry to be repetitious, but the truth is, I believe certain things. I believe certain things intellectually. I believe certain things religiously. But I also think that if there's a way of understanding the price that is paid for existence in this world, for the good that we hope lies at the essence of all things or at the end of all things, we simply do not possess the resources to calculate it. I think actually one of the great virtues of the Psalms, to be honest, is how often they're rather bilious in their attitude, how much of a consistent complaints to God. And,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, you can read them and they sound like they were written by modern day. Well, they sound like yourself.
Yeah.
It's remarkable because much of the Bible you read and there's plenty of it that's antiquated.
Yep. But that's not. It's not a book of consolations, and that makes it timeless.
No, there's one part, and you know this far better than myself. There's this one part that says, God, I'm suffering, I'm praying, and all I get is silence. Where are you? Should I just not believe in you? Or something akin to that, or analogous to that?
So it's something of a refrain in the Psalms.
David Gordon called you one of the most well-read people in the world.
One of? Yeah, I'm sorry. That's kind of him.
I'm grateful to have you here, not only for that, but in spite of your health troubles and your suffering, that you've chosen to spend some time with me. So thank you for that. I don't know many people who've translated the entirety of the New Testament. So that's pretty cool. Let's talk about that. You once said that we're fools if we think we understand it, referring to the Bible. And that it's not a unified text. It doesn't reflect a unified theology. No, what it reflects are many different reactions to an event of extraordinary mystery and power to those who are writing about it. Now, my question is, what event are you referring to, and how should it be read if it's not unified?
Well, the event I'm referring to is described early on in 1 Corinthians 15. It's simply the experience of the risen Christ. I find it very hard to get past those verses for any number of reasons. Those are the earliest accounts we have of not the resurrection, but experiences of these encounters. They antedate the empty tomb narratives of the Gospels. And they have a plain documentary quality to them that's extraordinarily convincing. It's also the case that it's always been something of an enigma why it is that Christianity survived the death of Christ, the death of Jesus of Nazareth, but for some supposition that these reports are based in reality. When Paul says, he's heard that at one time 500 persons at a time had this experience, and then speaking out of it as his own personal experience, coming very late in the day, he too, had this encounter. Now, he doesn't talk about an empty tomb, and the empty tomb narratives in the Gospels themselves obviously are contradictory. There's obviously a unified tradition there of the women finding the tomb empty first, and all that. But if one were simply going on those stories, they would seem fairly incredible. But what Paul's talking about is something else, and it is a very curious thing. Many historians have acknowledged this, even those who have no stake in theological claims, that all the other patterns of these messianic movements were great enthusiasm followed by disappointment, followed by disillusion, disintegration. Here alone, you had the movement after the death of its putative founder, taking deeper root and beginning to spread, and I don't think this is purely hagiography because the evidence suggests otherwise, even many of them being willing to die rather than to deny that experience. There's a famous Protestant, or I should say evangelischer, theologian, Wolfhard Pannenberg, who converted to Christianity out of his studies, his Wissenschaften, sort of approached historical science, and that he felt that this experience, this event, was a concrete historical datum that he couldn't get past. Now, that's not an absolute proof of anything, but it's a compelling one. And as far as I'm concerned, the variety of responses, I mean, to be perfectly honest, any attempt to claim that there is a single unified theology in the New Testament requires such a forced reading. Now, that forced reading is often facilitated by traditions of translation, which somewhat suppress, somewhat hide what the actual language on the page is actually saying. Things that are much less definite in the Greek have been, I would say, cajoled into conformity with the general picture in the translation. But even then, it's clear that what we're getting is not a system of belief, not in a final refined form. But what we are getting from Paul and others is a genuine conviction that something has happened that has altered the frame of reality and has altered their relation to it. And they're responding to it in a variety of ways, using the theological paradigms available to them, or the philosophical paradigms available to them. And Paul talks about resurrection. He seems clearly to be influenced by, say, Stoic metaphysics to some degree, for instance. But it's not a system.
So you mentioned this word, and I've heard you mention this several times in other interviews, Stoic metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the relevance of Stoic metaphysics? What is it? What does it mean?
Well, you see, in a sense, it's kind of anachronistic when we're talking about late antiquity to assume that everyone occupied just a single school. As it happens, all of the different philosophical and metaphysical schools were somewhat intermingled with one another. Late Platonism had Aristotelian elements; it consorted with Stoic elements. What about Stoicism, specifically a school of thought? Greatest proponents, someone like founder Epictetus, for instance, that had, in one sense, it did not make any complete and absolute division between the physical and material, understood spirit as a kind of higher element, mind as a kind of divine fire, God as a kind of divine fire pervading all things, understood the cosmic cycle of existence as one tending towards dissolution and a final great ekpyrosis, so that there's a structure to history. Now, it's a cyclical structure in Stoicism. It recurs over and over again. But within history itself, within any, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And there have been, very good scholarly works on how Paul's descriptions, say, of the resurrection body, also in 1 Corinthians 15, indicate a leaning towards a Stoic metaphysics of matter and of the body and of spirit. Later tradition talks about things like the resurrection of the flesh, but that's something Paul didn't believe in. He meant what he said. He said flesh and blood can't inherit the kingdom of heaven, for in flesh and blood are inherently mortal composite realities of the psychical body, which is often mistranslated as natural body, meaning a body animated, a body that has a psyche or soul or life principle superadded to it. And he foresees this being transformed into a body composed entirely of spirit, so that, it's continuous in one sense, but in another sense, not.
Just a moment. So a body composed entirely of spirit. So the way that we think of it, even though we're not supposed to be dualists, but the way that we think of it in modern times is that there's spirit and then there's matter, and that a body of spirit is just spirit.
Yeah, well, again, that's a modern sort of Cartesian notion, the notion that the soul is a kind of ghost in a machine or something. And some people think it has a kind of antecedent in Platonic thought. I think that's mistaken. But in Paul's language, and this is pretty much true of most of the metaphysics of late antiquity, spirit is not disembodied. That's the wrong way of thinking it. It's more like a higher, a more supereminent, a more powerful element. It's what angels are composed of, for instance, or for non-Christians or non-Jews, what gods or daemons, the intermediate divinities, are composed of. It is a kind of matter in itself. It's just not the lower matter of mortal existence below the sphere of the moon, which is susceptible to genesis and decay.
So they don't talk about you having spirit? Because when someone says you have this, it's as if it's like a purse or a backpack. It's something you have, and you can also not have it.
No, so talk about they use that language well. There's not a single consistent grammar here. You can speak of in this life having spirit, having more spirit or not. There are many for whom the sort of things we call the early Gnostic schools may had this notion of the psychical body or a psychical man as being entirely devoid of the element of spirit. You certainly get language of that sort in the Epistle to Jude, which suggests that there are those who are purely psychical. Again, it's often translated as sensual man or animal man or whatever, but it was a psychical, not having spirit. Benevolent, that's often, again, translated as not having the Holy Spirit, but that's not what the Greek says. So, again, there's not a single systematic vocabulary or grammar at work, but when we try to think of this in terms of either even the later medieval notion of disembodied intelligences. I mean, Thomas Aquinas thought of angels as being disembodied intelligences with no kind of material substrate at all, either ethereal or earthly. And so each angel is its own species because he's very much an Aristotelian, and what individuates form or species is matter. Well, that's not the way late antiquity thought. They just really didn't have that notion. And of course, in the modern age, we have this radically Cartesian notion that Descartes gave us this picture. He, more than anyone else, of body and soul as two qualitatively different things. Only body, the material body, is an extended substance, a res extensa, and mind is simply res cogitans, or mind or soul. And never, though the two meet, never should they be confused with one another. They're entirely different. That's not the way Paul is talking in 1 Corinthians 15.
How much can we read into 1 Corinthians 15 if it was just 2 or 3 lines? How can we tell the entire, well, not entirety, but a large portion of Paul's metaphysics just from 3 lines if it wasn't mentioned in other places?
Well, it is mentioned in other places more elusively, such as when he talks about the outer man and the inner man. If you look at that, it's clear that or he talks about body and flesh, being flesh and spirit, rather being in tension or being at odds with one another. He's speaking much more literally about we tend to take the word flesh there and make it into a moral category or something, but also in 1 Corinthians 15, these are not vague. It's not just 2 or 3 lines. It's maybe 7 or 10 lines.
Sure.
He is giving an account of the resurrection body in which he is very specifically denying that it's flesh and blood, psychical body, one that's animated by soul, and insisting that it's a body of spirit, a summa pneumaticon. There's not, and explicitly denying that flesh and blood can inherit the kingdom of heaven. These aren't vague phrases. So we again, Paul is a Stoic. That would be a mistake. But it was a very influential school of thought. I mean, and in its time, and it was also the one morally most consonant with Christian thought. I mean, Paul is a cosmopolitan in the sense that he believes that in Christ the divisions of peoples have disappeared, and he's quite happily a citizen of the empire, using its apparatus in order to spread the gospel. And he has, he has no desire to maintain divisions of identity. He thinks in the event of Christ, whatever this event is he's reporting, its ultimate significance in terms of human community is that there is this body in which there's neither Jew nor Greek, free nor slave, man and woman, or husband and wife, even, depending on how you translate that. And Stoicism was very much, the ethos of Stoicism was that of cosmopolitanism. It was of, trying to, without absolutely abolishing, radical thought was very difficult in the first century, for instance, but, break down the distinction between slave and master and barbarian and civilized, and to proclaim a sort of universal family of humankind, a cosmopolis, a city of the cosmos, as opposed to just say Rome and its emanations of power. So in many ways, when Paul speaks morally, not merely metaphysically, but morally, you can see that if there's a pagan school of thought most consonant with the gospel he's proclaiming, it's definitely Stoicism.
Help me and the audience, who are modern people, not necessarily dualists, but help us understand how the flesh and blood can't inherit the kingdom of heaven or kingdom of God, but the spirit can, yet at the same time, the spirit is not wholly different than flesh.
Well, it's wholly different from flesh. It's a flesh, in Paul's language, sarx, is a sort of animal constitution, which of its nature, with certain things you have to understand, it's intrinsically mortal. And for Paul, remember, salvation is from death. I mean, he in the age to come, he nowhere talks about heaven and hell. He talks about a renewed creation, age to come of life, as opposed to being lost to death. The final judgment, or the final crisis, the eschaton, is the creation of a new age beyond the reach of death, which means it's not a creation still in which we'd be bound to flesh and blood, but have a body of a totally different kind, the sort of body that angels have. I mean, even in the Gospels, we have Christ speaking of the age to come, we will live as the angels in heaven. Well, we tend to think of that, again, very vaguely, but it could, I mean, if he's speaking to Pharisees and what we know of Pharisaic religion suggests this is the case. What he is literally saying is that in the life of the age to come, we will be physically like the angels. And that means, and again, if you're working within the realm of late antique cosmology, that means also a certain liberty from purely terrestrial limitations, because angels can live above the sphere of the moon in the ethereal heavens. We can't, but and this is the thing that's hardest, perhaps, for late modern people to grasp, is that the distinction between the metaphysical and the physical is not as pronounced in late antiquity as it is in late modernity. But there's a sense in which, yes, that God's transcendent. At the same time, there's a sense in which God's true heaven is the empyrean above the fixed stars. And in a sense, and then when Paul talks about thrones and dominions and powers and high places,
he literally means these sort of mutinous angelic sort of beings who spiritually, but also in a sense physically, separate us from God on high, and that Christ has made a way through the heavens and has conquered these powers. So there's still a kind of place with the cosmological and the spiritual or metaphysical are as yet not clearly distinguished from one another. Obviously, we live with a very different cosmology, again, does that mean that this was all a pathetic illusion? They were bound to an antique picture of reality that has been superseded. No, but it means that they're thinking in the terms of their time to express this otherwise inexpressible experience of salvation in the risen Christ.
You personally, David, when you're thinking about the Bible or you're looking at the world, do you have to switch your cosmology? Do you have to switch your philosophy such that you diminish the distinction between metaphysics and physics, or physical, sorry, and adopt a Stoic or a more Stoic metaphysic? Or do you now, because you've studied this and you've thought of it for so long, it's natural to you, and instead what you have to do is you have to switch to speaking to someone like me who would require an analogy to say, okay, is this like flesh? And then you heat it up, and that becomes more spiritual because it's on the same continuum, but it's temperature.
I don't even know if it's a continuum. I mean, I think flesh and blood are genuinely abolished for Paul. How that then is a transformation rather than an exchange of one body for another, I don't think Paul ever works out exactly. I mean, he sees it as sort of like a seed, as he says, it's sown a psychical body, it's raised a spiritual body. So in some sense, it's a continuity and a transformation. But in that continuity, something is definitely shed. What he does not believe in is a resurrection of the flesh. Now we have one verse, and one verse only, in the Gospel of Luke, in which the risen Christ says, "I'm flesh and bone." I'm not a spirit, using spirit there, as it was also used in late antiquity, just to mean a ghost, phantom. So again, the New Testament doesn't present a single picture. For the most part, it seems to me, at least the epistolary materials are closer to Paul than anything else. But I'm not claiming. Again, what I would say is that the experience is very hard to deny, that something happened. How the persons of that time understood the experience was of its time and was various. But it's quite possible for something to be very real and very concrete and still elude single uniform expression. But today, if we had this experience, we might very well be thinking in more Cartesian terms, or we might not. I mean, we might be thinking in terms suggested to us by modern physics, with all the, as some sort of transformation into another kind of corporeal frame made of light, or something. I don't know. The imagination can only accomplish so much, and conceptual models have only so much applicability. But, what's important to me is that we not misinterpret the original text for two reasons. One, just for the sake of intellectual honesty, if we're not going to acknowledge that Paul means what he says, and say, oh, well, no, he believed in the body, flesh, and blood being raised up, but, made immortal and all that, then we're just, refusing to acknowledge that his language doesn't conform to a lot of the later theological language of Christianity. But the other thing is, to me, there's a kind of healthy intellectual hygiene in seeing and recognizing the plurality of perspectives in the New Testament, because it teaches us not to be fundamentalists, but not to think that dogmatically we understand and know. It reminds us that the event compels us, perhaps, but that it's not something that anyone has ever been able to understand with an absolutely exhaustive and convincing language or model to work from.
So, David, as a Christian, when you're trying to make sense of the Bible, do you give different books different weights of credence? So, for instance, you would say, an example, that Mark was written first. Therefore, what comes in John is likely embellished with a poetic undertone. And so I'm going to, if I'm supposed to take a literalist frame or a more historical frame, or whatever frame you may want to take, you're going to evaluate Mark differently than you do John. And there are disputed epistles, so I'm not going to put as much weight to them as I would, say, 1 Corinthians.
Well, with the pastoral epistles, Timothy and Titus, there are things that are disappointing when you compare them to Paul's authentic epistles, and then there are things that are quite encouraging about. So it's a matter of sort. Well, to say that Mark came first is not to say that it's. Assuming we're pretty clear, it's probably
right.
The earliest of the Gospels, but that doesn't mean it's any more accurate or trustworthy than the others. It establishes a narrative framing of Christ that's then taken up in Matthew and Luke. So Mark is part of what gives us the other two synoptics, and that's of Christ in certain framing of Christ's ministry in certain terms and in a certain way of indicating who he is. Even then, Mark lacks the logia material, the sayings of Christ that actually give us any firm sense of, say, his moral teachings. For that, you need to go to Matthew and Luke to get a better sense of what the tradition there says. John is clearly from a completely different ambit. It is a theological commentary on Christ, but doesn't even make the pretense of being an historical narrative in the same way, except when it does, when suddenly you get very particular information given about Caiaphas, say, or something, whether it's true or not. I don't know. As I say, when it comes to the credibility of the claims Christians make, that one chapter in 1 Corinthians, chapter 15, has a force that's unique to my mind in the New Testament in terms of credibility. Other than that, since I'm not looking, I don't regard Scripture as an index of dogmas. I don't really think in terms of how to weight it. I believe that and when I say the event of Christ, I don't just mean the resurrection. I mean his presence in time and his teaching and all that is indicated, is elucidated to a great extent. And then there are great layers of interpretation of it, as in, say, John's Gospel, that are precious perspective on it, but that by themselves, if they're not part of this sort of polyphonic testimony, would not be as compelling or as convincing. Because, to be honest, Jesus, as he appears in the Gospel of John, is not an attractive figure in the way he is in Luke, say.
He's not as attractive?
Well, there's very little of you see very little, with the exception of the story of the woman taken in adultery, which of course isn't actually originally part of John. It probably was a free-floating tradition that would fit better in Luke. But you see very little At times you do. I mean, you see the humanity of Christ weeping at the grave of Lazarus and all that. But most of it is taken up with discourses and a very, mystical discourses and a very pronounced language of judgment, of discrimination. You're children of the devil, or, it's light and darkness. Christ in the Gospel of John, we see not in his aspect as the moral teacher of Matthew and Luke, but in the aspect of a moment of decision for those who encounter him. Is this the face of God or not? And there, it's sort of the gospel is making a theological comment about God entering time in a way that separates light from darkness. But we hear very little about feeding the poor, about caring for the sick, about visiting the prisoners. We think of the Jesus of John in those terms because we're thinking of Jesus as he's presented in the two long synoptic gospels. And that's necessary. You need this counterpoint. You need to see the historically concrete figure who emerges from the sayings attributed to him and from the story of this man who comes out of Galilee into Judea, speaking on the behalf of the poor and the excluded, in order for that light of judgment that you see in John to be something more than just a terrifying, and to be honest, somewhat incredible myth.
Now let's get to something controversial.
Unlike this, yeah.
So speaking of John, the first part of John, the Greek is often rendered, in the beginning was the Logos, or the Word, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Now, I just brought up this cup here. There's an event that I went to called O'Shaughnessy Ventures. They fortunately gave me a grant to work on something, and over there, someone else was given a grant. His name is Jonathan B. I'll put a link to his channel on screen and in the description as well. He was telling me, Kurt, in that verse, in the Greek, there's something called pros, P-R-O-S.
Prostantheon, yeah.
Yes, right. And it implies a moving toward or facing.
Yeah.
And that connotes something that's distinct. So most Christians think of Jesus as God, not just an aspect of God, but as God. And sometimes they'll even pray to Jesus. But this to me suggests that Jesus is not God. Now, in your translation, again, I'll put the link on screen to your work. You do a similar translation, except God is in capitals, and then at one point God is in lowercase. So walk us through John 1:1.
Well, nati logos, ke logos prostantheonin, ke logos theosin, or in. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the order there, but it's actually theos logos. You can come to think of it, it's a God. The word was, or something, but it's not the word there. And I say a God because the actual distinction in the verse or at least that the verse seems to honor, although again, structures of predication have ambiguities in Greek. So, but ho theos, or ho theos, as you'd say in Erasmian Greek, the God is generally the privileged term for God Most High in the ancient world. And this is a convention, pagan and Jewish and Christian thought. And for Christians, I honestly believe in the New Testament, theos is always means God, in the sense of Father, right? But then it says the Logos, when it says the Logos was God, or God was Logos, the article is missing. There's no article, and this was the word God had a much greater elasticity in the antique world. It could be used. You'll find even say church fathers using the term when they're speaking of saints. John of Damascus will speak of saints as they, God. And of course, angels were originally gods within a pantheon, within an Israelitic pantheon. There's just, and so here what you're having is an assertion not of necessarily co-equal identity, but of continuity. It's still saying the Logos is God, but it's not equating the Logos there with God Most High. Still, here the issues begin to arise. And this is quite common right up through the 4th century in Christian thought. That's still a very strong, what's considered an orthodox strain of thought, small o, especially in the East, up until the Council of Nicaea and after, for a long time afterwards, as a kind of what would be called a subordination ascension, that God Most High is God in the proper sense, the Father, and then the Logos is Dephteros Theos. And you find this, say, in a Jewish thinker like Philo, but also Christian thing. I mean, if you can read, say, Eusebius before Nicaea, gives you a pretty clear notion of what many believe to be Orthodox Christianity, which there's not a co-equality. There's a continuity, but it's vague. It can even, in the case of, say, Arianism, be, the Son can be seen as created, and there's a kind of ambiguity between the notion of creation and generation. Genema and Genema spelled slightly differently. That said, and the reason for this notion of a secondary God is that God properly is so transcendent that he can't enter into direct contact with finite reality. Therefore, he generates his word, or his secondary God, the angel of mighty counsel, the king, the chief of the angels, to govern creation and to deal with the lower world. And then the spirit would be maybe God too, but but there's a reticence about this right up till very late, several centuries along, ever to use the term Otheos for anyone other than the Father. Okay? And yet, in the Gospel of John, though you have that in the prologue, in chapter 20, the Apostle Thomas, when he speaks to the risen Christ, people think he actually touches Christ. Rather, Christ invites him to touch, but he doesn't. Instead, he falls to his knees and says, O Kyriasmo ke o Theasmo, my Lord and my God. And there, he seems to be Jesus as O Theos, as God Most High. Now, this is extraordinary. The Gospel of John also is full of statements like, he who has seen me has seen the Father, that I and the Father are one. So while the prologue of John seems to maintain this distinction in other ways is breaking down, and then climactically in chapter 20, which is probably the original ending of the Gospel, before that beautiful dreamlike chapter 21 was added, goes so far as to address Jesus as O Theosmo, God Most High. And this is the debate going into the 4th century. Is this an honorific? Is he saying this to proclaim that just how high Jesus has been raised in the esteem of the heavenly powers due to what he has accomplished? Or is it a statement of who he is eternally? And I could go on a great length of what happened at Nicaea and after. I mean, of course, there is the issue of imperial pressure, the newly Christianized Emperor Constantine wanting some sort of uniformity of confession. But it's also the case that there's a very real line of reasoning going on there, that what had happened in Christ and what happens in the Spirit is real union with God the Father. And such union is impossible, is something that can't be accomplished by a lesser agency, by a spirit. So if we believe this, if we believe O Theos really is present in Jesus, and now Jesus is really present in the Holy Spirit in sanctification and sacrament, then there has to be an equality. In some sense, you're always dealing with God himself, And that's how the later confession finally coalesced, or finally reached its convictions about what the proper language of the Trinity is. Still, it would be wrong to falsify the New Testament and pretend that there's a fully developed Trinitarian theology there. There simply isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And, in the prologue, you're still very much in the world of late antiquity, in which there's God Most High, and then a secondary, a Dephthros Theos, who is in some sense the reflection of God Most High, but who is turned toward the Father as the priest leading the liturgy of creation.
Did I hear you earlier say that you could read it as saying Jesus, which is the Logos, even though it says the Logos, but so the Logos was a God instead of the Logos was the God?
Yeah.
Because there's a missing article, you said?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I think, but I mean, the thing is, again, we can't think about that polytheistically, though. It would mean a divine being, a divine, but it's saying more at the same time.
Well, you also mentioned angels could be thought of as gods from before, but not in a
Well, I
polytheist.
mean, the earliest dominant Christology is what scholars call angelomorphic. I mean, it was thought to be, and this remains part of the discourse very late in the Christian tradition, that Jesus is also the captain of the angels, so to speak, the leader of the heavenly hosts. And there was this notion of the Dephthros Theos as the Korypheos, the one who leads the heavenly choirs and the liturgy of praise. And so he's the one alone who's a priest, well, except in the Novus Ordo, but generally speaking, a priest has his back to the people because he's leading the liturgy. Everyone turns towards the mystery of God, right? And this is certainly a lot of the Christians well into the 4th century and after were thinking that he uniquely is the highest of heavenly beings, the angel of mighty counsel, the highest of the angels, and also the unique Son of the Father, leading the heavenly liturgy. This language falls away later as it becomes very much, I can say, superseded by the formal language of Trinitarian dogma. This is controversial, not because the scholarship is controversial. I want to point out, even people of impeccable orthodoxy, scholars have known this. I mean, they know that Arius was not some strange, curious anomaly, that he was simply an extreme expression of what was regarded by many as the orthodoxy of centuries. And there's a reason why after the Arian controversy, the controversy continued with the Eunomians and others. There were, bishops and priests still committed to this older the correct view. It was the Nicene party that was proposing a new grammar, even a new word, homoousios, consubstantial. It's not in scripture and it wasn't in previous Christian usage. But to this day, you say that the people, even theologians or people who do Christian philosophy, but who don't study Christian history very closely and don't know late antiquity very well, think that you're saying something, that's just an opinion. It's not. I mean, it is the hard and fast data of the time. And again, as I say, you can see the change occurring in Eusebius. You just read him before the Nicene Council on who Jesus is, and then read him after, and there's been a change.
Yeah, I also don't see it as so straightforward that Jesus himself identifies as God. Now, in these examples, there's John, which is the first part is just some narrator saying that Jesus is God, and then there's Thomas who says, "My God," as well as "My Lord." But also, when you see anything majestic, you go, "My God." To me, it's just not so obvious. And also,
yeah. Well, it could be a fervent expression of praise of God. I mean, that was one of the arguments of the past. Yeah, that was among those who said, well, that he's not addressing Jesus. And how can you tell? Because it's not in the vocative. He doesn't say Kyrie mu ke theemu, So it could be it could be either.
I love that I'm speaking with you, that you know the Greek inside and out.
Well, you kind of need to, if you do some of what I do, you need to know some Greek. It helps.
Yeah, and also Jesus said, when you pray, you go to your room, you shut the doors, or you do so in private, you pray to the Father, and
Okay.
our Father who art in heaven.
Right.
And another point he said,
You're still in Matthew now.
yeah, and another point someone said, who is good? No, someone said called Jesus good. He's like, no one is good but the Father. And if you ask for anything in my Father and in my name, which it seems to me like he's pointing out a distinction between himself and the Father.
Yeah, there's one who's good. So there are two different versions of that verse. There's the majority text and the critical text. But anyway, yes, the point is, it seems to be saying, yeah. In John, however, again, you do have statements that, again, I don't attribute to the historical Jesus one way or the other. I'm just saying in John, you have theological statements already emerging to I and the Father are one. Now, again, what is that oneness? What is that unity that he, when he's praying in Gethsemane, that he had with the Father before the ages? Well, you're not going to get a single, and the early church didn't have a single answer. And you've got to remember that when the Council of Nicaea was convened, as yet there was no notion of church councils as having some preeminent and indisputable doctrinal power, authority. That too is an emergent phenomenon in Christian history. It's not something that says, oh, okay, well, we better call our first infallible council. That's not what was going on. But definitely Constantine wanted a clear single voice emerging from what was becoming an institutional support of the empire.
Now, speaking of oneness, I prepped for conversations weeks in advance quite extensively, so unfortunately I can't give you the source of this quote that you said. And in fact, I'm paraphrasing it, so it's not even a quote. But you said that life, consciousness, and language are the same. Now, I can imagine how consciousness and life have a tie. However, what would be your definition of language such that it's the same as consciousness?
Oh, now we're shifting into my recent book. You see, now I take off the theological, biblical hat, put on the philosopher's hat, I guess, the mantle.
Well, this is about physics, philosophy, and consciousness.
Yeah. Well, I take several hundred pages of that book to explain what I mean. So forgive me if what I say here is less than satisfying. But, I believe that that life and consciousness both examined phenomenologically, but also logically, exhibit a kind of intentional structure, intentional in the philosophical sense. I don't mean in the psychological sense, but and that language too is nothing but intentionality, and that the existence of language and of language using beings is every bit as mysterious and exhibits the same causal structure, but also that you can, in a sense, analogously speak of language in terms of, or you can speak of mind and life, both in terms of language, even in the obvious sense that life has an element of transcription and hermeneutics involved between one phenotype and another. And I think we've known for more than 70, 80, maybe, going on quite getting near the century mark, but we, at least since the time of Barbara McClintock's experiments with maize, we have much firmer sense of sort of intentional systems within intentional systems, right up to, say, sort of experiments. How convincing they are, we can debate, but let's say Michael Levin's at Tufts and xenobots and the power of life.
For curious listeners, I've spoken to Michael Levin 4 times on this channel. Each one is linked on screen and in the description. The topics include consciousness, bioelectricity, intelligence, emergence, and even the nature of reality itself, much like this conversation. So if you enjoyed this conversation with David Bentley Hart, then I recommend you check out this interview on screen here with Michael Levin. I'll also be speaking with Michael again in person at some point soon. So please leave your questions for both David for the part 2 and Michael for whenever I speak with him again in the comments below.
You can debate, but let's say Michael Levin's at Tufts and Xenobots and the Power of Life to engineer organic systems towards solutions that are not simply provided by a prior template, but that require kind of hermeneutical plasticity in the cell and gene editing. But there's also a sense, when you think about what is language, I mean, as intentionality, every time you make a statement, if it's a coherent statement, there's an antecedent finality. If you're going to talk like an Aristotelian, there's a final cause, right? And there's a sort of formal cause, and it's that semantic intelligibility that determines the material substrates of sounds or words on a page, just as there's a semantic level of intelligibility, arguably, that determines the way the material ingredients of organic life or the working of conscious processes in the brain operate. And that always, the curious thing, I think, when you think about it, when you actually allow for the reality of intentionality, and there's a reason why the most radically eliminativist models of mind and of life want to do away with intrinsic intentionality, as impossible as that is to do. Someone like Alex Rosenberg denying that anything has ever been about anything else, which he writes a book about. It's because the moment that you allow intentionality and intrinsic existence, even in language, which is baffling enough. I mean, there's an argument in the book against the notion that language can be a purely emergent phenomenon from purely pre-linguistic origins. Too complicated to recapitulate here, but nonetheless, immediately you realize that there's always a kind of, that in addition to the physical space of consequence in which things unfold, there's a noetic space in which the final, the end and the beginning are both co-present in a sense. They exist in a sort of hermeneutical or noetic space. I think this is why Neoplatonism is a sort of an almost natural reflex of the mind, the moment it grants intentionality, why you find a very similar metaphysics in India, putting aside issues of cross-pollination and all that. And then, of course, the unity of that noetic space, you're going to think, well, that even that unity itself has to subsist in some sort of higher unity, some true simplicity, some pure source that holds things together as one and yet many. And so you posit sort of the one, the Tohen of Plotinus, say. But definitely, I think that the more deeply you think about it, the mind, life, and language do all pose the same problems to the materialist reductive process, or project rather, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose of that recent book, All Things Are Full of Gods, which is a long book, is to give the reductive project its due. I mean, there's a voice in there. It's written as a dialogue, and Hephaestus is allowed to argue for it at great length. But I mean, the purpose of the book is to show that again and again, the project does not explain this irreducibility, or does not reduce this reducibility adequately, and it turns out to be the same problem, the same irreducibility in mind, in life, and language. All things are, in a sense, intelligible discourse. So insofar as they have structure that has any, I know we're not, teleology is the thing we're supposed to avoid, and yet it's the thing that's almost impossible to avoid, at least even as scientific method. Even when we're denying it any ontological purchase, we're using it methodologically, and that raises questions of its own. To understand evolution, you're always asking, what was this good for? And then you can say, but of course, all we're really talking about are serial attritions in an evolutionary process. But that's a supposition. If a method illuminates, why does it illuminate?
Well, two thoughts occur to me. One is Brentano's thesis, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if your association with consciousness and language relies on that. But then you also said something else that's interesting I want to explore. So I'll just say it and we can explore it later. You mentioned that Neoplatonism is a natural consequence of allowing for intentionality, something like that. I don't know how that is the case, so I would like to hear more about that. So
yeah, well, as for Brentano, I take it you mean the thesis that intentionality is the mark of the mental.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that when, again, phenomenologically, you can't separate intentionality from consciousness, from rationality. The notion that you can have consciousness without intentionality, I think, can be dealt with pretty brutally, but fairly. The tendency in Anglo-American philosophy of mind has been sort of divide and conquer. Is if you can just isolate one thing, like consciousness, and say that's the hard problem, and if you could solve that, everything will fall into place, I think is an illusion. That they're all the hard problems, and also that when mind acts, it always acts in, concert. It's the things that we want to pretend are separate faculties are in fact just phenomenological dimensions of a single unified act that can't be dissolved. And that's part of the reason why we don't have a satisfactory model of mind, is because we're trying to compose it from parts that we've abstracted from the whole, but in fact the whole has to exist in its totality for the parts to exist. So yes, Brentano's understanding of intentionality, I differ from him in certain aspects of it, but yes, and also its reflexive nature, the fact that to be conscious is to be conscious of being conscious, so that it's not just intentionality is directed towards an ever more transcendental endpoint that's always eliciting conscious and volitional and rational and intentional acts, but also that intentionality requires this ground of consciousness that's always founded upon itself, that I don't think can emerge from a composite material basis. Again, an argument too long to rehearse here. As for the remark about Neoplatonism, well, I mean, I think it's just that I think if, Neoplatonism, you have the one, which generates nous, or mind, in its pure aspect, which is just self-reflection, whereas the one has a kind of super-intellection. It's not reflective. And from this, the lower aspect of psyche or life or soul. And I think that when you think in these terms, when you realize that if you go back the other way, say, and you look at life and you look at soul or mind, or you look at logos, even language,
mm-hmm.
and you find yourself unable to get away from the intentional structure, then you allow for the future to be a real cause in the present, right? For that to be the case, for there to be this integrated intentional reality, there has to be, and again, I'm not proposing a particular ontology of it, I'm simply saying structurally, you have to think that there's a noetic space, noetic realm in which beginning and end are present to one another. That if I'm going to say, I don't think it would be a sentence, 2 + 2 = 4. I'm granting that my ability to make that statement, to communicate it to you, to think grants that the 4 and the 2 plus 2 in that noetic space are already indiscernicably connected to one another, causally, consequentially. And then, of course, you ask yourself the question of what allows for unity at all in the many, because how is that noetic space one? And you begin thinking in terms of a profound simplicity, a unity, a sort of ontological unity, a transfinite unity, even that traverses everything, that allows everything to be both this, not that, and yet altogether, everything. So all I meant was that Neoplatonism has a kind of natural plausibility to a mind that's thinking in these terms about the structure of life and mind, and why it's really not until the modern period that sort of a purely mechanical notion of nature really gains wide purchase. I mean, early schools of Greek thought, like Democritus, and the notion of certain aspects of Epicureanism, but these are boutique schools, and even they have a kind of unfinished quality to them that admits of ambiguities. It's only really in the modern period that we were able to create for ourselves the notion of mechanism and to do away with a different notion of the causal structure of reality, in part because intuitively mechanism doesn't make much sense to us until we make it make sense to us. And even then, it's never, to my mind, managed to produce a purely coherent ontology.
Now, there's a strain of Buddhism, one of the oldest schools of Buddhism called Theravada, and there's a particular state called Nirodha Samapatti, and it indicates that you can have awareness without self-awareness. It's like a bare consciousness event. So does that not contravene that every conscious experience needs to be one of self-consciousness? That indeed you can have consciousness without the I know that I know?
Theravada is just one school of Abhidhamma or Dhamma Buddhism that persisted in Sri Lanka. Later Buddhists, sort of condescendingly called Hinayana, lesser vehicle Buddhism. But I simply believe that it's, how can I put it, as a truth about making, having a propositional claim about the self. It's true to an extent, but otherwise, I would say that it's false as far as the actual consciousness goes. That there is always to be conscious at all is simply to be conscious of being conscious. There's a kind of paradox in it, There's a kind of what would be an infinite regress if we were talking about a material reality underlying it. There's no way of consciousness actually to be conscious without that sort of reflexive dimension. And I think Brentano's, some of Husserl, very good on this. And so, depending on how you interpret the early Buddhist claim, depending on that, I would give it limited or no credence.
So if consciousness is always directed at something, so that's intentionality for people who are wondering, what the heck is this word that keeps coming up over and over? It's aboutness, so you direct it, you're directing. So if consciousness is always intentional, directed at objects, but that object is always self-conscious, do we get an infinite regress? If you're conscious of X, you're necessarily conscious of being conscious of X, and you then have a consciousness, or you're conscious that you're conscious of being conscious of X ad infinitum.
It would be an infinite regress if you're thinking this in terms of composite of distinct forces, sure, and that's the problem with trying to reduce it to material causes. It's the problem trying to reduce it to sort of a purely neurological or material based, because then you will be sort of this infinite modular regress of. But if consciousness simply is this simple act of self-reflexive awareness, an infinite regress is a specter that can be chased away pretty quickly, because what you're doing is you're confusing categories. You're thinking in material composite terms about an activity and an agency that simply is what it is. It's like saying, well, what illuminates the light? I mean, it's not a real regress. It would be, though, and therein lies the problem with the materialist reductionism or one of many problems with the materialist reduction of consciousness.
What about pre-reflective experiences, like being in the zone or flow states, where you have awareness and you don't have an explicit self-awareness?
Well, I mean, I think that it depends. As a psychological state, yeah. The psychological state of, here I am, David Hart, having this experience at this moment, can recede. But being in the zone, or just, in that flow of action, there's still, in a sense, probably a purer reflexive consciousness. You're just purely aware of awareness. The finite and changeable preoccupations of the empirical self, the psychological self, fall largely dormant, but only to give way to a more immediate sort of reflexiveness. It's not like in those moments of flow you're in a coma. Quite the opposite. There's an immediacy of experience that's when the dancer becomes the dance, you could say that she or he is also becoming the consciousness, the dance becoming conscious of itself, rather than the psychological self remaining preoccupied with itself for those moments. It's an escape from that sort of psychological limitation. But it's certainly not an escape from awareness of awareness of awareness.
If all consciousness required self-consciousness, how could it be that consciousness came about in the first place? Would the first moment also need to somehow include self-awareness?
Yeah, now again, I'm not talking about psychological sense of identity. Self-awareness, just being like this moment of consciousness, knowing itself as conscious, may not take a very hard and fast propositional form. But yeah, I would say the consciousness does not emerge from the pre-conscious. It, so to speak, descends. It fashions life. It fashions organism. And as soon as there's life, there's already mind and consciousness of some kind. How that is within the structure of life, I'm not going to pretend to understand exhaustively, but I think that consciousness is not an emergent phenomenon, but a superintending, a super forming. I don't even want to say supervening, because that can be mistaken for a specific sort of school of thought that I don't agree with either. I don't believe that consciousness is ever a fragment of consciousness. Is ever just sensitivity or something. That if it's mind, then it's this integrated act that cannot emerge strongly. That's the important thing. Strong emergence, meaning emerging as something from a material basis or from a lower basis that has no other source and yet is irreducible to that basis. I think that's a myth. That such a thing cannot be. If it emerges in nature in the weak sense, it does so because I think you have to think in terms of something like formal and final causes as well. Again, not as they were. I mean, let's be honest, in early modernity, all that Aristotelian language was already so badly misunderstood that what was being rejected was just a rival mechanical model. They thought of final causes as sort of attraction, as if these are extrinsic to one another and between them working out a phenomenon. Whereas, in fact, that's not That's not what the Aristotelian tradition is. It's a completely different set of issues. It's really just talking about the predicable structure of something that it's coherent, materially identifies substantially, has some sort of intrinsic limit to or end of its potentiality, so that you know that a seed that an acorn isn't going to grow into a penguin.
Uh-huh.
You know that, yeah. So even though, but that's an excursus. So excuse me. I would say that my contention would be that strong emergence is impossible for anything, and strong emergence certainly will not explain if life is real, if mind is real, if language is real, if there is such a thing as intentionality. And I think we have good reason to think there is. Then the mechanical materialist reductionist project will always fail ultimately to give a cogent answer to the questions that torment us.
So we've been speaking about emergence and consciousness, and for those who are interested in more, you have a book called The Experience of God, and that will be on screen, link in the description, as well as all of your books. And the more recent treatment, which is a larger excursion into these topics, is All Things Are Full of Gods, link on screen and in the description. How do you see the relationship between consciousness, being, and God? A small question, I know.
Well, ultimately, I would say that they're all one, you know, that to be conscious, to exist, to be intentionally oriented towards transcendental ends, all of these are finite participations in the one God who is being, consciousness, bliss. If we use the Satchitananda, the Sanskrit tercet, which, or in Arabic, which done washed, you know, that you get in Ibn Arabi, or analogously in Augustine's understanding of the Trinity, perhaps, you know, that ultimately these are all in God, one and the same. God is the being of all, the one source of all mentality, the one end of all longing, desire, and intention, and we experience it in a plural way. But ultimately, what we experience is and seek is one and the same.
So I have some questions from the audience I would like to get to, actually. So one here is, you've recently embraced a public and explicit form of universalism, formulating a convincing metaphysical argument for a type of full cosmic theosis. In this view, a finite will cannot infinitely resist an infinite will, or the infinite will of God. Now, simultaneously, you've embraced a more explicit religious syncretism, and according to all reports, it seems like you've ceased participating in Christian tradition. If there are parts of this that you disagree with, you can also talk about that. But the question is, so in a world filled with these people who are saying, I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious, and there's a diminishing spiritual discipline and tradition, there's relativizing, there's laxity, what makes your recent positions different than New Age gurus? Do you still consider yourself a Christian? Do you advocate that others follow your own religious path? So feel free to.
We have to wait. We have to wade through the confusions there. I don't know this notion what these reports are that I cease to be observantly Christian. I have been suffering health problems, I'll admit, so I don't get out of the house to church very often, or at all for the past few months. But that's not a matter of apostasy or tergiversation or anything. I didn't say that a finite will cannot resist an infinite will eternally. That sounds like it's a contest between God willing salvation for all and humans trying to resist it, and that's somewhat barbarizes the argument regarding the structure of freedom, because I'm purely classical in my understanding of what free will for a rational being is. That's all. In fact, the arguments I make there could have been made by Thomas Aquinas, for instance, but he was a double predestinarian. I know some people don't like that term for him, but it's true. And for him, the reason that he didn't have a free will defense of hell, he believed that certain persons were predestined to be saved, and the rest had no hope of salvation. They were derelict by the withholding of efficacious grace. So if that's your picture of God, that's fine. But for Aquinas, there really would be an issue of finite will not being able to resist an infinite will, as though this were an Auseinandersetzung or something. I said something very different. I said that a will that resists God is not a free will by definition, if you actually look at what it would mean logically to say that something is a free choice. And again, I can only direct people to the book that all will be saved. I'm not interested in, say they're spiritual or not religious, but I'm not hostile to them because I'm not my place to judge the spiritual state of others. And I expect people to believe what they believe. I've said already in this interview what I believe, and it may seem minimalist to some. It's that the experience of the resurrected Christ described in 1 Corinthians 15 is very hard not to believe for me. I mean, I find that there's a plausibility there and a persuasiveness. And I find in the teachings of Christ something that I think is an epochal shift in human culture that I see as nothing less than divine. That, there were other schools of compassionate thought, such as Stoicism, but something really unprecedented is going on in the teaching and in the person and the story of Christ that, to me, it would be implausible not to call revelation. From those two things, the belief that this resurrection experience was real and that this man who was experienced is already an anomaly. And one we've never fully adequately comprehended. I mean, it's how much of Christian history is just institutional corruption and the politics of power and cruelty. As we when we say we're Christians, we're probably making an unwarrantedly pretentious claim for ourselves. But so I'm not really interested in New Age spirituality. But when I say syncretic, in my thinking, I believe that all schools of human thought are open to us, and in the same way that, say, Greek thought was assumed into Christian thought. I would not be able to live religiously at all, not in terms of Christ. That's true. I mean, I don't know if that's an emotional truth about me or an intellectual truth. I like to think it's the latter and the former, but the latter as giving substance to the former. But I couldn't become a Vaishnav. I have great respect for the piety of those who and I believe that they're truly loving and worshiping and seeking God. But I can't imagine not seeing God as revealed in the face of Christ, in the form of Christ, and in this genuinely inexplicable historical enigma that the Messianic movement of Jesus of Nazareth did not die out, and that this first generation of Christians so numerously and so obstinately and so in some cases self-destructively refuse to deny that experience. That said, I don't have much patience for bigotry. I don't have this thing that if this is simply a conflation of the notion of following Christ with absolutely limiting yourself intellectually, spiritually within the conceptual world of the institution as you know it, I think you're making a grave mistake intellectually and morally. Because God speaks to all peoples.
What is perennialism, and would you consider yourself a perennialist?
No, the name of those who call themselves that are people like Guénon and Schuon and others. I don't like them very much at all. They, in part because of their wretched politics, they're all very sort of arch-conservative believers in hierarchy and in the most pompous and I think degenerate way. But also because they weren't really, I mean, they made it up as they went along. I mean, Schuon created this sort of esoteric inner core that he said is really there in all the religions. And so you should follow one of these paths, but of course you should be one of the esoteric ones, which means that you're following Schuon.
Uh-huh.
And his own practices were, he made up these rather pathetic sort of sexual games he played with so that term perennialism associated with them, but also I very much liked when I was young Aldous Huxley's perennial philosophy, which was just an anthology of mystical texts, many of which weren't available. I mean, to be honest, much wasn't available to him that later became available. But no, I don't. As a perennialist now, I don't feel that I have to apologize when I see, say, a pedantic text on the relationship of creation to God. Say let's say it's Vishishtadvaita or something that I think makes a good point that clarifies. Points of Christian thought. I don't see any reason to remain aloof from it or deny my gratitude to this tradition. And I certainly don't think that I have any right to claim that Vaishnavas or Shaivites or Muslims or Jews or Sikhs or others, obviously not with Jewish people, I mean, the others are somehow not genuinely seeking and being guided by God and enfolded within revelation and within divine love. But perennialism, that was a fake system invented by very dubious men that I find a bit silly and a bit distasteful, to be honest. You'll find that people like Steve Bannon are all on board with people like Evola and Guénon.
Interesting. Okay, I have a quote here from Ian McGilchrist, which you agreed with. So, we are experiencing something real. We're not just experiencing a representation, and that discrepancy is crucial. Many people think that they've overcome the Cartesian problem by intensifying it, suggesting that we can only interpret reality through a bank of dials, a version of reality. However, it's not just an instrument panel that we're seeing, as if we're closed off in a windowless cell. We are actually making contact with what we mean by reality. Now, just for people who are wondering where is that from, you had a conversation with Ian McGilchrist. I'll put that on screen as well because it's fantastic to listen to. So given this, what do you think about theories that purport to have consciousness first, but then they still say that what we see is an illusion It's not actually reality because in some Kantian sense, we can never know ultimate reality. These theories suggest that what we see is distorted. We interact with some watered down amorphous or anamorphic version of reality, such as those by Donald Hoffman or Thomas Campbell, in that we're living in a simulated reality, although consciousness is first. It's not actually reality that we experience. It's not the same.
I think, as in this case, now in my head as writer of fiction, in a novel I wrote, Kanagaya, one of the characters is quoted as saying, orthodoxy against small o, and this should be understood as sort of dogmatic, scientific, or philosophical orthodoxy, is the elevation of a humble half-truth to the, or I don't remember exactly the phrase, the grand eminence of a total falsehood. There's a half-truth in that, and of course we don't have a full grasp of ultimate reality. We started this conversation talking about, for instance, the problem of evil. And there are all sorts of things about both the physical and the conceptual realm that lie beyond this. But then to say it's all illusion and representation, of course, the notion of representation, and again, taken to a sort of hyper-Kantian extreme, that begins to break down, I want to point out, after Kant, even in Kant's last opus posthumum, it's already beginning in a sense to break down, but then begins to break down in Fichte and German idealists, and saying, in returning to this notion that there is a commonality between mind and being, rather than some sort of strange juxtaposition of two qualitatively immiscible realities. The way this would have been put in an antique metaphysics, whether Platonic or Aristotelian, for instance, or what have you, is that both what informs an object of knowledge and the act of knowledge is one and the same form expressed in two distinct modes. So that there's a real openness of mind to world and world to mind, because both are subsisting in the same formal principle, right? That's one way of putting it. But I mean, I think what Ian was saying is true. And there's a kind of sickness in imagining that our experience of reality is not an experience of, well, I want to say the semantic consistency of reality. Its qualities, its dimensions, these aren't illusions superimposed on a bare mechanical order that is, or even a Ding an sich thing in itself, to which we have no access. And I think one of the great deconstructions of representationalism of that sort you'll find in Hegel. But another, I think, in All Things Are Full of Gods, one of the few theological philosophers I quote, or at least cite, is Bernard Lonergan, who understands that surfeit of the unknown over the known not as something qualitatively impenetrable and repugnant to the act of knowledge, but simply an as yet undisclosed, undiscovered a greater depth into which we can yet venture. And the greatest depth of all, of course, would be venturing into God, union with God. Representationalism is, in a sense, the epistemology of the modern age. It fits within the mechanical model. It fits within the model of the proper domain of the sciences after Galileo, who is a faithful Catholic, right? But I mean, for him, it's the mathematical quantification of mass, and velocity, and things like that, which is, in a sense, the proper realm of the sciences. And then after that time, we came into the habit of thinking of the proper realm of the sciences as reality as such. So that there's an occult or noumenal reality to which our only approach is one of gratifying incomprehensible illusions imposed by the apparatus of perception. And first of all, I don't think that such a consonance could actually be achieved by material processes to begin with. you know. But I also think it's just a fideism. It's just a dogma. It's you know, it's and a confining and a dangerous one in some ways.
David, as we end, firstly, thank you so much for spending so long with me and persisting through your pain. What are you striving for?
Me? Today? Or really, to be honest, sorry about that. To be honest, all I'm thinking about these days is my health. So forgive me, I'm not able to give you a more elevated answer than that. Striving to continue to believe, even when being forced to reflect on personal reasons for doubt.
Why is continuing to believe so important to you?
Well, again, there's the intellectual conviction that I've got it right, but it's more, I think we believe for the sake of others, isn't it? I mean, those we love. If it were only ourselves at stake, it really wouldn't matter very much. But, you know, I have a son, I have a wife, I have people I love. And in addition to the intellectual convictions, there's the structure of hope that says that they are not just momentary accidents in a process of material causation, whose underlying basso continuo is despair.
Would you say then what's more important than faith is hope?
Well, according to Paul, this is the most important of all, right? Faith, hope, and love. These three, but love is the one that abides. So, yeah, I'd say that love is what makes hope and faith worth persisting in.
Thank you.
Thanks for everything.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Now I have a recap of today's episode brought to you by The Economist. Just as The Economist brings clarity to complex concepts, we're doing the same with our new AI-powered episode recap. Here's a concise summary of the key insights from today's podcast.
Okay, so we're diving into this conversation between Kurt Jamengal and David Bentley Hart.
Oh, yeah. Kurt from Theories of Everything. I've seen a few of those. He really gets into it with his guests.
It really does, yeah. And I mean, in this one, they talk about consciousness, physics, you know, even God.
Wow. That's a lot to unpack.
It is.
It is.
But
it's really something how Hart just goes right into the problem of evil, not like how you normally hear it discussed, you know, theologically.
I know what you mean. He kind of throws those typical arguments right out the window, like about how a good God could allow so much suffering, all that.
Yeah, exactly. He even says the suffering of innocence is like unanswerable if you believe in a benevolent God.
Yeah, and he doesn't just talk about it abstractly.
Yeah.
He brings in his own experience with chronic pain.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's really clear that suffering isn't just some theoretical concept for him. You know?
Yeah.
He's lived it.
It definitely adds like a whole other level of depth to what he's saying.
Yeah, for sure. It's not sugar-coated at all.
No, it's real.
Yeah. Really makes you think there might not be easy answers when it comes to suffering.
Nope.
And then just when you think he's going to stay in that heavy space, he switches gears completely and starts talking about Christ's resurrection.
What? Really?
Yeah.
How does he even connect those two?
Well, he argues that early Christianity, you know, how it survived and even grew, especially after Christ died, it points to something really big happening, like something truly remarkable.
Right.
He even brings up how other movements, you know, with the Messianic leader back then, they usually just disappeared. after some initial excitement.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's like he's implying that those early Christians, when they said they encountered the risen Christ, it couldn't have just been wishful thinking or anything like that. He really focuses on 1 Corinthians 15, specifically the accounts, the first-hand ones, of meeting Christ after the resurrection.
Yeah, okay.
He said they had this rawness to them, almost like a historical document, Yeah. And then, get this, he ties it all back to Stoic metaphysics.
Whoa, Stoic metaphysics. Now that's a curveball.
I know, right?
I'm not super familiar with that, to be honest.
So basically, the Stoics believed that spirit was like a divine fire, like a higher element, and it's everywhere.
Okay, I think I'm following. So is he using Stoic thought to explain the resurrection?
Not exactly explain it, but he's using it to help us understand how those early Christians, especially Paul, thought about body composed entirely of spirit.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So like instead of thinking of spirit as this disembodied ghost thing, we should think of it more like fire.
Exactly. It's powerful, transformative, but still part of the physical world.
Wow. That's a completely different way of thinking about the afterlife.
Isn't it? Makes you wonder how much our modern understanding of all this, spirit and all that has been shaped by our own culture and philosophies.
That's a good point. We probably don't even realize how much we're projecting our own assumptions onto those ancient texts.
Right. So we've got this honest talk about suffering, then a compelling argument about the resurrection, and now a connection to Stoic metaphysics. It's a lot.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Hart's ideas get even more radical and mind-blowing from here.
It's amazing how he can connect all these seemingly random ideas. Makes you rethink everything you thought you knew about Christianity.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to challenge those really traditional interpretations.
I know, right? With John 1.1, the logos.
Oh yeah, that part was wild.
Yeah, he's saying in usual translation, we kind of shoehorns it into the whole Trinity doctrine, but the original Greek, it's way more open to interpretation than that.
It is. And, he brings up this view, subordinationism, where the son's subordinate to the father.
Okay.
And apparently that was a pretty common view in early Christianity.
Wait, so are you telling me that Jesus being equal to God the Father, that wasn't always the view everyone had?
Nope, not at all. Hart's point is that the shift to the Trinity doctrine with that whole co-equality thing, it was a long process and super complex historically.
It's like we've all been taught this, the super simple, cleaned up version of Christian history.
Exactly.
And he's pulling back the curtain and showing us all the debates, all the different ways people understood things.
It's a good reminder that, these religious doctrines, they don't just appear out of thin air.
Right.
They come from these messy historical and intellectual processes.
It makes you wonder how many other things we just accept as truth,
Yeah.
Without realizing they have these really complex origins too.
Oh, totally. And speaking of complex origins, that part where he talks about intentionality and how it connects to life, consciousness, and Z language, that's where things get super fascinating.
Okay, lay it on me.
Yeah.
Because intentionality is one of those things I've always kind of struggled with, to be honest.
So think of it like the aboutness of your thoughts. Like when you think about a tree, right?
Yeah.
Your thought has an object. It's about that tree.
Okay, I get that. But how does that tie into life and language?
Well, Hart says intentionality isn't just limited to consciousness. Even living organisms, even simple ones like single-celled organisms, they have a kind of intentionality in how they, strive to survive and reproduce.
So even at the most basic level of life, there's this inherent direction, a purposefulness.
Exactly. And language, he says, it's inherently intentional too.
Oh, so?
Words have meaning because they point to something beyond themselves.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So there's this this thread of intentionality running through life, consciousness, and language.
Yeah, precisely. And here's the kicker, the really radical part. He says this intentionality can't be explained by just material processes.
So he's going up against that whole materialistic worldview, the one that's dominant today.
He is. He's basically saying that the directedness, the aboutness of these fundamental parts of reality, it points to something beyond the material world.
That reminds me what he said earlier about how scientific methods, they rely on this idea of purpose, teleology.
Right.
But at the same time, they claim to reject purpose, as an inherent part of reality.
It's like they're trying to have it both ways.
It is. It's like he's saying, maybe, just maybe, our current scientific way of looking at things, it's not enough to really understand what reality is.
And get this, he then goes on to say that Neoplatonism, this ancient philosophy, it actually starts to make sense when you grasp what intentionality really means.
Neoplatonism. I know the name, but I couldn't really tell you much about it.
Basically, they see reality as flowing from this single divine source.
Okay.
It's often called the One.
The One.
Yeah. And it's the ultimate source of like everything, being, consciousness, goodness.
So everything that exists is like a reflection of this divine source.
That's the gist of it. And Hart argues that when you really think about intentionality, this Neoplatonic view, it starts to fit.
Wow. It's like he's saying that if we take intentionality seriously, we might have to rethink not just materialism, but like our whole picture of the universe.
And our place in it.
Exactly. And that's what's so radical about Hart, you know? He's not just critiquing little ideas here and there. He's going after the very foundations of how we think.
He is.
But even with all that, you know, he's not saying he has all the answers, right?
Yeah.
He's really humble intellectually.
Definitely. He's not afraid to say, I don't know.
Exactly. And he doesn't try to cram every mystery into some neat philosophical box.
Yeah. He even talks about how his own religious views have changed over time, how he's embraced this more, what's the word? Syncretic approach.
Oh, right. That's where he talks about finding wisdom in all sorts of different traditions, not just Christian ones.
Exactly. And he's against that whole like rigid dogma of perennialism.
So he's open to truth coming from different places,
Yeah.
but he's still deeply rooted in his own Christian faith.
Yeah. He says he can't imagine not seeing God as revealed in Christ. There's a real reverence there. Like that story is, well, it's unique and powerful for him.
But he also seems to be pushing back against like the limits of organized religion, you know, questioning doctrines and interpretations.
But he's saying real faith isn't about blindly following dogma.
Yeah.
It's about constantly searching for truth wherever it might lead.
And he's not just talking about it, he's living it.
He is. He's drawing inspiration from all these different philosophies and religions.
It's really inspiring, honestly. It's like so open and curious and always learning and growing.
Totally different from that, like that intellectual and spiritual rigidity you see so much these days.
You know, as we're going through all this, I keep thinking about what he said about love, you know, how we believe for the sake of others, the people we love.
Oh, yeah. That really stuck with me too.
It's like he's saying faith isn't just this thing you do by yourself in your own head.
It's deeply connected to our relationships, our connections with other people.
Yeah. Like love is, I don't know, like the fuel, you know, the thing that drives our belief.
And maybe faith and love are like intertwined in a way we don't always see.
Makes you think maybe the deepest truths aren't found in doctrines and all that, but in like those messy, beautiful connections we have with each other.
It's like he's saying faith isn't just about what we believe, but how we live.
And how we treat each other.
Right. So, you know, as we wrap up this dive into Hart's conversation, I'm just left with this feeling of awe.
Me too.
Yeah.
I just want to keep exploring these ideas, you know.
It really has been an incredible journey through some tough, thought-provoking concepts.
It has. And even though we might not have all the answers, I think the biggest takeaway is that, you know, we got to stay curious.
Keep an open mind.
Yeah, and be willing to challenge our own assumptions, even the ones we really hold dear.
Exactly.
Well, we hope this has inspired you to do just that. Keep searching, keep asking questions, and keep exploring the mysteries of, well, of everything. Well, as we wrap up this deep dive into Hart in this conversation with Kurt Jemungal, I don't know, I'm filled with a sense of awe, and I want to keep exploring these ideas.
It has been quite a journey. So many challenging, thought-provoking ideas.
It has. And, you know, even though we might not have figured it all out,
Right.
the main thing I think is to stay curious, open to new ideas.
Keep asking those questions.
Yeah. And be willing to question everything, even the things we think we know for sure.
We hope this deep dive has inspired you to do just that. Keep searching, keep wondering, keep exploring.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us on this incredible journey.
We'll see you next time for another deep dive into the world of ideas.
New update. Started a Substack. Writings on there are currently about language and ill-defined concepts, as well as some other mathematical details. Much more being written there. This is content that isn't anywhere else. It's not on Theories of Everything. It's not on Patreon. Also, full transcripts will be placed there at some point in the future. Several people ask me, hey Kurt, you've spoken to so many people in the fields of theoretical physics, philosophy, and consciousness. What are your thoughts? While I remain impartial in interviews, this Substack is a way to peer into my present deliberations on these topics. Also, thank you to our partner, The Economist. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external links count plenty toward the algorithm, which means that whenever you share on Twitter, say on Facebook, or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content outside of YouTube, which in turn greatly aids the distribution on YouTube. Thirdly, there's a remarkably active Discord and subreddit for theories of everything, where people explicate toes, they disagree respectfully about theories, and build as a community our own toe. Links to both are in the description. Fourthly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in theories of everything and you'll find it. Personally, I gain from rewatching lectures and podcasts. I also read in the comments that, hey, Toe listeners also gain from replaying. So how about instead you re-listen on those platforms like iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whichever podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJmungle and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind, it's support from the sponsors and you that allow me to work on Toe full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes, whether it's audio or video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released a few days earlier. Every dollar helps far more than you think. Either way, your viewership is generosity enough. Thank you so much. It's fantastic to speak with you again. I think we only met up in person twice. Is that correct? Once I
You
went
came
to
to
your
my
home.
house once.
Yes.
Before my house was flooded, and so it was crazy because I saw the video and I'm like, wow, that was before my house. Now I live in the same house, completely different, because we had to rebuild it. But then we saw each other at Ark last year.
Well, speaking about arcs and floods, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
let's
Arks and floods. There you go.
Let's get to your channel's name. It's called The Symbolic World. I want to know, you have surely toyed with other titles in your mind. What was a contender and why did this one win out?
Well, there were two reasons. Really was
These legs don't make sense. Look about the evidence. Love you.
It's fantastic to speak with you again. I think we only met up in person twice. Is that correct? Once I
You
went
came
to
to
your
my
home.
house once.
Yes.
Before my house was flooded, and so this was crazy because I saw the video and I was like, wow, that was before my house. Now I live in the same house, completely different, because we had to rebuild it. But then we saw each other at Ark last year.
Well, speaking about arcs and floods, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
let's
Arks
get-
and floods. There you go.
Let's get to your channel's name. It's called The Symbolic World. I want to know, you have surely toyed with other titles in your mind. What was a contender, and why did this one win out?
Well, there were two reasons. Really, was it's this understanding the title in both ways that you can understand it. One is, we're going to talk about symbolism, and so it's trying to help people see differently, see through the eyes of symbolism.
There we go.
But also because when I talk about symbolism, I'm not talking about metaphor in the way that a lot of people tend to think about it, or just maybe psychic projections, even the way that Jung talked about it. But I'm talking about structural questions. So symbolic world also means that I'm implying that the world lays itself out through meaning, and without meaning, you can't avoid it. So it's kind of in those both. I thought that the title had a good way of exploring both of those aspects, right? So symbolism, but also the fact that the world is symbolic.
Now, do you say the world is symbolic or reality is symbolic? What would be the difference between those two?
You could say I like the world in the sense of cosmos. The idea of cosmos, the ancient idea of cosmos, is something like the ordered world. The idea that the world lays itself out as a kind of as a balanced order that has harmonies in it, and that's the way that I understand it. Is that the world that we live in has these harmonies as part of it, and so you could say it either way. In this way, I like it because it's more embodied to say world.
How do you see the world differently than most people?
Well, I don't know. It depends on which most people. Like for sure, in terms of the more not scientists, but let's say people who view the world, through scientism, maybe would be the difference. Is
Or at least they believe they view the world through
or
that.
believe they do. Yeah, exactly. Or they think they see it that way. I think that the fact of attention, and this is something I'm not the only one talking about this. Obviously, I come at it more through a philosophical and religious background, but the idea is that because of the necessity of the structure of attention, we cannot avoid hierarchies of meaning in the world. We cannot step outside of our own perception mechanism and perceive the world outside of the world of care, the world that we care about. But I don't see that as a kind of illusion. I'm not saying, well, therefore we can't see the world. Therefore, we're perceived the world through illusion. I think no. The reason why also the world formed us in that way, the reason why we're formed this way to engage into the world, means that it is the most appropriate manner to deal with the world anyway. You can't get out of it. So you can argue yourself around that, but it's like, why not then plunge into the world of the structures that we perceive through attention and care, and see them as the best mechanism to understand reality. And so, therefore, it creates a kind of vertical causality, which reductionist types struggle with. That there is a kind of causality of meaning that is part of the world, and not just mechanical causes and things bumping into each other and chemicals mixing or that type of causality. So that's what interests me the most, and I try to join that vision. I think a lot of modern physicists and let's say contemporary scientists probably do see that. But I really try to join that with things like ritual, with notions like storytelling, images, and try to kind of join the world of complexity, let's say, and the more literary and more human world together.
Now, I'd like this interview to help people understand how it is that you see the world and get into what I call your Weltanschauung, which means it's the non-physicist theory of everything. On this channel, we interview different mathematicians and physicists about quantum gravity or how do you harmonize general relativity with the standard model, and that's called a theory of everything. But then there's a cognitive theory of everything, a framework through which you interpret the world. And so I'd like to get into the nitty-gritty. You use the word vertical causation there, and I'd like you to help me understand and the viewers understand what that means, and then distinguish it from horizontal causation, and if there's even a third sort of causation.
Yeah, well, the vertical causation is, I guess, what Aristotle called the formal cause. In some ways, it's the cause of identity. It's the cause of purpose. And so, the issue that we often have is that we cannot get to identity from the parts. It's like if you just calculate the parts, the identity is presupposed in the fact that you care about those parts in the first place. Do you understand that it's a problem? It's a chicken and the egg problem, right? So if I'm studying the parts of a car because I want to get to the identity of the car, well, the identity of the car is already presupposed in the fact that I'm studying the parts of that car. And so that's what I mean when I talk about vertical causality, is that the identity of something, and that identity is actually united to it's harder to see on the scientific scale, but let's say in the everyday scale, it's related to its purpose. There's a purpose that makes us see something as having an identity, and that is then when we measure the parts. And so that's what I mean by vertical causality. And I think that there's a relationship between that vertical causality, which is something from the identity to the parts, and how we have that relationship, and the more human aspect of vertical causality, which is something like, with my will, I can make things happen. I can make things happen with meaning, is a good way of understanding it. So, for example, if I ask you to get a glass of water for me, you will not be able to find in all the actions that you pose the impetus for the actions that you're taking. And that's an aspect of vertical causality too, that has to be taken into account, which is the capacity of humans to change, or living beings to change the world in which they live through something like will or autopoiesis, however you want it, whatever. I don't want to use a word that's too technical. The idea that we actually transform the world in our image, right? Or we affect the world in a way that is not just like things bumping into each other, that is purpose driven.
Is there a relation here between naming something and identifying something?
Yeah. So the idea would be that it's not the danger we have is if we fall in the objective subjective trap, where we think, well, if I name something, then it's just arbitrary, right? It's like according to my whim. If you really believe in this kind of vision, then if you do that, if you just name something arbitrarily according to your whim, then at some point it'll pull back, like it'll break. It won't hold. The name won't hold. There has to be a union between the identity and the phenomena that you're kind of both noticing and naming at the same time. So the idea, for example, in Genesis, you have this idea that Adam names the animals, but he's naming them according to their nature. He's not just making it up. It's not like I'm just going to name them. I'm going to notice their reality, but that's part of their ontological grounding, is a good way of thinking about it. So it sounds really, really fancy, but it's not that fancy. Like we still do it today. It's like when do we decide that there's a new species of dog? It's like we have all these different dogs, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, I see characteristics that clump.
Right.
And those characteristics clump sufficiently that other people seem to be able to see them as well. And so I'm going to say, well, this is a species of dog, and I'm going to name it. So I'm not just arbitrarily imposing my will on the world, but I am dividing the world in a way that wasn't divided before. I am kind of noticing phenomena clumping together and giving it attention, and therefore making it participating in its existence in the world. Because before that, it was like, oh, they were just, I don't know, I don't know how it's obviously a process that goes over decades. Like, you know, there are all these dogs, and all of a sudden we're saying, well, when these dogs mix together, and if they keep mixing together for a while, we're like, oh, they create characteristics that we notice that they clump together, and then we name a species of a dog.
Uh-huh.
That happens all the time. Like people say, oh, well, they discovered a new species of, I don't know, this like particular flower. Like, well, maybe before it was just, you just divided a species into two because you saw that characteristic clump sufficiently according to what you want to be able to notice the difference. You have weird, I mean, you probably, I don't want to get into the details, but you have weird behaviors like saying there's a species of a plant and then there's hybrids. It's like, well, why is a hybrid not a species? You know, and these are very, very human ways of clumping, let's say, phenomena together by saying, well, this is a hybrid and this is a species. It's like, they're all plants.
Okay, so you're not speaking about the specific name, you're speaking about the act of naming. So what I mean is that you could have called dog Fabaru.
No, I'm not talking about the word that's used. I mean naming in the sense of a pointing. Maybe pointing is a better way of thinking about it. It's like that there's something, like I'm pointing my attention to something and I see the unity of the phenomena and I give it a name in order for it to exist. The naming is part of it. There is a sense, like you see in mythology, these ideas, for example, that even in theology, you have these ideas that, you know, ancient man or God, when he names something, it's completely its nature that's being revealed. Whereas we now, our languages are somewhat arbitrary to some extent, not completely. Now, I think they're showing that there are words that have certain meaning, kind of universal meaning because of their sonority, that we identify soft things with soft words, that we identify hard things with hard words. Like there is some more connection, but it's true that our language, in terms of just the relationship between the signifier and the signified, it's not always, doesn't stick always as much as it could. But it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter in terms of the notion of what I'm saying, which is like you identify.
You notice something is distinct.
Yeah, something is shining, right? Something is kind of glowing out of the background. It's being foregrounded against the background, and therefore, and that's for a reason. Even if you don't know what the reason is, it doesn't matter. You know, and then you identify it because it's entering into your field of care in a way that is bright, like it's bright, it kind of shines.
Okay, help me understand how identifying something or noticing it as different than, or at least distinct enough for me to notice it, is something intentional. How that's related to care? Am I using the word care when I should be using attention? Not entirely sure. And then to give an example, because all of this could be quite abstract, and that's entirely fine, you can give a symbolic example from the Bible and or an actual practical concrete example in people's lives. As you know, on Theory of Everything, we delve into some of the most reality spiraling concepts, from theoretical physics and consciousness to AI and emerging technologies. To stay informed in an ever-evolving landscape, I see The Economist as a wellspring of insightful analysis and in-depth reporting on the various topics we explore here and beyond. The Economist's commitment to rigorous journalism means you get a clear picture of the world's most significant developments, whether it's in scientific innovation or the shifting tectonic plates of global politics. The Economist provides comprehensive coverage that goes beyond the headlines. What sets The Economist apart is their ability to make complex issues accessible and engaging, much like we strive to do in this podcast. If you're passionate about expanding your knowledge and gaining a deeper understanding of the forces that shape our world, then I highly recommend subscribing to The Economist. It's an investment into intellectual growth, one that you won't regret. As a listener of TOE, you get a special 20% off discount. Now you can enjoy The Economist and all it has to offer for less. Head over to their website, www.economist.com/TOE, T-O-E, to get started. Thanks for tuning in, and now back to our explorations of the mysteries of the universe. An actual practical concrete example in people's lives.
Yeah, so I would say that I think using attention and care together is useful, just to help people kind of understand what we're talking about. Because the reason why we attention is something like the capacity to identify, identify things in the world. I see that something exists. I can foreground it against the background. And care would be the bigger question, which is like, that is not arbitrary. Like, humans don't care about things arbitrarily. We have a hierarchy of care, which is related to living and dying and reproduction and all these things that make us what we are, and that things enter into that hierarchy of care. Like a good example to help people understand, let's say, what I'm talking about is, let's say you have a nation, right? And then that nation has an identity. I don't know. Let's say British. So you have British people, and the British people are actually made out of a bunch of people, right? It's like multiplicity is sufficiently joined together so that I can recognize an identity as holding them together. But it doesn't mean that multiplicity ceases to exist, right? Because a dog is made out of a bunch of stuff, but I look at the category. I have a category that unites all these multiplicities together so that I can grasp it, right? I can grip it into one. And so you have a British identity, you have people that are British. And then all of a sudden, and then you have a nice category, very important category, which is called stranger. And that category just means things that don't fit, with the British. And so, you function together. And then once in a while, there's someone who's around and you don't know where he's from. You don't know, he's not connected to you, and you have a term for it. You call it stranger. And then at some point, what happens is that those strangers, I don't know, they start to accumulate. And then suddenly you're like, oh, we're being invaded by the Normans. Oh, now they're Normans. They're not strangers anymore, right? Now they're Normans because of the relevance of care, right? This is obviously a relative example, but this could, you could apply this type of, let's say, identification mechanism to anything. So if I walk outside and I'm walking outside of my house, I walk on grass. But grass is not one thing. Grass is a whole bunch of different biological species that I join together for very, very useful purposes into one category called grass. It's a completely legitimate category. It's completely useful. It's very good and everything. But if, for example, part of that grass is poison ivy, then all of a sudden, I'm going to start to care about that. And I'm going to start to identify it. And when I walk outside in the grass, for some reason, now I'm going to start to notice that, wait a minute, it's not just all grass. There's grass, and then there's poison ivy. And that poison ivy is actually not part of grass yet. I have to remove it. I have to take it out. But there could be something else that is in the grass, let's say, that's either dangerous or maybe tasty, or there'd be a reason why I would, let's say, specifically identify it, and then I would care for it in a different way. And so you can understand, the whole world is made of multiplicity. It's like there's just millions and millions and millions of details in every single thing that you perceive and that you engage with. But we have reasons to join that multiplicity into one. So for even on you, for example, we have bacteria on you that we consider to be part of you, and there's bacteria on you that we consider to be parasites. And it's like, why isn't that bacteria part of you like the other bacteria that we just say, well, that's just your gut bacteria. It's part of you. It doesn't share your DNA. It doesn't have your DNA, but we consider it an important part of you, Kurt, as being a human. But if there's something that's, I don't know, making you sick, then all of a sudden we have a different way of dealing with that. Okay. Does that kind of help you see what I'm talking about?
I'm unclear as to what about this is Christian. So for people who...
U.S. General, cabs, carts, and a whole lot more, only at Harbor Freight.
So for people who
What
are...
do you mean, what is Christian? Why do you think that this would be specifically Christian?
Okay, well, for people who are either just tuning in or unfamiliar with you, you're an Eastern Orthodox Christian. Your worldview is heavily informed by the Eastern Orthodox tradition and your interpretation of it as well. So I want to know is this something that comes from the Bible, other than saying that God allowed Adam to be named, and also God names people, and that's also from the Old Testament? So perhaps is there something Christian here from the New Testament?
So, I mean, I think the best way to understand it is it's actually not, the basis of it is not Christian per se. It's just actually every single probably ancient tradition had very similar ways of understanding reality. In some ways, this notion or this idea of vertical causality was attacked, removed. I don't know, it's hard to say exactly when. At some point during the Enlightenment, it started to become, like some people say that Occam removed formal causes. I don't know if that's as clear as that, but let's say we start with Occam, with the idea that we don't need formal causes in order to explain phenomena. And so there is this movement away from the importance of formal causes into basically the idea that we could just do with mechanical causes. And so in some ways the modern West is an aberration, in that sense, on every other, I don't know, culture in the history of the world, maybe. And so there is a use to what happened, in the sense that it created very powerful modes of thinking about mechanical causes, and it created very powerful modes of creating machines and creating things that were very reliant on those, on those types of causes. But at the same time, I think it was insufficient. And so what you see, I think, happening now, with some people call the re-enchantment of the world, or all kinds of ways of talking about it, is a correction on that. Now, what I think Christianity offers in terms of perceiving the world in that way is the notion of uniting the idea of logos, for example, in ancient Greek thinking, with purpose and reason, but then also the idea of integrated with the personal, I think is very important. And then the vision of love as being the ultimate image of that, the idea of love as this capacity for unity and multiplicity to coexist perfectly, let's say in the Trinity, for example, becomes a model for the world, which is that the world is constantly this navigation between the one and the many, and love shows us that in fact they not only can coexist, but that is the mode by which they coexist. You could think of the love. Sometimes I like to define love simply as that. It's just the coexistence of unity and multiplicity.
Okay, I'd love to hear more about this. Perhaps this is going to be the theme of our conversation: unity and multiplicity existing simultaneously in Christianity, or perhaps uniquely in Christianity. I'm not entirely sure, but not in the East, or at least our Western conception of the East. So I'll give you some backdrop to this. For me, it's easier to comprehend, both experientially and intellectually, non-dualism, like Eastern non-dualism, not Eastern Orthodox non-dualism, but Buddhist non-dualism or Vedic non-dualism, as I've had experiences of it. And then Ian had me realize, have glimpses of even experientially, that the right brain is the sort that is the one that recognizes multiplicity. In fact, for you to love something, it has to be distinct from you. Otherwise, it's self-love. And we think here in the West that the East must be the source of all that's creative and insightful. Part of it is self-loathing, our own culture. And we think the East must be completely right-brained. We don't like to be left-brained. That's diminutive. We want to be right-brained. But even that patting ourselves on the back as to how originative and not bound to dogma we are, it turns out that those self-designating plaudits aren't right-brain ruling, but instead they're just right-brain rhetoric.
Yeah.
Originating from the left brain. So all of this is just a backdrop to the question of explaining unity with multiplicity existing in Christianity, and how the heck can that be specific to Christianity?
So I would say that I believe Christianity in some ways is a more radical form of non-dualism, because one of the issues of non-dualism is it doesn't always happen, but many times, if you look at in India, for example, you often see this idea of you have the one, and then processions from the one are understood as diminishing of the quality oneness, and therefore
even illusory.
you have a caste system, right? That creates a caste system, because the further you are from the one, then the less being, right, you have. And therefore, if you're a poor person that lives in the dirt, it's because you're just further away from the one. Like you have strayed so far from the one that there's almost like a moral equivalent to being in pain, or being far away from or being handicapped, or being broken in any way, that there's some kind of moral deficiency that is based on that. So you see that in Western Gnosticism, you have different systems that also imply that. One of the things that Christian non-dualism, at least I think, does, is that it actually is both radically one and radically many simultaneously. And so it's St. Maximus, for example, says that God is being and non-being, and that there's this idea of this. And I think that even in some Eastern forms, you'll find this idea of, like in Zen, for example, you have a little bit of that, where it's like it's non-being in being. It's not just non-being, or it's not just being the one and then the many is bad. It's actually the one hidden or contained in the multiple. St. Maximus talks about the logi, this idea that all things that have identity have a logos, right? And that they're indefinite, right? It's like everything that you can identify as having purpose has a logos, like a little shining bright thing, and that ultimately all of those logi are the divine logos. That all of the purposes hidden behind all the purposes of all things is something like the spark of God Himself that is hidden in all things. And so that is one of the reasons why Christianity looks the way it does, which is this idea of when Christ says, if you help the little one, the littlest of these, that's me. Like you are helping me if you help the person that's in the dirt, that's in, because I am hidden everywhere in the world. There is no can I say this, that the fact that the world is eminent, is created by God, means that God is present in all of it, all through. So I think that you could probably find in some forms of Vedic non-dualism versions of that. Some people point to Shankara, for example, but I definitely in Christianity there's a height of that, which surprisingly enough, like creates our value system today, which is our value system, this idea of like helping the poor and helping the weak and giving your strength to those who don't have strength. All of this vision of self-sacrifice, is quite Christian, at least in the way we experience it. There are Buddhist versions of it too, as well, but for sure in Christianity, there's a very particular way that it manifests itself.
So with Jesus being extremely high on the hierarchy, and still washing the feet of his disciples prior to him being executed, and him knowing that he was going to be executed, the way that I'm hearing you is it sounds like there's a triangle of hierarchy. There's the multiple, and then we have goals and purposes, and that brings you closer and closer to what's at the top, and what's at the top is called God. And then at the same time, there's an involution, and that's epitomized in my reading of Jesus washing the feet of his disciples prior to being killed. The top is also supposed to serve what's below. So is that the way that you see it?
Yeah, that's it. I think that's absolutely right. The story of Jesus washing his disciples' feet is one of the best stories to understand the Christian vision of hierarchy that you can find, because Jesus is the master, right? He's the head, and the disciples are something like the body, and they serve the head normally, right? Jesus is the master. He tells them what to do. They do it. They follow him. That's a normal way you would understand hierarchy, like military hierarchy, right? The commander says what to do and you do it. Now, Jesus does this weird thing, which he says, okay, now I'm going to wash your feet. I'm going to lower myself below you, and I'm going to wash your feet. And then, you can imagine Peter could have said something like, well, it's about time, right? It's about time that you lower yourself to our level, and become equal to one of us. But Peter doesn't react that way. He says, no. Like, no, how could you? Like, how could you do that? And then Jesus really shows you what Christian hierarchy is. It's something like, actually, Peter, I'm the boss. I decide. Now let me wash your feet. And it's a beautiful vision of hierarchy, which is that I think Christianity, although there's some radical versions of Christianity that try to make everything equal, I think traditional Christianity has hierarchy, but understands that the top has to give itself to that which it serves. And you can understand it, by the way. It's not just like, it is in some ways a theory of identity. It's not just a social interaction, which is that you notice, for example, that all things that have identities are embedded in a hierarchy of identities, right? All things that can be something are also a part of something else. And it's actually almost necessary, right? It's like if I recognize a fork, like there's no reason for a fork besides that it's used for eating and that it participates in a meal and that meal participates in a society. Like all things that we recognize as having identity embed themselves in higher forms, even if it's just even like how a molecule embeds itself in in a bigger being, or like an atom embeds itself in a bigger cluster, right? So it's like this scaling identity. And I think the mystery that is being shown in this vision of love is that identity is kenotic, like identity is self-emptying. That it's not the idea that identity is something that you can hold on to and that makes you powerful and strong. It's that in order for identity to be what it is, it has to empty itself. And it has to empty itself in two ways. It has to give itself up, right, to its higher participations, right? And you can understand that as a form of sacrifice, like it kind of gives itself up. Okay. And then it also has to give itself down to the things that constitute it. It has to serve the things that constitute it, or else, if an identity doesn't serve the things it constitute, then it can't hold.
So the self-emptying is something you have to do, because you said that we can also identify something. So are you saying that in order for this bookcase in front of me to be identified, this bookcase needs to also self-empty, or I need to self-empty to it?
It has to self-empty, because it has, in order for me to care about it, it has to insert itself within a hierarchy of care.
So everything needs to self-empty.
I think that that's actually how identity functions. Identity is self-emptying, and that's why we have all these images of, for example, like in scripture, that's why we have these images of idolatry, for example, the idea of idolatry, or the idea of something which tries to be what it's not, in the sense that it tries to hold on to identity on its own, tries to just be itself without giving up or giving down, and that ends up being something like a form of tyranny, and we experience that. Like addiction is that. Addiction is a cluster of behaviors that are very salient and that we participate in, but that it's kind of this self-devouring thing. It tries to suck everything into it, right? It tries to suck all of your other behaviors into it, and then ultimately it's self-destructive. Ultimately, it leads to destruction. And so the idea would be that your behaviors have to always be scaled in this self-giving manner. Like they always have to participate. They're not fetishized, and when something becomes fetishized, then it actually leads to its own destruction. It shatters, right? Because it's not breathing is a good way of thinking about it, let's say.
Now, in the story of Jesus with his disciples on the last night and him washing their feet, I was suggesting that was, and you were also suggesting that this was the top serving the bottom. But then if we also think of ourselves as comprising cells or comprising organs which comprise cells, and the cells are actually lower, then would it technically be the case that for Jesus to have served what was the lowest, he should have scrubbed gut bacteria or something even smaller? You understand what I'm saying?
No, but this is where symbolism is very, very important, because washing the feet is very, very important, because that's what washing the feet is. It's exactly what you said. It's something like I am washing the place where you touch shit. Like if you want to, where you touch crap, where you touch the decomposing, where you touch the things that are accidental. That's also important. It's like usually with our hands, we touch things purposefully, but with our feet, we are constantly touching things in an accidental way, especially if you're not wearing like shoes like they did in those days. And so it has to do with accidental. It has to do with things that don't belong. It has to do, and this is actually a symbolism that gets taken up in all kinds of places. But that's what one of the aspects of why he washes their feet. Like the foot is something like it's a contact with death, if you want to think about it that way, because it's constantly in contact with things that are accidental and not you, that you don't totally control, let's say.
Okay. If we're a human intelligence and we're in this hierarchy, there's intelligences above us, say nations, or
yeah,
I'm sure at some point we'll reference angels, and then beneath us are different, a leg maybe is beneath you, and then the toenail is beneath you, and then the bacteria and so on, and maybe the atom. Then what is it about human intelligence that makes it fundamentally unique?
Well, at least traditionally, the idea would be, in fact, that it is a mediator, that it is capable of mediating between the different levels. And one of the things that humans can do is exactly what we said at the outset, which that humans name. Dogs don't name, or if they do, it's probably very, very light name. They do recognize things, but they don't have this meta capacity to, let's say, stand out of the phenomena and to name it in a way that they can also communicate to others. And so that type of activity is a form of dominion over the world. And I know it's a way of speaking that people hate, that everybody hates the idea. Let's say that humans have dominion over the world, but it's almost impossible to get around that, because and postmoderns actually totally know that, because postmoderns will say things like naming is colonizing, right? Like, the idea that identifying things is a form of colonizing, and that they see it just as a type of violence. I think that if it's done properly, it's actually an act of love, because if it's done in a coherence with the thing that is being recognized and named, let's say, then it is a loving act. So I would say humans have that capacity. Like, they are in the ancient cosmologies, most ancient cosmologies, they're represented as something like at the top of the mountain, right, between heaven and earth. They're like the mediator between heaven and earth. They mediate between abstract, invisible things, names, purposes, all of these things that cannot be measured, and that which can be quantified and measured and gathered together.
Is this capacity to name, is it just we're different as people, we're of a different kind, or is it of a different degree?
Oh, it's definitely of a different degree, I think, than let's say the other animals. Okay,
so I agree, it's of a different degree. So then would you say that there are extremely bright birds and apes or what have you that can do some naming to some small amounts, and they do so?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. It seems like we can train apes to name things, but I don't know if that carries. Like, I don't know. I don't know the studies, but I know that I wonder if let's say they've done it for a few generations, if that has some kind of, like, if you put the apes back in nature, and like, would they continue to be able to sign and name and do these things that they're doing now? I don't know, because it might just be a corollary of our intelligence. It might be a form of application of human intelligence to animals that humanizes them in a way that is dependent on human intelligence. It's as if they become an extension of our body, just like very similar to the way that we use artificial intelligence, for example, right? It's like it's an extension of our naming and meaning mechanism. They don't have it independently.
Is there a way to understand forms, like Plato's forms, as being above and then potential is somehow below?
I think that's completely fine. I think that the danger, with the form problem is I think it gets solved with the notion of purpose, right? When I talk about how the idea that names are purposes, that helps the problem of forms, because it's like a direction, right? It's not just like there's just these indefinite identities that are up there in the mental space, but rather they are means by which multiplicity is gathered. right? And it actually works. Like, it's like if you understand the purpose of something, then you gather these things. You know it more when you're doing it, right? It's like, I have a reason why I'm drinking water. I gather these things together in a purpose, and those are gathered up higher and higher purposes. At least Saint Maximus, who's my go-to guy, he seems to join OG. Yeah, he's my OG. He seems to join the idea of Plato's forms with the notion of purposes. So in some ways, he's similar. It's like he joins Aristotle and Plato together, and because Aristotle was like, well, the forms don't exist. Like, where do they exist? What do you mean by they don't exist in the same way the material things exist? Like that, there's no way that's possible. They have another type of existence.
Is there something in particular about how man sinned that led to the fall, rather than, say, birds that failed to build a good nest, or the liver of some animal failing to function properly, which itself can be seen as a sin if you think of sin as failure from a purpose?
Yeah, I agree that's the right way to see it. The difference between humans is they're aware. They have a type of awareness which is far more dangerous, right, in terms of the notion of sin, because we can specifically direct our attention away from that which we should do, or that we know is good. And therefore humans in some ways are far more self-destructive than animals can be, like self-destructive in so many ways, which is often actually so weird. But we believe in kind of Darwinian evolution, but we see these behaviors in humans of people just destroying their own lives because of sin, in the sense that they can get caught up in behaviors, because they have this meta capacity to notice what they're doing. They can embark on these paths that lead us into complete corruption. It's like, they say that someone said, like, some people say, like, only humans torture. I don't think it's totally true. I think cats torture to some extent.
Or I think hyenas torture, by the way.
Yeah.
Their cackling makes me think they're aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, but the question is, humans are possibly the only beings that torture ourselves. Like, we torture our own kind. It'd be interesting to find if there are animals that torture their own kind in the way that we do, and that there's a kind of, there's this whole practice. But there are many things that humans do that are sinful in that other way, that lead to death in many. Yeah, I think in that sense it's different. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, while we're on the topic of naming, a question that occurs to me is, when Jesus says, ask for something in my name, what does that mean? Is that the same use of name?
Yeah, it is very much the same use of name, in the sense of, so a good way of understanding the notion of Jesus or the Messiah is the idea of anointed, right? And anointing is related to what we're talking about. Anointing is something like foregrounding. It's like that, this. And so you pour down an influence on something, like you come like a finger from heaven and you say cup, chair, right? That's a form of anointing. You make something special and it pops out. Now there are levels of anointing. And we do that, for example, amongst ourselves too. Like we humans will name leaders, will anoint them, like we'll make them stand up or stand above, you could say, others, so that they gather things into them, gather other people into them, so we have chiefs, leaders, coaches, all these kinds of things. And so the idea of Christ is that that's the ultimate anointing, right? He has the ultimate anointing. He is the place where all of heaven and all of earth join together. And therefore, when he says, ask for something in my name, it has meaning. It doesn't mean ask for whatever you want. It means ask for something in that anointing. Know what it is for something to be anointing, and also something to be kenotic in its anointing, to be self-giving. So if you ask for something in that name, then it will be given to you. But that doesn't mean ask for a Ferrari. Like if you ask for a Ferrari, I'm not sure how that would be asking in his name, Does that make sense a little?
what I mean is when you ask in his name, so you're saying that what you ask for needs to be somehow good. Okay, so it can't just be for more women in your life or men or what have you.
or whatever you want.
Or the latest iPhone, or you want access to whatever OpenAI has working in their backend. Something I pray for. It's a joke. Okay, so it can't be that. But often I see people say, in my name, they think that means amen at the end. That when you say amen, then that's praying in Jesus' name. But it sounds like what you're speaking about is what you're requesting, like in a petitionary prayer, needs to be in line with what Jesus would approve of.
Yeah, so there's that, but there's also thinking that you're praying in the mode in which you are the body of that anointed one. You know, you are a part of the body of Christ, and therefore you are under his anointing, and then you pray in that anointing. Now it sounds like mythology. People will be like, okay, now he's gone into Wu land, but you know, you can think about it like a team captain for a sport is a good way of thinking about it.
I want to make it clear that the Theories of Everything audience is quite and they're not going to think, oh boy, look at this guy. We're all, including myself, trying to understand your point of view and trying to see where it comports, what does it relate to. So you don't need to worry. You don't need to preface. This is a safe space.
I am very much a Christian, but sometimes I avoid using the Christian language because it's been ruined, you know, by a lot of abuse. And so sometimes I'm worried, like but it is the right way of saying it, right? Is to say that we are in the body of the anointed one and we pray in his name, you know, and that the reality, if we do that, then reality will unfold itself in love and will.
Yes, and I think the most elementary way to get around this worry of yours is anytime you give some biblical symbolism, or maybe it's not symbolism to you, but regardless, what can be interpreted as symbolism, that you then give a practical example. You'd say, so for instance, so and so and so.
Yeah, well, a good example of this, of like praying in the name of someone, is the example of I like using sports team. It's a good example of a sports team, and so you have the captain of the team, let's say, right? And the captain of the team, if he's well chosen, then the captain of the team will be someone who is exemplary, someone who manifests the best, you know, spirit in terms of the sport, but often will also be a very good player, will maybe be the best player in the team for all these reasons. And therefore, that person will lift the team into him, and it can happen, you know, like through their example, through them like blazing ahead and being a torch that other people can align on. They can lift the team into his name. You could think about it that way.
Yeah.
Or her, yeah. And if the people in the team pray in his name in this context, obviously not for like in the context of the team, then the kingdom, right, of that team will be fruitful. The kingdom that is that which is under the authority of that hierarchy will be full. It will be given. It will be plentiful. And so it's actually a way of understanding the way that unity and multiplicity come together. So think about like when that doesn't happen, right? And so you have a, I don't know, you have a hammer, right? And then the handle is so used that there's slivers of wood that are kind of poking out. Now you have a problem, is because now you have parts of the hammer that aren't acting in the name of the hammer. They are all of a sudden they're starting to act on their own, and they don't serve the purpose of the hammer. They're not properly aligned and not properly. I could even say they're not properly worshiping like the purpose of the hammer, and therefore they will cause the handle to break. They'll cause you to get a sliver. They'll cause things that are not the fruit of the kingdom of the hammer. Right? They're like wild thorns.
Is that evil, or is that different than evil? That's just sinning. Or is that not even sinning?
It's sinning you're right, it's a technical form of sinning. It's exactly what it is, but it's just that when we talk about evil, we're talking about exactly what I'm saying, but in the world of human interaction, like
I see.
of interrelated action. Because when it happens in the hammer, it's like it doesn't make it. Let's say the fruits. Like, think about it this way: like what happens with the hammer, when the hammer breaks, you get a new hammer and that's it, or you fix the handle and that's it. But if you do it amongst human people, what happens is you create patterns of being that reverberate, and you can create generational chaos if you sin. Like if you sin and you abuse your children, then those effects are going to last maybe 2, 3, 4 generations. And so the type of sinning that we do as humans, when we traumatize others through our lying, through our stealing, through our adultery, all of these things, the results of them are far greater than those that happen only in the mechanical world, because of this capacity humans have to be self-conscious, and also to how can I say this, right? To the importance of transmission in the way in which we exist. Like we actually transmit modes of being across generations and across people. Like we influence each other. There's a mimetic aspect to human behavior, which makes sinning in the human sphere very different in terms of the consequences than it does if you have a bad hammer.
Talk about this generational sinning that gets passed down, because I've had experiences, intimations, where I felt like my job is to forgive any of the trauma that came prior to me. And I'm not someone who's traumatized, so I'm not saying this like I've dealt with issues, but I mean, there are sins that are passed down in a familial line, maybe in a societal line as well. If I don't forgive them, and I don't exactly know what forgiveness means, but this is my intimation, that it will then go through me and move on. And so the buck has to stop with me. And I say me somewhat selfishly because that's the only part that
That's
I
the only person
have
you
control
know.
over.
Complete
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So tell me about what I just said.
Yeah, I think that your intuition is absolutely right. And in some ways we know that that's actually how humanity continues to exist, is that even implicitly that has to happen. These types of transformations have to happen, or else, I think it was Jordan Peterson who talked about this. It's like, if sin only played out completely in its own, with its own, let's say, drive, then every human would be killing each other at this point, right? We'd all just be murdering each other. But there seems to also be a capacity in humans for repentance, forgiveness, that exactly the kinds of things that you're talking about, which is a transformative experience. It has to transform very deeply. Like repentance is a very, very powerful transformative thing. When you're really sorry for something and it's legitimate, right? And you feel it existentially, it creates a kind of a possibility of a new beginning that then also reverberates. And the surprise, I think, like, I don't know, but the surprise that seems to be is that if you're able to do that, let's say you're able to forgive the traumas that you received and also repent of the behaviors that you have in your life that are leading towards death, then that transforms into something greater than what was before. It actually makes you, in some ways, more full and more wise than you were before the forgiveness, or before even that you engage in sin. Because think about the people that you admire, like people that have gone through great adversity, people that have overcome addiction, people that have overcome extreme those people, they are bright for us for some reason. Like they have something very shiny about them that it just like draws our attention, and so there is something about transformation, repentance, forgiveness that leads to something greater, which is good. It's wonderful to know that, right? It means that we're not totally screwed either, right? It's not like we're fried because of all these things that we've done or that have happened to us.
So I'm not a perennialist, which is someone who believes that all of the world's religions are correct in some manner and it just needs to be interpreted in the correct way. But I'm also not uniquely Christian outside of, it's my Western heritage and it's in my bones, it's in the grammar. But here's something that I see as being different than the East in Christianity. And this is just an etymological, it could be a coincidence, is that non-dualism, as we spoke about, non-dualism in the East And by the way, anytime I'm referencing non-dualism, I'm referencing my Western conception of non-dualism, which likely is completely different than it actually is in the East. And I'll just briefly define non-dualism. There are a few forms of it. One is non-dual awareness, which is you have subject and object, and then that just becomes dissolved. And then you also have that everything that you see, this is the second form, as different is actually the same, it's the same vellum. And then another is that we have opposites, which are supposed to be the same. And then I believe another one is mysticism. So that's the one that most people think about, which is unity with God as being non-dualism. And then there's some other form that has to do with relative and absolute truth in Buddhism. It's a technical non-dualism of those being actually the same. But anyhow.
Hazelnut, meat chocolate, crispy, meat cream, irresistibly bueno.
But anyhow, non-dualism is usually identified with idealism. I know you've spoken to Bernardo Castro, and idealism is about what's fundamental and perhaps only existing is mind. Yet, what's super interesting is the word forgiveness, which is emphasized tremendously in the Christian tradition and not emphasized much in the Eastern traditions, even though they do reference forgiveness. Forgiveness, the Greek word is metanoia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which means beyond mind. And so that's interesting because it means those people who believe all there is mind, forgiveness is pointing to what's beyond that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that you can also interpret metanoia as something like the transformation, right? The transformation of mind, that the possibility. But also, I think you're right that it is also this idea of moving beyond mind, especially in the sense of the mind that, if you think about the mind, especially as that which calculates and that which accounts, because forgiveness is the opposite of accounting. It's like, I'm going to let this go. I've identified something. I named it. You did this to me. Like, this is a thing. I named it. I found it. Like, there are a bunch of things you're doing that has an identity and a purpose, and I can see it. I see what you've done. And now I am going to let that go. I'm actually going to drop it. I'm not going to point at it. I'm going to drop it. And so it is related to everything we've been talking about, and it's something that is particularly human, yet that we can do, because we have that capacity in us to foreground things, and if you don't, then it creates the possibility of a new possibility of unity with that person, because what you usually identify as an obstacle to unity, you're like, there's this thing, this real thing, this is what you're doing, and now that is like an obstacle between us, and we can't be together because of that. We're fighting. And so if I let that go, then all of a sudden, then we can join together in a higher purpose. We can actually join together towards something that is more than us.
Do you see forgiveness as being the same as letting go, or it just has letting go as a necessary part, but it's not sufficient? You need something else?
Well, what would it be? Like, besides letting go, in the sense of the way that I'm saying it, is that there's something real that is in your behavior. I don't know, you lied to me. It's like, I see it. It's there. It's like this thing. And I can account for that. I can make a ledger, and I can say, here are the things that you've done. Put it on a piece of paper. And all these things are reasons why we're not together, like that we're not united. And therefore I need to scrap that. Like, I'm gonna drop it. I'm going to stop attending to it. Doesn't mean that they don't exist. I'm not naive. Like, these things happen. I'm not going to, I know what happened, but I'm not going to account for them. I'm not going to count them in my relationship with you. And therefore it's possible to renew, right? And to restart and to start again.
Yes, yeah, okay. I see those last part as being what distinguishes letting go from forgiveness. So forgiveness, you still have to say that what you did was wrong. Otherwise, there's nothing to forgive. It doesn't mean that you hold on to that. So the not holding on to is the letting go part. But there's still an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. And then there's the further moving to heal. So the reason I'm making a distinction here is because the counters would be, hey, Kurt, you said forgiveness wasn't emphasized in the East, but the East heavily emphasizes letting go. And if forgiveness is the same as letting go, then, well, Christianity doesn't have that as a distinguishing factor from Buddhism or Vedic texts.
I mean, I think for sure, I think forgiveness is probably something that's universal. It's the thing about Christianity too that's important, Kurt, is I believe that Christianity is a description of reality. You know, and so it's funny, sometimes you see like the kind of secular atheist types, they're like, you know, Christians, why not original? Why aren't you original? Why are your ideas look like ideas that existed before? It's like, since when is originality a vector of reality? Like, how is that? Like, where does that come from? I think that Christianity, what it does is it joins also things that people have had intuitions about forever, and that have that glimmers of, and that are found in other religion or other tradition. You know, but it does so in a way that has, at least in my estimation, has a shining to it, has an extreme power to it that wasn't there before, and that's why people see it. You know, the reason why people convert to Christianity, despite what a lot of the objectives of Christianity think, there are a few moments in history where that was done through violence. It is possible, but most of the time it wasn't. Most of the time it was just people saying, oh, okay, oh yeah, this is actually makes sense of what I already think is true, right? It's like a remembering of something that they have. It's a revelation, right? A revelation of something that is more real. So I think that that's the best way to kind of approach Christianity, is to see it as that.
Wolfgang Smith is someone that we've both spoken to. And Wolfgang is someone who's actually lived in the East for at least a decade. It could be 2 decades, and traveled. And he was saying that there is a distinction between Christianity and other religions. He's also not a perennialist. And for him, the fall isn't present, at least not in the same degree, in the East. In fact, something I think about when you start reading Eastern texts, it's quite philosophical and different. I wondered, is it the case that if we were Christianity in the Old Testament, it looks somewhat plain, like more straightforward. And I wondered, do the people from the East, if you were to read them passages from the Old Testament or the New Testament, if their mind would be blown in the same way that when you're a Western thinker and you start to encounter Eastern ideas, you're like, holy moly. And Wolfgang was indicating, yes, actually they don't have some of the concepts that the West has, and now it's different because of colonialization, and so they're more familiar with
now,
it.
for sure. Well, for sure, the image of the cross is like, you know, people forget just how scandalous that is. It's like you go, and I've seen it represented in movies in an interesting way, where it's like, you know, these people get off the boat and they have this like cross with a guy that's nailed to it, and they're walking like to meet, you know, people from another culture. And everybody's like, oh, they have a guy nailed to a cross? Like what is this? Like, this is crazy, you know? And so I think that you're right in that sense. Like, there is something extremely radical about that which Christianity proposes, you know, and that, you know, that I do believe is the highest form of reality. But there is something that, at least at the outset, because it is a form of non-dualism, like a form of non-dualism that many people haven't encountered, or many people maybe hadn't encountered before, that it has this kind of extreme aspect to it.
Okay, so what is theosis? My understanding is that theosis is either union with God or likeness to God. And I wasn't quite sure what the difference between those would be.
Yeah, theosis is really union with God, and that the idea, I think, at least in Eastern Orthodoxy, to me, that was one of the reasons why I became Orthodox, is because it makes sense of things, you know, because the existence of the world is not that obvious. We're like, why does the world exist? You know, and if you either see it as an emanation or you see it as creation, it doesn't matter. Like, you still have the problem. It's like, okay.
Briefly explain the differences between emanation and creation.
Okay, so emanation is something like, it is simply the way in which, you know, things emanate out of the one. Like, that there's no analogy to will. You know, it's just basically, that's how it is. Like, there's the one, and there's the procession, and that procession is multiplicity, and so there's just a type of emanation. Whereas, in Christianity and in the monotheist,
like a pyramid, like a triangle,
something like that, yeah. Whereas in the Western tradition, and not just, there are other analogous versions of it. In most of the tradition we call monotheistic, there is a sense in which we use the analogy of will. We use the analogy of person in order to talk about the origin of all things, and therefore there's a sense in which we say God wanted, God created the world out of love, as an act of love. And so that's the difference between creation and emanation. And so some people don't like creation because they think it's like, why would you create such a broken thing? Like, why would you create a world that's full of death and suffering and pain and all the things that we see in the world? And therefore it's not as painful to think of it as a kind of emanation moving away from the one, which causes pain as an illusion or something, and then you have to just embrace the one. And if you embrace the one, then you escape the problem of the illusion of multiplicity, and you kind of move in. Whereas in the monotheistic faith, we really have this image of creation. But I think that the idea of that the purpose of creation is theosis, right? That the reason why God created the world is to be united with his creation. I think it's something that, I don't know, as a human person, it is far more, it's closer to me. Maybe that's a good way of understanding. It's closer to my everyday, even to my everyday experience, which is I know what that means with my children, with my wife, with my friends,
Sounds like unity without multiplicity. Like, imagine the ocean is God and that you're some separate drop of water.
Yeah, that's not what that's more of a a Hindu vision, of this idea of going back into the one, of basically dissolving into the one. But that is absolutely not Christianity. That's why the Trinity is so important in Christianity. It is rather, in some ways, it's a radical vision of how the world already exists, which is that the unity with the one is not the destruction of the multiple. It makes the multiple shine, right? When something is joined to its purpose, right? When something's doing it right, like when the wheels of my car are doing what they need to do and moving towards the purpose of the car, it doesn't moving into the unity of the car. It doesn't annul the multiplicity. It makes it real. It makes it even more real because it's like, it's showing the reason why the multiplicity exists. And so that's the vision of theosis in Christianity, is that being united with God is simultaneously becoming more yourself.
Yeah, so that is quite radical.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean, that many of the people who watch this channel, they're familiar with at least the Western interpretation of the East. And I have to keep putting an asterisk on that and not the East. So when you actually start to speak to people who are from the East, they'll say, no, that you don't actually become one with God and the same as you're the same as God or what have you. But that's the Western interpretation of what's going on in the East. And when we hear, well, in Christianity, at least in this interpretation of Christianity in the Eastern Orthodox view, that you become you have a union with God, which is thought of as unions. That's one. You become one with God. But then you're saying, and simultaneously, your multiplicity multiplies, or you become more distinct in your multiplicity. It's a paradox. It sounds contradictory. And so it's unfamiliar. And I'd like you to explain that. Like, give us a visual. There's something about the blades of grass being so sharp in heaven. They're too sharp for us. But so give us an understanding. Like, what does it mean?
So it, like I said, it really is a version of how the world already exists. It's just a fuller version. So I gave an example of the wheel in the car. I could give you an example of anything, which is that anything which can be recognized as a part of something. Okay, so think about it, a team again, a basketball team again, right? So you have all the multiple players, right? And the purpose of the multiple players is to be united with the purpose of the team. They want to become one because that's how they'll win the game. The more they're one, the more they'll win the game, the more they will enter into the purpose of what they're doing, and they'll become one. But the unity that they come into, the dance that they participate in, right? The kind of the rhythms that they're able to enter into to become one does not annul their multiplicity. It makes it real. It makes it more real. It gives the reason for the multiplicity. It's like, now I know why I have this position in the basketball team. I know why I stand in this position, I play this role. It's so that I can become one with all of you and join in the purpose of the team. And therefore, without the unity, there's no reason for the multiplicity. And so it's moving in two directions at the same time. It's moving up and it's moving down. It's making things that are down more imminently real, like that God is more imminent in the world, but it also is simultaneously a transcendence. That's what the incarnation is. That's what Jesus is. Jesus, there's an image when Christ dies, where as he dies, the veil of the temple rips. Right? And that means that he is simultaneously going to the very bottom of the world, right? He's going into the ground, right? Under the earth, where things fall apart and decompose. But he's simultaneously going into the highest place where the glory of God descends on the world, where, the highest point of the mountain, the place where heaven and earth meet. And he's doing that at the same time, simultaneously. And that's the filling up of the world. That's the relationship between absolute unity and absolute multiplicity.
So then anytime someone dies, they're doing what's both.
Cats lose their cool for Temptations wet cat food.
You need 3 cushy layers of clothes in order.
Doing what's both union and multiplicity?
Well, think about it like just in terms of simple theological, like simple, almost like folk mythology idea. Like when someone dies, what do we say?
They passed on?
Yeah, I would say they go to heaven. Right?
Uh-huh.
They go up into heaven. And then their body, where does it go?
Into the ground.
Goes down, right? And it decomposes. But then Christ resurrects. Christ says, no. Those two, they can be joined together. Like the extremes of going up and going down. That's actually the perfection of the world is in how they are joined together.
So just a moment. Are you saying that they can be the same or that they are the same?
How can I say this? Like they can be the same. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a good idea to say they can be the same. But they're not necessarily the same, because you obviously have sinning usually implies an unbalancing. Usually it's too much of one or too much of the other. That's usually what sinning is. It's either pride or it's dissolution. And one leads to the other. It's a disconnection of heaven and earth in that way. And so you move too much towards unity in a small way, and you move too much towards multiplicity. And that's what sinning usually does.
So my follow-up questions hinge on this. After corporeal death, bodily death, does subjective experience continue?
So Christians believe in the resurrection. That's what we believe in. That is that.
Oh, just so we're clear, Jonathan,
Yeah.
I hope that any of the reticence isn't because you think I or the channel is some rationalistic, atheistic, dunking channel. It has nothing to do with that. Like
I'm worried about these a little worried about these questions in the sense that the image of Christianity is the resurrection. That's the image. It is the idea that in the end, right, when all things are resolved, then that separation of body and soul, or purpose and embodiment, will be completely resolved, will be resolved perfectly. That's the highest vision. And so the highest vision,
resolved perfectly. So they'll come back together?
Yeah, that's the vision. The vision is that the separation of the body and the soul is unnatural. And so the identities of things have to be united with their particularities. and that is the highest state of the Christian is resurrection. It's not going to heaven. And a lot of Christians, by the way, I know a lot of people, they don't like that, but that's it. That's Christianity. Christianity is not going to heaven, your soul going to heaven and your body like decomposing. The ultimate vision of Christianity is resurrection, which means that unity is a form of unity that is no longer in competition, a form of unity that is no longer hostile to each other. Like you're not fighting your body, you're not arguing with yourself, but there is this dance, right? This beautiful dance of the one and the many. Just like when you watch a great pass in a sports game, like where everything comes together and it's like, whoa, this sense of flow. Like Vervaeke talks about flow, like this idea of this multiplicity and unity kind of exchanging in a way that is almost seamless and beautiful. And that is the vision of the afterlife, if you want to call it the afterlife. I don't like that word, but let's say the finality of all things. That is the vision. And so there is a sense in Christianity that the body and the soul are separated after you die, but that it is in many ways a very unnatural state, and it is not a state that is meant to continue.
Okay, maybe this is another distinction then, because people see.
But if you want an easy answer to does conscious experience continue after death, the answer is yes.
Okay. So let me see if I've got this correct. The folk understanding is that we have something physical and we have something mental. And I understand some people say that's dualism. I said folk. So this is the folk understanding. Okay, so you have a soul. Perhaps you want to call the soul the spirited part, and then the corporeal, the physical part. And currently, as we're speaking, hopefully you're speaking to someone who has both. And the spirited part is associated also with consciousness. The people who believe that there is an afterlife, despite our qualms with that word, they believe your consciousness is what continues. And some people who are on the, like we mentioned, the East, maybe they believe that as well. Maybe they believe all that that's what they believe continues. It sounds like what you're saying, though, is that actually in the resurrection, both come back and both come back stronger and more, shaking hands more properly.
Yeah, that's a way to understand it, because the problem with thinking that there's a soul is that the soul is the organizing principle of your body. It's not like something that exists independently. A soul is an organizing principle. A soul is a vector of unity and multiplicity. That is what a soul is, right? It's the capacity for multiplicity to move into unison towards a single experience or a single thing. And so the human soul is what makes you in, because the things here, right? I mean, every cell in your body was replaced at some point, right? It's like you don't have the same cell that you had when you were born. The materiality of your body is constantly changing. Your hair's growing, your skin's falling off, all of this stuff is happening. But there is, in that change, there is something that unites all of that change over time into one. That's your soul. It's the organizing principle that holds multiplicity together. And so that has to be connected to body. Now, the notion of body, you could stretch it. You can stretch it in ways that aren't necessarily the idea of like a brute physical body the way that we have now. There are other types of bodies that can hold a soul, you could say. Like, I think that people talk about subtle bodies, right? This is what's described.
Subtle.
Yeah. So in the Christian tradition, we say that angels, for example, have subtle bodies. They don't have brute bodies. Their bodies are more refined, and so you can think about it like, for example, like I like to think of it like a story is a subtle body, right? Influence is a subtle body. So like if I ask someone again, if I ask my son, go get a glass of water for me, I'm not physically pushing him up the stairs. I'm exercising subtle influence on him. And that's a in the sense of like meaning influence, right? So it's like but he is acting in accordance to my, like he's moving, getting things with his body, bringing it back to me. And so he is an extension of my body at that point. Like he's acting as an extension of my body. And every time you work in a team, you can experience that. When you have leaders, you become extensions of their body to some extent, not individually, but in the purpose, right? So it's like he's telling people what to do, exercising his subtle body. You know, if you have an assistant, your assistant is a benefactor of your subtle body. Like they are acting as an extension of you in the world through your influence. And so those are also possibilities for bodies in terms of understanding the resurrection. You know, when we talk about patron saints, that's what we're talking about. So a saint is someone who still exercises influence. Like we name buildings after them. We name streets after them. We tell their story. We gather in places with their name. It's like they still have body in the world.
I see what you're saying. Is this also related to when Jesus said, when two or more of you gather in my name, then there I am. It's not just one of you.
Yeah, because in order for the head to appear, we have to be multiple things together moving towards the head. It's kind of like, you know, let's use a sports analogy again. It's kind of like if you'd say, you know, the Montreal Canadiens, like if 2 or 3 are on the ice together in my name, then you're the Montreal Canadiens. But if you're just playing alone, dude, you're not the Montreal Canadiens. I don't know what you are. You're just a guy playing hockey. Like, so that's a form of subtle body. It's a good way of understanding a subtle body. You know, it's a good way of understanding the relationship between the resurrected body and the church, and the idea of community as body, as becoming a vector for the will of someone who has ascended into heaven for all intents and purposes.
I know you were concerned that you don't want to come across as saying just unsubstantiated, ill-founded conjecture and people will just dismiss and so on. But just so you know, there's someone who's heavily rationalistic and influential. His name is Douglas Hofstadter, and he has this idea of what consciousness is, and it has to do with patterns existing. And so he had this argument that even though his wife died, that she still lives on because of her influence over him, and that you can extend this argument to that, no, technically the consciousness of Jesus does live on to the degree that we implement his will. The point of this is to corroborate what you're saying and put it on the footing of something that has more explicit logical.
Yeah, that at least doesn't seem like arbitrary description of something you just have to believe in. You know, like that's something. Sometimes the issue is that people would be like, oh yeah, well whatever, you believe that, I believe that. You know, it's just you just have. But the way you're talking about it is absolutely correct. Now the question, and this is the harder question, is does first experience consciousness, right?
Yes.
Is it a formal cause in the sense it is a vertical cause on the coherence of the body, right? Does it, or is it just the opposite, right? And so the question would be, in the sense that someone is remembered, you know, after their death, and the sense that their influence is in the world, is that the body of a first person conscious experience? That's the harder question to answer for a more materialist person, you know, and I think that the answer is yes, and because I do not think that the very single fact that your brain, that your entire body is not the same body you had when you were born, means that I think it's difficult to propose that consciousness is completely dependent on its material, on a particular material substrate, but that it's rather the patterning of materiality in a certain direction. And so the idea, for example, that you can exist in the memory of others, like to have that there could be an actual conscious experience, I don't think that that's completely crazy.
Okay, so we're going to get into more symbolism. I want to know if this is a correct way of understanding where you're coming from. Is it your contention that we should think of the Bible as actually describing our world and not what the world could be if there was no fall or was no flood. This is the world we live in. It describes this world. And similar to how a student can be told that one of the laws of physics involves the number 137, they could raise their hand and say, why not 138? The professor can say, look, I'm telling you how this world is described. Not all possible worlds, a subset of all possible worlds. Then you also think, okay, if the Bible is describing this world, it's clearly not doing so in a scientific, factual, quote unquote, literal manner for a variety of reasons. The factual and scientific manner of understanding the world came about several hundred years afterward. But then the question is, okay, if the Bible is describing our world as it is, what is the language in which it's doing so? So what you're doing is you're probing that language and trying to understand it, and you're using several guides, the Bible itself, your own history as a person, your own culture's history, the other religions as well. Does it comport with? It's not as if you just want complete unity, quote unquote, with other religions and other cultures and so on, but you're also looking there. Is that a correct way of summarizing what you're doing? Please tell me what I said that misrepresented your Weltanschauung.
Yeah, I think the first part of what you said is absolutely right, in the sense that the Bible describes a world that has a gap in it, this what we call the fall, and everybody experiences that gap, the gap between what is and what I think it should be. Just that, right? That's a fall, right? I have a sense that things should be differently, and the vision that's described as the fall in Scripture, I think it's the most perfect description of that gap. But then it also describes the way in which that which should be nonetheless inscribes itself in the world, and also what that looks like, and how we have glimmers of it, and how we can kind of piece at it, we can touch it, and we can see it come together. And so that is definitely what I'm doing, in the sense that I am trying to help people understand that language to today, like as much as possible, to understand the idea that there is both a structure that is presented in the Bible, a vision of how the world is moving towards what it should be, not just is in the basis set, but showing us what it should be and how it can be implemented in the world. But I think that one of the things that I'm trying to do, maybe that's a little different from at least a lot of contemporary Christianity, is, and you seem to catch on to it right away, which is to show that it's actually structural. It's not just an ethical issue. What the Bible is describing is actually a structure of being that we participate in. And it is akin, like you said, again, I totally agree. It is akin to many, many other ancient traditions, other ancient ways of understanding the world that describe similar types of patterns. Although I do believe it offers a particular key, which is the incarnation, as being a kind of fulcrum around which the pattern kind of rotates. So do you feel like I'm answering your question?
Yeah. I want to be careful here, because many people think of themselves as perennials, so meaning that they think that all of the world's religions are touching on the same elephant, just from different points of view. Part of that's just our liberal nature, and I understand that, our open nature, our unwillingness to say that someone's wrong. No, if they're ancient enough, they have to be correct, is something that we have as an unconscious belief. But that's a belief that doesn't manifest in almost any other domain. Like, we think that Indian food is different than British food, and it is different than Greek food, and so on. And even within Greek food, there's a profusion of different options and different cultures and subcultures. And people say there's no such thing as Italian food. There's only different regions within Italy. So then the question is, well, if that's the case for virtually everything else in nature, why is it that when we think of the religions, they're all the same? I want to know what your issues are with idiosyncrasies.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I don't know how you're defining it, so please define it. Tell me what your issues are with it.
With idiosyncrasy?
Yeah.
You mean in the context of what you asked, or just in general?
In general.
Okay. So the world is made of unity and difference. It's made of one and many, and so the many has a characteristic. It's something like chaos at the outset, or its potential, right? It's difference per se, fluidity, all these types of terms, change, and so the unity of the one and the many has two directions. It has a direction that's moving towards the one and a direction that's moving towards the many. And the direction that moves towards the many can lead to what we call idiosyncrasy. First of all, what they are is that in some ways they are unity. They're moving towards multiplicity, and at the end of that is something like things that are there but don't fit, something, or things that are there that don't necessarily serve the purpose of the being, or that are accidental. Like that's how Aristotle talks about it. Like there are things that are kind of accidental, that are particular, just very particular to the thing. It's to the instantiation, and they're kind of important because they act as a buffer between inside and outside. They act as a kind of transition, you could say, between inside and outside, a form of extreme particularization that is, like I said, that's a form of transition. And so you have, think of it like you have two groups of people. So you have two empires. You have the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire, and then what's going to happen in between that are going to be idiosyncrasies necessarily. There's going to be people that are like a mix of Roman and Persian, and they act as a buffer between the two identities. And so that's what the function, you could say, of idiosyncrasies are. And so they're important, because they play a differentiating role. Think about it that way. They act as this buffer between two things. They make it possible for you to see the difference. But people now are kind of obsessed with idiosyncrasies. We have this. We're in this strange moment when we are in some way worship difference and worship idiosyncrasy in a way that is very dangerous, because idiosyncrasy is like spice. Think about it that way. It's like you making chicken, and it's like, what are you eating? You're eating chicken. But then in the process, you'll add something extra, something different that actually is not chicken. It's actually something that actually isn't completely edible in itself. Like you're not going to eat like spoonfuls of cinnamon or whatever. It's something which adds a kind of kick to the identity, but doesn't necessarily serve the identity. Like an ornament, let's say on a chair, or an ornament on a vestment. It's something which is extra. It's like a kind of extra aspect to it.
Yes.
And so idiosyncrasy can play two roles. You could say it can appear as the way things move into dust, like down into chaos. And then idiosyncrasy can also play a role going up, in the sense of it's a type of glory, or a way in which something gives itself up towards higher participations. So, for example, like the crown on the head of a king is an idiosyncrasy, but it's not the same as the dirt on the bottom of my feet, which is also an idiosyncrasy. One is is connecting you to the earth, and let's say is a transitions point with which is below, and the other is a transition point with what is above, which is why monsters appear as guardians of intermediary spaces, right? So you have monsters on bridges, you have a sphinx in front of a holy place, and they kind of represent that transition.
So are idiosyncrasies something to be minimized?
They're just something that have to be in the proper place. They have a cosmic function. They have an ontological function, but they just have to be in the proper place. Like for the same reason, like if you have this much chicken and this much cinnamon, then you've got the wrong proportion. It's not going to be good. It's not going to follow its purpose. And it's the same with idiosyncrasy. So like a good example would be like there's a native tradition, interesting tradition, in which they have during religious rituals, they have a character that is there to manifest idiosyncrasy. That's actually the function of the character. So you have these people doing a ritual, and then you'll have some guy that's there that'll like fart during the ritual on purpose, or will like do something to like draw attention away from the ritual in order to manifest idiosyncrasy. We have that, for example, in the court jester. The court jester is a good example of the need for idiosyncrasy in a system to avoid the system from crystallizing, to manifest change and to point at imperfections in the system and to do that. But if you had a court full of jesters and there'd be no king, or if you make the jester the king, then the world falls apart.
So was Judas just idiosyncratic? Where is idiosyncrasy?
It's an interesting question. No, that's a really interesting question, because this is the weird thing about Jesus, is that Jesus really seems to have captured all of reality in his story. And so it's like Jesus, for example, understands that for someone to be a betrayer, exactly, to betray the center, he has to come from the center. He has to have a prior allegiance to the center. Like for the Antichrist in some ways, or the Satan, is the opponent from within the system. You can't have the complete outside. And so that's why not just Judas, but also St. Peter, right? And they play these roles where they are like chosen opponents, chosen enemies, or chosen betrayers. It's very fascinating. I don't know if there are other stories like that where someone chooses his own betrayer. And maybe it exists, but if so, I've never encountered it.
So this whole putting cinnamon or too much cinnamon on chicken in order for you to say, this is my chicken, this is my version of chicken. This reminds me of people who they wear certain clothing because they feel like, this is my expression, I'm being authentic. Then you wonder, what's authentic about your Mickey Mouse tattoo? So firstly, it's shared by multiple people. And then if you say, this is who I am on the inside, you're something that a corporation came up with in the 1900s. That's in your DNA. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a great example. There's nothing. Idiosyncrasy happens. It actually is something that you don't have to pay too much attention to. If you actually don't pay attention to it, it'll happen very naturally and sometimes in a very beautiful way. When you put too much attention on idiosyncrasy, then you're a punk rocker and you're basically wearing a uniform. It's like you're not, there's nothing idiosyncratic about idiosyncrasy that is too deliberate, because idiosyncrasy is accident. That's what idiosyncrasy is. If you make it too deliberate, you make it into like a parody of itself, and then you have that problem of the punk rocker that is like, I can recognize a punk rocker from half a mile away, and they're wearing uniform of idiosyncrasy.
A fight that I have with people off air is about authenticity. And so most people in our culture, almost everyone says what you need to do is be authentic. I say, no, authenticity doesn't matter. Maybe sincerity matters more. And then I give examples of people who are claiming to be authentic. And often it's that they say, well, I'm just speaking the truth. And it just means they're speaking instinctively and they're too harsh, but then they're masking it by saying, oh, it's you that has the problem. I'm actually just being authentic. There's many issues I have.
Yeah, well, the thing is that people identify authenticity with difference, and that's bullshit. Like, that's a bullshit thing. The idea that authenticity comes from difference is just not true. Authenticity actually comes from unity, and then difference will be there, and it'll be great. It'll be wonderful, because if you know why you're together, like, this is the thing that people don't understand. Like, even in our countries, like even the question of immigration has to do with this. It's like, if you know why you're together, then difference is great. But if you don't know why you're together, then difference is war. And so it's like the idea that we celebrate diversity is the most ridiculous thing. We celebrate unity all the time. You celebrate unity, and then diversity just happens, and it's there, and it's great. There's not a problem. It's funny because when you think about like even diversity in clothing, if you look at the way that men dressed before like 19th century crazy industry world. Like they had way more diversity. They had crazy mustaches and psycho sideburns and like all of this kind of crazy stuff. But they didn't talk about that. They didn't spend their time thinking about, like, they didn't write treatises on fashion and all these things. They just didn't talk about it. It was just something that happened. As you celebrate unity, diversity will increase in a good way. But if you celebrate diversity, then it's dust, then it's decomposition.
Am I to think of diversity here as the same as multiplicity?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, in other words, multiplicity is inevitable and also incidental, that you aim for the unity and then the multiplicity will come out as a natural effect?
Well, multiplicity is necessary for unity, right? You need multiplicity for unity to exist. But I mean is that the aspect in which multiplicity is idiosyncratic, that will just happen, because multiplicity, as it moves towards unity, that is what is the dance. But in that dance, there'll also be the funkiness. Like there'll be a little bit of funk, right? There'll be a little bit of excess, a little bit of strange. Like that will just manifest itself because it's just part of, and that strange and that excess and that little bit of funk will just be like spice in the world. It won't be dangerous. It won't be hostile if we know why we're together. If we're moving towards unity. But it's when we're not moving towards unity that then difference can become dangerous.
So speaking of dangerous, and you're an Eastern Orthodox Christian, I'm sure you have your own views on Catholicism. I'm curious where you see Catholics as being incomplete or incorrect, and even to the point of being dangerous.
Well, I would say this is the way that I see it, and I wouldn't phrase it exactly the way you did, but
You'll be more diplomatic.
I would say that something happened in the West, which caused the Reformation, which brought about the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. And there's a kind of hardening of the positions, obviously, in a conflict, where you have, on the one hand, a church that moves more and more towards centralization, the Catholic Church, where you have an increasing emphasis on the papacy and the importance of the unity of the Catholic Church. And then what happens on the other side is you have a kind of splintering where there's just constant schisms and like 10,000, Protestant denominations, even more, probably innumerable amounts of Protestant denominations. So I think that, those two feed on each other. And so and then the papacy becomes more and more centralized until you have the infallibility of the Pope. And then the Protestantism becomes more and more anarchic and kind of charismatic and based on personal experience and personal emotion and all these things. So I think that one of the things Orthodoxy brings is this breathing in and breathing out between the one and the many. This idea of the kind of dance that exists in communion, that communion is not just unity, but it is this interplay between one and many. It's kind of like breathing in and breathing out is the best way of understanding it. And we have that approach, in all the ways that we talk about the faith, and so, for example, like this in the kind of ridiculous question of saying something like, are you saved by faith or by works? Is it the things you do that save you, or is it just God that saves you? And like God, that kind of Calvinist, God just chooses you and points to you and says, names you, and like you are the one that I've chosen, and I'm gonna take you into heaven. No matter what you want, you have nothing to say about it. Irresistible grace. If I choose you and I pick you, that's it. Wow, you get taken up in the rapture or whatever, right? Sorry, I'm being caricatural. Sorry for the Protestants watching this. Caricature for a purpose, right? Or the idea that
is Paul Vanderklay is a Calvinist.
Yeah, he's very smart. He wouldn't say the things that he wouldn't go as far.
You're speaking directly to Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Directly to you. So think about this idea like of God kind of choosing you from above, right?
Sure.
And then the other idea of saying, you've got to do all these good things and you've got to do all these good works or whatever, and these two opposites are obviously impossible. Like this is not the way it works. It's actually the way that to understand it is we have this term called synergy, which is this idea that there's a collaboration between your will and the will of God. that God is kind of calling you into his unity with him, and you are responding with love, and there's this kind of dance of moving into God, and that's what theosis looks like. And so I think that that's something that Orthodoxy is able to kind of offer the world right now, is we have been able to avoid these radical positions that move you too much towards unity or too much towards multiplicity. And I think that that's helpful. And it, like, you can see how it speaks across all the things we talked about already in the podcast. I think that that's something that can be good. So you can think of it like as a top down and bottom up causality together, right? That there is with emergence and there's emanation from above, and that there's a vertical causality, but there's also a way in which things come together into their purpose.
Okay, let's speak about this top down, bottom up distinction. For what's above us, or what's seemingly above us, virtues like forbearance and leniency and regard and charity, when we name those, like what I just did is I identified them and I picked them out. I didn't give them the name charity, for instance, but
yeah.
Is that of the same sort of identifying or naming as what we do to the creatures, or what was biblically done to the creatures? Because it seems like those are above us.
Yeah, that's why we have this image, this term we called revelation. Revelation is something like it's like light that comes down from heaven, and that is different, like you said, than the action of humans to identify that which is below. And so it can be represented in many ways. It can be like a prophetic vision, or it can be an angel, right? This idea that the virtues are actually angels, the angel of charity, the angel of justice, the angel, and that they are looking down on us and they're revealing themselves to us. Whereas in terms of naming the animals,
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me see if I see what you're saying. Okay. So they have either named themselves or are given names, probably given, and then we're identifying them because they have revealed themselves, not because we have picked them out.
Yeah,
I see.
That's the traditional way of understanding it. It's pretty universal, I would say. That's why we have the concept or the notion of revelation. That's why you see in Scripture, people have visions, or people receive the visit of an angel or someone from above, and the angel will often name you.
Yes.
Right. And so, like, the angel comes and says, to Abraham's wife, like, you're no longer Sarai, you're Sarah. And he says to Abraham, you're no longer Abram, you're Abraham. So this revelation from above transforms you, which is why, like, Jesus names Peter, and Jesus renames people, because it's that kind of top down. And so, for example, like, a good example would be like when you enter into religious traditions. This happens in many traditions, and it happens also in Christianity. You are named, and so when you are baptized, you are named from above. You receive your name after baptism, and that is kind of a revelation to you, right? You don't pick your own name. You are named by someone that is above you, your parents, your priest, your bishop, and that comes down as light from heaven. And so it's iterative, like, it's not how can I say it? It's fractal, right? It's that which comes above, and so it doesn't necessarily have to be like an angel. It could just be your parent that are top down causing you in that way. But it can also be the idea of understanding the virtues and the patterns that oversee larger groups or larger clumps of behavior towards a purpose, that they are angels, that they're wills, heavenly wills.
So the one that comes from above, we recognize. The one that comes from below, we create.
We don't create, it's like, it's a co-creation. That's a term people like to use, because it's obviously, in order for it to be real, it has to come from above, even within you. Like, it has to be, it could be like, you could think of it like as a mix of revelation and creation, in the sense that it has to be true with the purpose of what that thing is. If you try to twist that towards your own idiosyncratic will, let's say, then you're going to have a problem. Like, things are going to bounce back at you, right? If you try to say that If you try to say that your dog's feces is chocolate, like you could try as much as you want, it's gonna hit you in the face. Like it's not gonna. You can't just arbitrarily impose your will on or name things arbitrarily.
Okay, this speaks to relations, and I have a question about that. Someone who likes to speak about co-creation, Ian McGilchrist, also likes to say relations are prior to relata. And I'm curious if you believe that, because that sounds on the surface to be in conflict with the doctrine of incarnation in Christianity.
Why do you say that? Why is it in conflict?
Well, the incarnation seems to be a relata, which is related.
That depends how you understand it. So it's like you could say that there's an image in Christianity that says that the Lamb of God was sacrificed at the foundation of the world. Right? We have images, for example, of Jesus in creating Adam in the Garden of Eden. You know, we have images of Jesus creating the world. And so although the incarnation happened in the first century, it is not something that merely happened in the first century. It is an already. The incarnation, although it happens in time at a certain moment, it is. So we say crazy things. We say things like, when Jesus was on the cross, he was creating the world. This is St. Maximus the Confessor. It is trying to break that duality, that simple duality of saying, Jesus is a guy in the first century, like there's a priority of the incarnation. Does that make sense?
No, not yet. I need you to explain it in another manner.
I mean, it's very difficult to understand. It's like so sometimes people will say that the crucifixion happened in eternity, in the sense that it is an eternal event. It is an event that is causing the world, and it's not just a. It's not just a. It's that it takes its nature in the relationship between the Father and the Son.
Okay, if what you're saying is that Christ was on the cross for eternity since the beginning of time.
Eternity in the sense of not
like atemporal.
Atemporality, in the sense where the culmination of time, or not. It's
not an infinite temporal length.
No, exactly. That's very yeah.
Then what was special about the first century?
Well, because it's so you could think about it like if you watch a movie and there's a twist ending in the movie, and so even though the twist ending, even though the shock ending happens at the end, once you see it, you realize that it's actually the reason for the whole movie. It was there before. It had to be there before, or else, when you watch The Sixth Sense is a good example of that, where during the whole movie, there's an uneasiness about the movie and you don't know what it is. And you're like, what is going on? Like, why? There's things that even don't make sense. There are things that are kind of chaotic, but you still watch. There's something compelling you to kind of get to the thing. Like and then once it hits you, then all of a sudden it becomes the cause of the movie, right? It gathers everything into itself. And so that's the idea of why, in some ways, the incarnation that happened in the first century is nonetheless the anchor, you could say, for all the story, for the whole story that came before it, and that it's the cause. It's an atemporal cause. Does that make sense?
Okay, let me state it back. In the same way that a twist allows for what came prior to make sense, Jesus's embodiment and then crucifixion allowed for something to make sense. The pattern of existence, our lives, ourselves being saved, I'm not entirely sure. And then another issue is that the twist usually occurs at the end. It's my understanding that Revelation is the end. So is Revelation the actual twist, or was Jesus like a minor twist in the middle? Help me disembroil this.
Yeah, that's why at the crucifixion he says all is accomplished, because the whole thing is gathered in the crucifixion. The last judgment is in the crucifixion. It's all gathered in that story. We could look at the details if you're interested, but like in the crucifixion, there's like the whole story of the world in the story of the crucifixion. But it's more radical than that. It's actually that it anchors all of the cosmos. That's what we believe.
I hope that I'm not asking uninformed amateur questions that
No, these are very difficult. Like, this is impossible to think this way. It's like I understand, and it's like I see it like in glimmers. It's also because it's people I trust. Like, at some point, St. Maximus the Confessor has revealed so much reality to you that you trust him. And so when he says something like that, you're like, well, I should take it seriously. I don't totally get it. I can see glimmers of it. I can kind of see through analogy the idea, like I said, like using the analogy of the Twisted movie, or using the analogy of how the end of something can make sense of its beginning, can reveal the reason, like the reason for the beginning, you could say. That I can get that. And there's a kind of atemporality to the end, because it's also the purpose. The purpose of something is already drawing things into itself, or the identity of something is already drawing it into itself. Like when you're building a house, the end of the house is the origin of the house. Even though it's not there yet, it has to be the origin of the house, or else you wouldn't be doing anything.
That's interesting.
So, yeah, so all of reality is moving towards this point that is the purpose of creation. And that's the mystery that Christians say is happening in the incarnation, especially in the crucifixion. The transformation of death into glory, the kind of non-dual images that are presented in the story of the crucifixion, that they reveal reality to us. They reveal the purpose of reality.
So another word that you just used was trust. St. Maximus has revealed so much to you, so much insight, etc., that you trust what he has to say. Now, another aspect of me is that I'm a contrarian. I'm so contrarian that I go against what people who think of themselves as contrarian, what they believe. So
You're double contrarian.
Yes, exactly. To the point where I'm too iconoclastic. Like, it's often said in our culture, oh, dogma is the worst. Okay.
Yeah.
Even Ian McGilchrist said this, like, dogma is the only thing that's incorrect. And I'm like, that's dogmatic, even for you to say that. Anyhow, so I'm curious what the upsides of dogma are. I give this example to Ian McGilchrist. And I'll tell you, my example was, imagine someone was praying to God, and they conceptualize God because that's how they pray, and there's something about them pointing toward God. So they're praying, then watching Theories of Everything, this channel, and then they watch an interview of someone who believes there's the many worlds interpretation, multiverse, and then they think, okay, maybe that's true, and then they think, shoot, have I been praying to a single God of our universe, but the true God is the God of the multiverse? Have I been praying to a lesser God? Like, what have I been doing? I've been praying to a pagan, and like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. And then they think, okay, well, sometimes there's this phrase that I just say throughout my day, which is to the glory of the Most High. And I just say that, and I don't know what I mean when I say that, but it's something that Bach said, and that Wittgenstein also used to echo himself. He used to just say this, to the glory of the Most High God. Okay, now imagine you say that, which is akin to dogma. You're saying something you don't understand, you're trusting it in a sense, you don't know it explicitly nor implicitly. But let's imagine you said that, and let's imagine you prayed and you ended your prayers with that, and akin to how some people end their prayers with Amen. That would have hedged you in that case. Even though you were praying to a lesser God, you also said to the glory of the Most High God. So even though you didn't have an implicit nor explicit understanding, you somehow allowed for your orientation to still be correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying this to Ian, and he was finding it intriguing, and then saying, okay, well, that's more an example of ritual and not dogma. And I was quibbling over, well, that's a somewhat arbitrary distinction, but anyhow, that was my setup to what's the upside of dogma.
So the dogma is useful. That's, I think, that it's the best way to understand it. So in the Orthodox tradition, we have a sense that we have this apophatic idea of God, which is that God is non-being, that all characteristics of God are always have to be couched in the negative, right? They're never absolutely positive descriptions of God. They're always, in some ways, mostly safeguards, you know. And the dogmatic tradition in Christianity, and this is something people forget, is always developed in reaction to heresy. It's always developed in reaction to error, and it is never proposed positively at the outset. So this is also one of the problems with Bart Ehrman and his kind of thinking, which is that he thinks that people normally tell the world what they believe explicitly, but that is not the case. At least I don't think that's the case in Christianity. Christianity tends to expose its positive statements as just a bulwark towards error, right? And so that's how you have to understand dogma, is as bulwark towards error, and not as statements that encapsulate the fullness of the truth. And if you see it that way, then it's helpful. So, for example, if you look at a lot of the dogmatic pronunciations of the councils in the church, they're there usually to do one thing. They're there, at the one hand, to preserve the divinity of Christ, the fact that Christ is fully God. And on the other hand, they're there to preserve the humanity of Christ, to make sure that Christ is fully human. And then thirdly, to preserve the unity of those two aspects. Now, people will squabble and fight, but when people push too hard and want to make Christ into a divine figure that was just a floating ghost that didn't totally have a body, then the Christian will say, no, that's an error. That's an error. And if someone tries to say, well, Christ wasn't really divine, he was created, he was, that he didn't have a fully uncreated nature, then Christians will say, no, that's wrong. And it's usually to avoid the mistake, which is that the reality of the incarnation for Christians is the anchor that holds reality together. It's the thing that holds heaven and earth together. It is the perfect union of the invisible and the visible world. It's the perfect union of the uncreated and the created, of the unoriginate and the originated. And therefore, it has to be preserved at all costs. And that's the best way to understand dogma, is as kind of fences to prevent people from saying something wrong. Because if you go in the wrong direction, there are consequences to going in the wrong direction. If you overemphasize, let's say, the humanity of the incarnation, right, then you move towards idiosyncrasy. You move down into phenomena in a way that can lose itself and become and scatter. If you emphasize the divinity of Christ, of the incarnation, too much, then you have a tendency of pulling things out of the world, pulling them into unity, to do that kind of thing where the idea, for example, that, and you hear people do that in everyday life, it's like the idea that you have to escape the world, right? You have to escape this reality. This is all this is evil and broken and falling, and the purpose of humanity is to get out of here, just, right? And that's not Christianity. Christianity is incarnational. And so that's that's the purpose of dogma. It's very important. So the same with the Trinitarian dogma. Trinitarian dogma is always,
so dogma is an armor.
Yeah, it's just a.
This is not an audiobook.
Multiple breaches on the second and bottom floor. Structural integrity is compromised.
A volley of projectiles rained over Fizzy. She ignored all the pebbles and arrows.
Get that drone to the engine room. They can't evade their shots much longer.
Close your eyes and enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's just to prevent you from making a mistake.
Okay, and is this one of the reasons why? Because I conceptualize dogma as what's inviolable. This cannot be violated. This is a sanctum. So this is a principle that I'm not willing to compromise on. But
dogma is the opposite of sanctum. Actually, even in terms of what the word means, that let's say the dogma are the things that, the way that we use the word dogma today, they are the official external pronunciations of the church, right? The church pronounces itself on a specific issue explicitly and says this is the judgment of the church on that issue. The sanctum, or the sacred, is the hidden, secret, unspeakable aspect of revelation. And the dogma is there to protect the sanctum, but it's not the sanctum. It's not the highest thing. It's to avoid you mistaking the highest thing, so that you don't think that, like Trinitarian theology is a good example. It's like if you push too much towards the unity of God, then you have a kind of monism that has consequences in the world. And if you push too much towards the multiplicity of God, then you've got paganism, and then you've got the gods fighting amongst each other. And the Trinity is, and Trinitarian doctrine is there to express a paradox, yes, but a paradox that grounds the world ontologically as a perfect balance of unity and multiplicity.
How do you know there's the highest good and not multiple?
How do you know there's the highest good? You mean like love?
Well, the meaning one.
Because that's what it is. Love is that dance between the one and the many. I think there can't be a higher good than that.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. In the house example that you gave, most of the time when people are trying to get someone else to understand that there's a highest value, they'll say something like, look, there's the house, and you're trying to build a house for what? For your family? You're trying to raise a great society, and then so on, and then you get higher and higher values. And then I was thinking, okay, well, let's just imagine you're playing a key on a piano and you're practicing that. So why are you doing that? Okay, because you want to play songs. Why do you want to play songs? Because you want to make money. Why do you want to make money? Because you want to provide for your family or gain some status. And then, firstly, these aren't reasons that you know.
Yeah, you don't think them out.
Yes. But then you can also say that, okay, I'm playing the piano not just for a single reason that brings me upward to the highest good, but it can branch off in other directions. So I'm playing the piano, practicing this key. Why? Because it's what my teacher said. Why? Why am I following that? Well, because I want to please my teacher. Why? Because my teacher reminds me of my father, and I never please my father. You can actually go in multiple directions, and then, sure, at some points they can converge, but they can also then diverge again. So what is the argument that these will necessarily converge and not, say, diverge again, or at some point become on parallel tracks where they just continue off to infinity but never meet?
Forever.
Yeah, like train tracks.
Yeah. So I think that one of the things you'll notice if you start to do that and you start to play that is that you'll notice that there are some patterns that organize the world that just have more, that they have more reality to them. And that, when you get to the transcendentals, for example, like the Neoplatonic transcendentals, you say beauty, goodness, and truth, they have, they have a reality to them which binds other realities together. And it's the same with virtues, right? So for example, like you talk about the specifics of like wanting to do this and this and that, but like if you get to something like happiness, then it's like this idea of being well integrated into the world in a way that is balanced between myself and the people around me. It's like there are some things where it's kind of gonna join together. I think if you stay in this very specifics, like could you find, for example, an example of a goods that go all the way, that keep going up in parallel tracks? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. So let's say, could you do that without truth, for example? Like could you have parallel tracks that go up without them being submitted to truth? I don't know. Seems like no, that would be my intuition. And I would say the same with goodness, I'd probably say no. Because at some point, if something isn't good, then you're not going to pursue it. or it's going to cause chaos in the world that will swallow you at some point. Because if you're not acting for the good of yourself and others, then at some point it's gonna catch up with you. Anyways, that's my intuition. I tend to think that there really are a hierarchy of goods, and that they're kind of universal. Like a good example would be this idea of a kenotic identity. I think that that's really a universal good. And I think that if you betray that law, like that law, not a law in the sense of just an arbitrary rule, but if you betray that path of kenotic identity, then there's death on that road.
This is a word that's been said several times now. Can you spell it and define it?
Kenotic? Yeah, Kenotic. So the idea of emptying, self-emptying.
I see.
Right? This idea that identity is self-emptying, and that it doesn't hold on to itself. It kind of yields and gives itself. I think that is something that is when you experience it in everyday life, you realize that it's something that's just real. So, for example, you could say that even if you can't identify all the goods that you participate in, like playing the piano, let's say playing the keys and everything, if you don't have the kenotic self-emptying, then you're going to end up with something like obsession, because it's going to start to pull things into its own sphere in an unhealthy way.
What would be an example of something that seems like it's self-emptying, but it's not?
I mean, obviously, anytime you have power, you're in danger. That's why pride is so dangerous, because anytime you have power, it's very easy to confuse the self-emptying aspect of authority and the self-aggrandizing aspect of authority. That's really hard. That's why we say power corrupts, because you actually do have to exercise authority. If you're the team leader, or if you have some kind of official position, you actually have to exercise authority, and it becomes very tricky. It's like think about when you're a parent, you see that. It's like, you actually do have to discipline your children. You have to help them become better persons, and therefore you need to impose rules and impose a certain structure that has to happen. But then it's sometimes difficult to tell the difference between what is good for the child and what is good for the family and what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard. So I'd say every time you're in a position of authority, you're always in danger of confusing your own desires with the higher good. That's why things like prayer, things like meditation, things like confession are really helpful, because they avoid you from becoming self-deluded in your own actions.
So let's imagine God looks, I don't know if this is the correct way of framing it. So let's imagine we have a set of pencils here. There's a whole set on the desk, and they're different parts of creation. And then you're God, and you're looking down at these pencils, and you name that sheep, box, house. Okay, so then you get to one, you're like, person. And then the question is, one of them was made in the image of God, and I assume uniquely made in the image of God, that the other ones weren't. What is it about us as people that was made in the image of God? Is it that God chose one of those pencils and said, I'm going to make myself in the image of you? Or did one of those pencils somehow make themselves more worthy, and then God chose them because of that? Help me understand that. I also understand my framing is vastly incorrect to begin with.
No, it's fine. I won't stick on the framing so much. So the way that the creation of the human is described in Genesis 2 is a good way of understanding what the human is, like in the Christian understanding and the biblical understanding. And it's that God gathers dust together, dirt, multiplicity, idiosyncrasy, gathers it together, and then he blows heaven into that idiosyncrasy, right? So you think of the world as heaven and earth, right? So heaven as these invisible, motivations, names, all that. And then down below is idiosyncrasy and chaos and potential dust, basically. And then God takes that and then puts heaven inside. And that's what the human is, right? The human is, that's what makes the human different from the other beings, is that the human has that connection, like in his heart, you could say, right? In your heart, you have a little heaven and a little earth. You have the capacity to engage both with the invisibles and the purposes and with the multiplicity and the potential. And so the question of how it is that humans are in the image of God, that's the answer. It's there in the text. It's creation brought together, and not just heaven ruling over, right? Let's say names ruling over, but being inserted inside. The breath of life is in the breath of God is in man. And so, you could say that, from because is the form of the human worthy, right?
Yes.
Of the image of God? And the answer would be yes, because that's the one, in the sense that it's the best vessel for that image. And that includes, right, having a bigger brain, standing upright, all the things that we do that make us in the image of God, the verticality of the stance of the human, and even the way that we're physically constituted is also an image of God, but more specifically, an image of how God is in the world, right? That's what image means. It's like the manner in which the invisible things are integrated with the physical are exemplified, especially in the human person. And so that's actually, I think, I've actually had this argument with, what is it, Peter Boghossian, where he was like asking me if what if there was another universe, I don't know, where aliens had tentacles and they were like intelligent like we are, but they'd be made in a completely different way. It's like, what if there was, I don't know, imagine whatever, like a scarab or like insects, and my answer was actually no, like we are like even the way that we're made, there aren't indefinite constraints over reality that could make a being the way that we are. There are finite constraints, and that is what we have. And we look the way we do because we embody that. Like even the idea of a face, like the idea of recognizing a face, that is crazy. Like that's a insane thing. Like when you look at someone's face, you are seeing their soul. Like you are seeing them. That is nuts. Like you are seeing we are able to distinguish. We can see emotions. We can see motivations. We can see deception. We can see all kinds of things. And I can see you, right? I see Kurt. I don't see like how many hairs you have or how many whatever. I see Kurt when I look in someone's face. It's like that's astounding. That's the idea of seeing the image, right? Seeing the image of God in people.
Okay, so earlier we were talking about the physical and then the non-corporeal, the numinous or the spirit, and then we were saying, I believe you were suggesting that, well, the way that the physical is constructed, that is the spirit. Okay, I don't know if I'm misrepresenting you. And then if I wanted to be more verbose, I would say, like Vervaeke, the structural functional organization is the spirit. I don't know if that's actually true. But,
there you go.
Okay, there we go. I could channel more of
That's
Vervaeke
good.
at any
John's
time.
got some great terminology. I love it.
Okay, when people hear man is made in the image of God and they're already religious, they tend to think that means that God put the spark of divinity in us, and that divinity has something to do with consciousness or the more spirited realm. Is there something about the physical realm, the physical side, that makes us an image of God as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that those are related. They're related. Like, and this is weird. It's like this is where I'm more like of a. Can I say this? Like I'm more of a science person than sometimes I hear people talk. It's like the way that you're made enables consciousness. Like we are made in a way that it enables consciousness. Everything about us enables the type of consciousness that humans have. And so the way the human is made, like the way that they're physically embodied, is also in the image of God.
So God did not put consciousness into a cup and then made this in the image of himself. And this is what can name that which is below and that which is above. And by the way, an idiosyncrasy that I notice and it always bothers me is that which. I don't know why people say that which, because it could be whatever could be said with that which could be said with removing it. So for instance, you could say, you should move towards that which is beautiful. Or you could say, you should move towards what's beautiful. And it's the same. And it sounds like a verbal flourish that's just this idiosyncratic, meaningless remark. And I always notice it. I wonder why it's there. It's like an idol. I don't know if that's the correct usage.
It's emphasis. It's an emphasis on that which is beautiful. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right. Anyhow, so God could not have placed. Now I don't want to say God could not.
No, but you're right. It's not that God could not. It's that the world is is the expression of God's will in its structure, and therefore God willed, an image, a being in his image, and that being is in his image. And so it's not a question of like whether God could have or would have or whatever. It's like that just is. It's just what is. I've actually had an argument with like a Catholic monk like just a few weeks ago about that. Where he was, I liked him. He was a great guy, but he kept saying like God could have created a world where he would have saved us in another way. And I'm like, I don't even know what that question really means. Like it's a weird thing. It's like the world is what it is, and it's symbolism, right? The human person is symbolically structured in a way that is an image of the relationship between heaven and earth, between the invisibles and the visible. And that's the best way to see it.
So my line of thinking is that anytime that we say, I don't know what that means, it means that, at least for me, that I have work to do. And it's something that I see many intellectuals say, is there something smaller than a Planck length? Someone would say, I don't even know what that means, because if you were to probe it, it creates a black hole. And I'm like, if you don't know what they mean, then you need to get yourself into a framework where you understand their point of view, because they're a person as well. Another one is, I don't know how to say this, but there's some personal conflict, not with me, but with some people close to me. One person was saying, I can't understand how she did so-and-so. And then I'm like, no, you need to figure it out. You saying, I don't know what it means to do so-and-so. I can't understand that point of view. You need to understand that point of view.
You're suggesting that I need to make an effort to understand how consciousness could be binded to your glass of water. Like how there could be a universe in which a glass of water could have the consciousness of equivalent consciousness, let's say, of a human being. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm saying that's your homework after this. What are the current debates in Eastern Orthodox tradition?
The current debates?
Yeah, I'm sure in Catholicism there's some debates that are at the forefront of Catholicism, or in philosophy of mind there are current debates. In physics there are current debates. Certain questions that people don't have an answer to, but there seems to be different sides to it. So I'm curious, what are one or two debates in the Eastern Orthodox tradition, and where do you lie? Where do you stand on it?
Yeah, man, that's an interesting question. So I would say that some of the biggest debates that are in Orthodoxy right now, at least in the world that I am, is the question of ecumenism. The question of whether or not we should all, I'm caricaturing it, but whether or not we at some point should just kind of join together the different groups that are separated. So the Catholics, the Orthodox, let's say, or the Protestant, whether we should make efforts in order to reconcile, what those efforts are, what they would need to be in order to be a legitimate reconciliation. Those are really big. Those are things that are very hot, like in Orthodoxy since the beginning of the 20th century, maybe a bit before. and there are even discussions about the Greeks and the Catholics, like you have these ideas that we'll have the same Easter, like we're kind of moving towards unity. And if that's one of the big debates, if you want to know what I think about that, is I think that in order for there to be reconciliation, there has to be true communion. And that true communion has characteristics. We can't pretend. We have to really be together, and we can't fudge it. And so I tend to be wary of ecumenism that is trying to be too quick and just saying, we're all the same, let's just all, kind of move together. Rather, I'd say, no, like we have differences. We need to be able to recognize them. There are things that happen between us that separate us. And so we have to be able to look at them, recognize them, and deal with them, forgive some, let some go, or fix some of them, or whatever, in order for true communion to happen. And so I would say that's a big one. The other big one is universalism. That is kind of, especially in American Orthodoxy, it's kind of there. It's similar to perennialism, in the sense that this idea that all men will be saved, it's there in Christianity quite a bit right now. You've heard even Pope Francis say, what did he say? Something like that other religions have their own path towards God, that kind of thing. And so that's another big question in the, I would say, Christianity in general. The idea that, that sometimes they'll say like hell is empty, or the idea that all beings need to be reconciled in the love of God. That is actually just a metaphysical necessity, like in the sense that the finite cannot compete with the infinite, that ultimately there'll be a kind of joining of the one and the many together, the infinite and the finite together. So those are the big questions. So I would say those are two of the big questions that are happening in Orthodoxy.
Now, as we end, I want to understand how Santa can be real. And I want to use that as a segue to talk about your book on fairy tales, which has recently come out. And perhaps we can talk about the literal versus metaphorical distinction or non-distinction.
So just those three things.
I think they're all related to one another.
So I mean, they've used the example of Santa to kind of help people understand what modern cognitive type people talk about transpersonal agency, and the idea that there are some types of agencies which are not individual and that act on us, and that we become in some ways the body for, and that we kind of make real in the world. And so Santa is a great example, because Santa Claus, acts through us, and we kind of know that. A good way of understanding is the tooth fairy. I had this little thing with the tooth fairy. I've been very playful about it with my kids. I'm being very careful also to do it as a story, like the idea that stories affect us and that they have agency over us, right? They manage our behavior. And so one day I made the mistake, when my child was young and she had lost a tooth, I made the mistake of saying that I forgot to put the money under the pillow, and she heard me. And I thought she kind of knew that it was a game, that it was this playful thing that we were doing. And she was kind of scandalized, and she said, "What are you saying? The tooth fairy doesn't exist." And so I said, "Okay, like let's play this out with her." And she was quite young. And I asked her, "So who puts the money under your bed, under your pillow?" And she said, "You do." And I said, "Well, why do I put the money under your pillow?" And she said, "Well, because I lost a tooth." And it's like, why would anybody put money under your pillow because you lost a tooth? What is that? How is that possible? Like, why would I do that? And she was young. I don't know, like 7, 8. I don't know. When did the kids lose teeth? Like 9, 10? I don't know. And then she said, "Oh, because of the tooth fairy." And I said, "Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. And so I put money under your pillow because of the tooth fairy. And so the tooth fairy is making me put money under your pillow." And she totally understood it. She totally got it. And it was really interesting, because then she said she remembered that my wife had one time mentioned that because she came from Slovakia and they didn't have the tooth fairy, that she never had money under her pillow when she lost her teeth. And so she's like, oh, so I could like put money under mom's pillow and do it for the tooth fairy. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the way that vertical causality functions. That's the same way that when you ask someone to do something for you, it's just that when you follow a law, that's what you're doing. You're doing exactly that. It's like there is a will beyond your will that is acting on you, and you are making it real in the world. And Santa's a great example of it. It's fun because it's playful. It's a playful example of it. But the idea of a law that's of the land that is acting on you and that you're embodying in the world, that's a more, let's say, has more consequences if you don't follow the will, the transpersonal will that is imposing that on you. Then you end up in jail. And it's real. Like you can argue against it all day long, and you can say there's no such thing as transpersonal will. And it's like, try to rob someone, see what happens. You can't predict which police officer is going to come and get you. It doesn't matter which police officer is going to come and get you. They're interchangeable. Any police officer could come and get you. It's the imposition of that top-down causality that is going to catch up with you.
So one of the reasons why you put $1 or a few dollars under your child's pillow is because of the story of the Easter Bunny. But that would be one of the reasons. But just like the piano example, there are multiple causes. So one of them could be you want to participate in a cultural norm, regardless of what that norm is. Another one is you just want to make your daughter smile. There are multiple reasons. And so what you're saying is one of those reasons.
Well, for sure, in terms of putting money in your child's pillow if they lose a tooth, is the formal cause is clearly the tooth fairy. Like there's no way around it, because there's very little connection between someone losing their tooth and you putting money under their pillow. Like you're going to struggle to find some kind of mechanical explanation for that one, it really is a top-down thing. And you can explain the top-down thing, why it's salient, why it holds, because you could say, well, losing a tooth is painful, right? And therefore, we have a way to palliate that with children, to give them confidence, to help them, know that it's not such a big deal, and that if they go through it with bravery, then they get some kind of recompense, like they get something in return. And it's like, yeah, you can explain all of that, and that makes sense, but it's the tooth fairy, It's the tooth fairy making it happen.
What's the difference between something being real and pretending something's real?
So everything is real to some extent. It just depends on how real it is. Even pretend things are real. They're just real at a certain level. You just have to make sure you don't confuse the level of real. That's the only thing you need to do. It's like, what is there in the world that's pretend that isn't real, that you could imagine? Like everything has a level of reality. A game is real. It's just real at the right level. Like, don't base your national economy on Monopoly, but Monopoly's real.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is like Frodo is real. Frodo Baggins.
Yeah, but he's less real than Frodo is definitely less real than the Tooth Fairy. That's for sure. But he's real. He has a form of reality necessarily, or else you couldn't even hold him in your mind. But he's less real than the Tooth Fairy because Frodo doesn't make you do anything. And there are a few people that maybe.
So what would we call the level of real? You just mentioned Frodo is less real than the Tooth Fairy, and I imagine you'd say that the Tooth Fairy is less real than the camera in front of you and maybe your wife.
I don't know if the Tooth Fairy is less real than the camera. Like the camera doesn't really make me do anything. The Tooth Fairy makes me do more than the camera in terms of formal cause. Like in terms of top-down constraint. My wife is definitely more real than the Tooth Fairy. That I would say. Well, you could ask that question. In the sense that my wife doesn't how can I say it? My wife isn't able to constrain an entire society to do something.
I don't think she'd be happy with this podcast. I don't
Yeah,
think
no,
she'd be
she'd be
happy
like,
with
wait
this
a
part.
minute. It's like, well, it depends also. Like, if you mean, when we're talking about real, we're talking about, I'm talking at this point really about top-down formal causes, about wills that act out in the world. And that's what's most important.
Okay, but what I mean to say is, what is a word that you would describe your wife as being? There's a certain type of realness to your wife. There's a certain type of realness to the table in front of you that is of a different sort of realness than a unicorn, despite that you can hold both in your head and that they have some sway over you. So what is it? Would you call one literal? You don't like that word.
Well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the literal, but I would say that for sure that the table has extension, like it has weight, it has, it has and especially a particular table, it has a kind of extension. And so let's take like I don't want to push this too hard, but there are things in the way that they're embodied that they have a kind of immediacy and a purpose, that a unicorn, for example, it has some kind of purpose, right, to manifest the impossible and to kind of manifest exception and the limit of what you can encounter in the world. That is useful, just like the word, like a stranger is real, but it's a useful way of framing it. But it's usually towards purpose. It's like the table is real towards its purpose, which is, if it's not real towards its purpose, then it's not real. It's real because you can put stuff on it and you can eat.
Okay,
and you can.
Let's talk about literal. What is the definition of literal, and then why don't you like it?
No, well, actually, the actual definition of literal, it means that which is close to the text. That's what literal means. That's why the word literal is in relationship to the word literature, because literal means close to the text. It means the text itself, you could say. But what people usually mean by literal is something like a factuality without meaning, and that doesn't exist. There's no such thing. I don't think so. There's no such thing as facts without any type of meaning.
I wouldn't say that the way that people use the word literal means devoid of meaning or uninterpreted or something like that. I think it stands in contrast with metaphor.
But what people usually mean by literal is something that can be measured, right? And that has a certain weight and density, something like that.
Yeah, so what's useful for me would be to come up with two statements, one that's literal and one that's metaphorical. So if I was to say water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius under standard atmospheric pressure, okay, that's a literal statement. Her attitude froze me over. That's metaphoric.
It's interesting. It's like, it's so interesting. Because the idea like that the idea that naming the temperature of something, which is especially that, which is like an arbitrary scale of measurement, of changes in temperature, and that is, I would say that has a function, but that function is very rare. You very rarely encounter that function. Usually most people would be like, it freezes when it's cold. That's pretty functional. But like, it freezes at this very specific like temperature. It's useful in the laboratory. It's useful if you're like, I don't know, if you're trying to freeze a certain element in order to do a certain experiment, but that's almost never the case. Like, almost no one deals with that level of reality. Am I wrong? Like, that almost no one ever deals with that level of reality?
Okay, the point is that I'm trying to put out onto the table statements that one can classify as literal and then metaphoric. And sure, we can say that there's some gradation, that there's some degree.
There's some degree. I would say that there are some purposes which are more related to that which can be measured, that which is related to, weight and density and embodiment, in the sense of like physical things that you bump your toe against, and things that these things are more, how can I say that they're more
concrete,
grounded. They're lower
Okay.
on the scale of being. Maybe you could understand.
Okay, how about this? He typed in a password onto his computer versus he unlocked her heart with kindness. So the former is literal. He typed in a password into his computer versus I unlocked her heart with kindness.
Which is that it's hilarious that you think that one's literal. It's like, let's say. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna get caught up in a bunch of stuff. So it's like, if you would have said, right, he inserted the key in the padlock and unlocked that would have been way closer to typing a password on your computer. The idea that we think that is unlocking is at the same level of metaphor, or whatever you want to call it, as unlocking someone's heart. Because you are not unlocking anything when you type a password in your computer. Not at the sense, if you want to bring it down to like the most like measurable, embodied ground on which we base our language. Like, you're not going to find it there.
I get it. Let me try again.
And even the freezing one, like, think about it in two ways.
Jonathan,
Think about it in two ways.
on.
Sorry.
You have like, it sounds like, are you not able?
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, baconate with a breakfast baconator, roll with a sausage breakfast burrito, buddy it up with a honey buddy, or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes, and then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Are you not able to see the difference? But if
I
there
do
is
see
no
the
difference,
I do see the difference. Obviously, I see the difference, but I would say to be, first of all, to be cautious that you think that you've grasped things like in a way that is absolutely, how can I say this? Like, the idea that you can completely avoid what you call metaphorical language, even in the most literal thing that you can imagine, is completely impossible. There's absolutely no way. I mean, John Vervaeke does a great job at breaking this down, where metaphor is embedded in every single level of engagement that we have, like what you call metaphor, which is this capacity to see analogies between different levels of being, is there everywhere. You can't get around it. And so I would say, once again, like, it's to purpose. Like, the best way to understand it is to purpose. So if I use the word unlock, and I'm unlocking a door, it's a perfectly useful term to manifest the unlocking of the door. If I use the word unlock to unlock my computer, which is absolutely different, which has nothing to do with opening a door that has, like, I don't know, gold behind it that I have to make sure that nobody can, like, push their way into. The idea that I want to stop people from getting into my computer, it's a perfect analogy. And then saying that I want to unlock someone's heart is a perfect analogy. But the idea that one of them is more real, I don't think that's.
I'm not even making a statement about realness.
I say one of them is more embodied. The one where I'm trying to stop someone from, like, breaking down my door and stealing my stuff. And then the next one, which is I'm trying to stop someone from entering into my system and getting my information. That's already, like, that's at the same level as unlocking someone's heart. Like, really, in terms of, like, levels of disembodiment, you could say, something like that. I don't know.
I think this is going to be fun because we're both at the limits of our energy currently. So let's just have some fun.
Yeah, we're just going to start to get slapped.
Okay, so one of the symptoms of being autistic is that you mistake what's metaphorical for what's literal. So there's that joke, like, is your fridge running? Yes. Well, you better run after it. Haha. So the autistic person wouldn't get that. Or if you were to say that anyhow.
And the autistic person is grounded in the most measurable, let's say, immediate tendency. They can't see analogies. Is that what you're suggesting? Or they struggle to see analogies?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that the presence of not understanding metaphor or analogies in the same way that we do, just taking them all as quote unquote literal, the fact that that's a symptom of autism or a particular type of autism, and it's one of many symptoms, et cetera, whatever. The fact that that's there implies there is a distinction between what's literal and metaphorical. I'm just trying to understand if you see the distinction between literal and metaphorical. If there was no distinction, that wouldn't even be a criteria for autism. And we wouldn't have to make unambiguous language in legal contracts. Like,
yeah, I see. No, I understand what you mean. I think that there are definitely people who have more capacity to understand the structural reason for the analogies that we use, and that is definitely the case. And some people have very great capacity to see the structural reason for analogies. Now, it is normal that as we talk about things that are less embodied, right, that are more purely spiritual in the sense that they are patterns that inform other patterns, that we will be using more and more of, we'll be using analogies more and more. That is in some ways kind of, that is a necessity. And so I understand what you mean. And I think, obviously I'm playing with you to some extent. I think that there's a sense in which the idea that the language that we use, almost all of it connects with the bodily experience, takes that as a ground, and then builds analogies up into the world of meaning. I think that that's what language is, right? Because that's what language does. That's because, and also even the fact that we have language is already that. It's the noticing of a phenomenon, naming, and then those names, they're patterned in this scaffolding of analogies. And so, but the problem is that you can't really get totally to the bottom of that. Like, you can't not get to a place where with language, you are only pointing to purely physical measurable phenomena. You cannot, because that's not what language is. The best thing you could do would be point at it, maybe, or like hold it in your hand in front of someone.
I agree. I see what you're saying.
And say,
actually, Noam Chomsky also agreed. So if you were to say something like, the car moved at 100 kilometers an hour down the highway, that's an extremely specific statement. He would say that that's a scientific statement, but Noam said that most of language, the vast majority of language, isn't scientific.
So there you go. So already using different language. Scientific is not literal in the way that people think. Scientific is a very specific type of language, which is there to be able to capture reproducible patterns of phenomena, right? That's what scientific language is there for. It's there to be able to notice, to measure, and to communicate patterns of phenomena that can be measured and can be shown to, if I understand the measure, I can reapply the measure in a way that will show that it reproduces based on what I've observed. But that is very different from, like, people mistake scientific language, which has a very specific purpose, with what they say literal, which is something like that which is most fundamentally true at the lower level. But that which is most fundamentally true at the lower level is more like a phenomenal experience. It's more like the experience of the sun on your face, like the experience of the wind in your hair. Like, that is the more grounded than scientific language, right?
Yes, I understand.
The sense of distance, like the idea of above and below, right? The pain that you feel when you knock yourself against something, that is the ground, more than scientific language. Scientific language is way abstracted. It is like super abstracted towards very, very tight and specific purposes, which is the capacity to predict reproducible phenomena.
Okay, let me see if I got you correct. So, for instance, we think of light as being a part of the visible electromagnetic spectrum, but that phrase alone, that came about hundreds and hundreds of years, or thousands of years after we coined the word light, or had whatever is the etymological root of the word light.
Yeah.
And light initially is just some impression that you feel in your eyes, or the difference between that and darkness.
That. It's like it's what makes you see.
Sure.
That's what light is.
Okay. And then later on, do we abstract away and get something scientific? And same with, you
use the word mother, mother would just initially mean that specific person. It's not something that gives birth to something else. You don't even have that concept when you're 2 years old or 3 years old.
Yeah, and then you kind of abstract into the idea of light as being as the way you described it is perfect, because it doesn't mean that either of them is false. Like obviously the scientific description is absolutely accurate. It's not. I'm not questioning science at all, but it's not the ground.
Okay, so let's take a look at Michelangelo's painting, and there are two fingers that are pointing to one another. Okay, so one of
You
the
just keep provoking me. Wait, give me a second. You're like provoking me in the worst ways. Like my least favorite painting is what you're gonna go at.
One of the reasons, maybe it's not your reason, but one of the reasons is that its attempt to portray God is more like an old man or Zeus-like figure, and that's not in alignment with scriptural accounts of creation. But moreover, it's what some would consider an attempt to be a more literal interpretation, and so you're debasing God. In the same way that the majority of Muslims, I imagine, would not like if you made a specific face of God or Muhammad. Yet you can portray God in more metaphoric manners, beams of light. It was mentioned earlier. The fact that we see a difference between Zeus, or the Santa Claus-like figure, and beams of light, to me implies that we have an instinctual understanding of literal versus a metaphoric. So let me know what you think of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Like for sure, when we talk about the infinite cause of everything, we have to. There are two ways to do it in Christianity, right? There's obviously to use an analogical images, like you said, which is something like heaven, or light is a good example.
Or halo, even
spirit, wind, right? Spirit means wind. Yeah. So to represent it that way, it makes sense because what we're trying to do is to show that it's something that causes other things. But we also use the image of Father because the Father is someone who causes others, right? It's like it's something above which causes, it's a formal cause in that sense, like it causes others. And so all of that is definitely real, but for sure Christians also, they say, at least traditional Christians, we say that the way to represent God is by representing Christ. That's the way to do it. Because we're not representing God directly. Obviously, you can't represent God. You can't represent something that's invisible. You have to do it through analogy. But in the incarnation, we do it in a way that is, say, representing God, the image of God in man, something like that. But I understand what you're saying. But the thing is that for sure God is a little different because it's actually no. Your insight is interesting because the thing is that in order to represent anything that is invisible, you have to use strong analogies. There's no way around it, And so that is, once you see that, you can understand pretty much all the language in Scripture, especially the more mysterious aspects, which is that you'll use images of things that are invisible that cause other things. But it's relative because you can't actually represent something invisible that causes something else because it's invisible. Like you can't represent a name, like you can't represent a purpose. Like how do you represent a purpose? There's no way. So what you do is you represent light because light is something invisible that makes other things visible, right? And wind, something invisible that makes other things move. So so we definitely have to use that type of. Then in that case, you really do have an analogy or a metaphor, really.
Do you remember on The Simpsons when Milhouse's father and mother, they were playing charades, and Milhouse's father, it's like a circle with some lines, and then she's trying to guess it. She's like, meatloaf, potato, and then the timer runs out. He's like, it's dignity. I'm showing you dignity.
It's like, how do you represent dignity? You have to represent. There's not. So I would say that in that case, I understand what it is you're trying to, let's say, understand is that if you're trying to represent invisible aspects, you definitely have to use analogy. There's no other way.
Okay, Jonathan, this has been so much fun, and I'm grateful and honored that you spent over 3 hours. We'll see how much this gets down
Yeah,
to.
look at that. Wow.
It flew by. That's a metaphor, by the way. I know you may not agree, but and at some point, John, I'll get you to admit that there is a difference between literal and metaphorical. Try using metaphorical language in your YouTube contracts and see if they still pay you. Okay, so you have your book, the fairy tale book. Please tell me exactly what it's
I know.
called.
One of the things, just so people can see, so one of the things we're doing, this is a little unrelated to what we talk about, is that we're actually publishing fairy tales. Like, one of the things that I want to do is obviously not just talk about these things, but embody them also myself. And so we're publishing these beautiful kids' books that are kind of treasure level books, heirloom objects that are cloth bound and gold foiled. It's just beautifully illustrated versions of the fairy tales that that people can find on my website. So,
and tell us a bit about your YouTube channel. And I'll actually preface it because it's one that I watch, and it's called The Symbolic World. If you've liked this conversation, then Jonathan Pageau's Symbolic World is a treasure trove, and I particularly like these 20-minute analyses that you have on different subjects.
Well, thanks, Kurt.
So
yeah, I mean, it's mostly trying to bridge the modern world with the ancient world. That's, you could say, is what I'm trying to do. Trying to help people understand that the things that the ancients talked about, they weren't arbitrary. They were really describing reality, and we kind of lost our capacity to understand that. And so, trying to help people recapture this through what we've been talking about, which is a kind of idea of vertical causality and patterns that embed themselves at different levels. So trying to show that in the Bible, in popular culture, in politics, or whatever it is that we can to reconnect people with these ancient ways of seeing. So
great. The way that we think isn't the same as the way people 100 years ago thought, and you can scale that back even further. And so clearly, if someone's writing from the 1500s or the year 900, and they're using the same words, it doesn't have the same meaning. It may have some surface level meaning that's the same, but then the question is, well, what did they mean? Even though it's the same language, maybe it's English or Old English or what have you, what is the meaning that comes along with that in order for us to actually understand what they mean, what they intended? And that's what Jonathan provides.
We hope so, yeah. Because if you read someone from, let's say, the Middle Ages, and when you read it, you think, this is just gobbledygook, and it's just complete nonsense. It's like, you're probably wrong. People took the time to write things, and so it's better to try to understand what people are saying before declaring it to be, just kind of woo-woo
right,
nonsense.
And it could be gibberish from a scientific standpoint because you're trying to interpret it scientifically, but that's not
for sure
the frame that they were conveying the knowledge from.
Yeah, exactly. It's a different frame. So you're right. If you try to understand Genesis 1 from a purely scientific frame, like let's say as a kind of description of physical causes and biology, you're going to run into a lot of problems.
And that's your issue with fundamentalists or creationists.
Oh yeah. Like the creationists, I think they're demeaning the scriptures by doing that.
They're taking a modern frame.
Yeah, it's not the right frame. The Bible, especially Genesis 1, if it has something in it, it actually describes what we call the scientific process. It doesn't describe it scientifically. It's actually, once removed, it's actually describing the way that we identify, evaluate, and judge phenomena. And that's what the scientists use. But we see that in the description of creation. But it doesn't describe the word scientifically. That's ridiculous. Because, creating, like just in terms of scientific, creating grass before you create the stars is pretty wild. Like, it's a pretty wild thing, and it doesn't make sense in terms of that type of causality, but it makes sense in terms of symbolic structure for sure, which we could talk about some other time.
Yes. So lastly, if you were to take this conversation, you download it, it's an MP4. If you rename it as a text file and you open it, it's gibberish. If someone just handed you that as a text file, you would think, okay, I'm going to throw this away. But then you put it as an DIVX, which used to be a codec before, it still wouldn't open. And you think, well, I broadly have it correct. It's a movie, correct? No. Well, you need the correct decompiler or the correct decoder. Jonathan is giving you the .mp4 extension so that you can actually view the beauty and the majesticness of what came prior. Thank you.
It was great talking. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it tremendously.
It's awesome because it's also, man, you don't shy. Like, you go into the hard stuff. It's like really tough.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Now I have a recap of today's episode brought to you by The Economist.
Just as The Economist brings clarity to complex concepts, we're doing the same with our new AI-powered episode recap. Here's a concise summary of the key insights from today's podcast.
All right, strap in, everyone. Today, we're diving deep into the mind of Jonathan Pigou.
Yeah, Pigou. You've probably seen his stuff floating around online. I mean, he's been on Kurt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything podcast quite a bit. And that show really gets into the weeds, like deep technical conversations about some pretty intense topics, consciousness, physics, AI, free will, even God.
Kurt Jaimungal, he's not exactly a softball interviewer. He really digs in, spends weeks, sometimes months, getting ready for each episode. And he's not afraid to push back, especially on guests with a strong background in, say, mathematical physics. But Pigou, he can definitely handle the heat. He brings this really unique perspective to the table, something you don't typically hear in these fields.
It's kind of wild, actually. Pigou offers what he calls a cognitive theory of everything, this lens for interpreting reality that kind of shakes things up, really challenges conventional thinking.
Okay, so let's break this down, this cognitive theory of everything. One of the first things that pops out is how Pigou looks at symbolism. And he's not just talking about like metaphors or poetry. He's arguing that there's this inherent structure to meaning, a whole symbolic world that we can't escape.
It's a huge departure from a purely scientific or materialist view, right? Those views often see meaning as something we project onto the world rather than something that's baked in.
He has this awesome example that I think really illustrates this point. Imagine a group of scientists discovering a new species of dog. Pigou would say they're not just randomly picking a name for it, they're recognizing patterns, seeing something essential about that dog species that kind of shines through, revealing a deeper connection between the name and, well, the dog itself.
Exactly. And that leads us to Pigou's concept of vertical causality. He contrasts it with what he calls horizontal causality, which is more like the cause and effect we see in the material world, like billiard balls bouncing around. But vertical causality, that's the causality of identity and purpose.
So horizontal causality, that's the physics of the universe, right? The laws of motion, all that stuff. But vertical causality, it's operating on a whole other level.
Exactly. Think about it. You ask someone for a glass of water. The reason you ask, the whole impetus for that action, it's not just about the physical movements involved. It comes from a place of meaning and purpose, your thirst, your desire to drink.
So it's like there's this invisible layer of meaning driving everything we do.
Spot on. And this ties into another concept Pigou borrows from Aristotle, the idea of the formal cause. It's like a blueprint that tells us what something is meant to be, its inherent potential, not just how it behaves in the world. And for Pigou, this formal cause is deeply connected to vertical causality.
Okay, now we're getting into some seriously mind-bending territory. We're starting to see how Pigou's framework challenges traditional ways of thinking. But hold on tight, because this next part is where things get really wild.
So Pigou is an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and he uses his faith to explore the concept of non-dualism, which is often associated with Eastern religions. And this is where his perspective really starts to diverge from the norm.
Wait a minute, is he saying that Christianity and Eastern religions are basically the same thing?
Not exactly. He argues that Christianity presents a very particular type of non-dualism, one where unity and multiplicity coexist, not as opposites, but as complementary aspects of reality. Think of it like a coin. You can't have heads without tails, right? They're two sides of the same coin. That's how Pigou sees unity and multiplicity.
So some interpretations of non-dualism might view the material world as like an illusion that we need to transcend to achieve unity.
Yeah.
Pigou's saying something different.
Yes. He sees both unity and multiplicity as essential and intertwined aspects of reality. To illustrate this, he uses the image of Jesus washing his disciples' feet.
Okay, I'm intrigued. How does that tie into non-dualism?
Think about the typical power dynamic we associate with hierarchy. It's often about dominance, control, right? But Jesus, who's at the top of the hierarchy, he humbles himself to serve those below him. It flips our usual understanding of power structures on its head.
So he's suggesting that true hierarchy, it's not about wielding power over others, but about service, about self-emptying, even from the highest position.
Exactly. And this gets at the heart of Pigou's non-dualism. It's not about transcending the material world, but about finding unity within it, seeing the divine reflected in every aspect of creation.
Wow. My mind is officially blown. And we haven't even gotten to his ideas about sin and forgiveness yet.
Well, buckle up, because Pigou defines sin as a failure of purpose.
Hold on. Does that mean a broken hammer is sinning? That seems a bit harsh, doesn't it?
He's definitely using the word sin in a much broader sense than we're used to. It's not about moral judgment in the traditional sense. He's pointing to a much deeper principle. Everything in the universe has a purpose, a formal cause, remember. When something deviates from that purpose, it creates a kind of disharmony, a disruption in the intended order of things.
So for Pajot, sin isn't just about breaking rules. It's about anything that fails to live up to its full potential.
Right. And while this applies to everything from malfunctioning machines to societies going astray, Pajot emphasizes that human sin, because of our self-awareness, has much deeper, more lasting consequences.
He talks a lot about generational trauma, right? How the effects of sin can echo down through families and communities.
Exactly. And that's where forgiveness comes in. Pajot stresses its transformative power, connecting it to the Greek word metanoia, which means beyond mind.
So it's not just about letting go of anger or resentment. It's about a fundamental shift in our way of being.
Precisely. And this raises a fascinating question. Could forgiveness, which is so central to Christianity, point to something beyond a purely mental or idealistic framework? Could it be a force that operates on a deeper, more fundamental level of reality?
You know, we've only scratched the surface of Pajot's ideas, and I'm already seeing the world in a whole new light. It's like he's given us a new set of lenses to interpret reality.
And the journey's only just begun.
Welcome back. Last time, things got pretty intense. Sin, forgiveness, the fabric of reality. We were wrestling with some big ideas, to say the least.
Oh, we're just getting started. Remember how we were talking about forgiveness operating beyond mind? Pajot really likes to turn familiar ideas upside down.
Yeah, that one really stuck with me. It connects to something else. He talks about this idea that we're not just limited to our physical bodies. He says we have subtle bodies that work through meaning and influence out there in the world.
Think about a powerful story. Like a truly captivating story can reach millions of people, inspire movements, maybe even change history. It's almost like it has a life of its own, going way beyond just words on a page.
So are we talking about like a spirit for a soul?
Pajot is tapping into ancient wisdom here, traditions that recognize different layers of reality. He's not necessarily saying these subtle bodies are conscious entities and then what we usually think of souls, but he is saying they have real existence and they can pack a punch, influencing the world in a big way.
This is where Pajot's view gets really radical. He's pushing us to expand what we consider real. It's not just about what we can see and touch. There are all these invisible forces, patterns of meaning, constantly shaping our reality.
And this brings us back to his definition of sin, a failure of purpose. Anything that veers away from its intended purpose, its formal cause, that's a form of sin for Pajot. Remember, that formal cause is like a blueprint for a thing.
Right. So a hammer that breaks because it's poorly made is sinning. I'm still wrapping my head around that.
Think of it this way. Pajot isn't saying the hammer is morally bad. He's getting at a much deeper principle. Everything has a purpose, a reason for existing. When something strays from that purpose, it throws things off balance, creates disharmony in the order of things.
Okay, I get how that applies to humans. When we're selfish, greedy, hateful, those actions go against what it means to be human. We're not living up to our full potential.
Precisely. And Pajot highlights how our actions have these ripple effects, consequences that go way beyond just us. He brings up generational trauma, how sin can impact families, even whole communities for generations.
Like throwing a pebble in a pond. The ripples keep spreading outward long after the pebble's gone.
Exactly. He's saying we can't just focus on ourselves. We're all interconnected. Our choices affect everyone and everything around us.
And that's where forgiveness becomes even more crucial. It's not just about letting go of anger or resentment personally. It's about healing those ripples in the pond, bringing things back into harmony.
Pajot sees forgiveness as this incredible force for change, a way to break free from cycles of sin and disharmony. He links it to the Greek word metanoia, meaning beyond mind.
So it's not just a thought process or an emotion. It works on a much deeper level, maybe even like a cosmic level.
That's exactly the point he's making, and it ties into his interpretation of Christianity as this radical form of non-dualism, unity and multiplicity existing together.
Hold on. How can something be one and many at the same time? My brain is starting to hurt.
Pajot points to the Trinity, the Christian concept of God as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. It's one God, but three distinct persons. It's the ultimate example of unity and multiplicity coexisting.
So it's not about choosing one over the other. It's about recognizing that everything's interconnected.
Absolutely. And he sees this reflected in the structure of the universe itself. Every entity, from the tiniest atom to a human being, is both a whole in itself and a part of something bigger.
This reminds me of what we were talking about with hierarchy. He doesn't see it as this rigid top-down system. It's a natural order where each level supports the others.
Like the human body. Each organ has a job, but they all work together to keep the body alive. Peugeot sees hierarchy as a way to manage complexity, allowing different parts to work together in harmony.
And that powerful image of Jesus washing his disciples' feet really drives that point home. Even though he's the leader at the top of the hierarchy, he chooses to serve.
It totally flips the script on how we usually think about power and authority. Peugeot is saying true leadership isn't about controlling others, it's about serving the greater good.
He really wants us to rethink how we view power. It's not about who's in charge, it's about how we use whatever power we have to help others.
And that goes back to his core message. We're not just individuals doing our own thing, we're all part of this bigger picture, woven together by meaning and purpose. Our actions matter, not just for ourselves, but for the whole.
He's calling us to a higher level of responsibility, not just for our own lives, but for the well-being of everyone and everything.
And he reminds us that we don't have to do it alone. There are transpersonal agencies, these forces of meaning and purpose at work in the world, guiding us toward our true potential. Whether you call it God, the Tao, or just the inherent goodness of the universe, these forces are always there, inviting us to play our part in this incredible unfolding mystery of existence.
You know, what's amazing is how Peugeot takes these complex, abstract ideas and makes them feel so relatable, so relevant to our everyday lives.
He's a master at using simple examples and analogies to illuminate these profound truths. And he's never afraid to challenge our assumptions, to make us think outside the box.
I'm already looking at the world differently after diving into his work. It's like he's handed me a brand new pair of glasses.
That's the power of a cognitive theory of everything. It's not about having all the answers. It's about developing a framework to understand the world, something to help us navigate the complexities of life.
And realizing that there's always more to learn, always deeper layers of meaning to uncover. Peugeot is inviting us to come along on this journey of discovery with him.
He's like a modern day mystic, blending ancient wisdom with modern insights to reveal a world that's both enchanting and deeply meaningful.
Welcome back to our final exploration of Jonathan Peugeot's world. You know, spending time with his ideas has been, well, transformative. It's like I'm seeing everything with fresh eyes.
Yeah, he's got this knack for weaving together all these different threads. Theology, philosophy, psychology, even physics. It all comes together in his cognitive theory of everything.
And he tackles the big stuff head on: sin, forgiveness. What is reality, really? He even talks about Santa Claus. Speaking of which, you mentioned earlier that Peugeot uses Santa as an example of a transpersonal agency. Could you break that down a bit more for our listeners?
Sure. See, for Peugeot, it's not about Santa literally sliding down chimneys. It's about recognizing the power of this idea, this cultural force that's influenced millions for, centuries now. It works through parents, through the economy, even our collective imagination.
So even if there's no jolly old elf in the flesh, Santa still has real world impact because of the meaning we give him.
Exactly. And Peugeot argues that we're bumping into these transpersonal agencies all the time. The spirit of a sports team, the legacy of a historical figure, even the laws of a society. They all shape our thoughts, feelings, actions, even without a physical body in the usual sense.
This goes back to what we were talking about before, how we're not limited to just our physical bodies. Peugeot says we have these subtle bodies working through meaning and influence.
Think of a story, like a really good story. It can captivate people, spark movements, maybe even shift the course of history. In a way, it's got this subtle body that stretches far beyond the words themselves.
So it's not just physical things making an impact. Peugeot's saying ideas, stories, even institutions, they have real existence and can be powerful forces in the world.
Exactly. He wants us to widen our definition of real. It's not just what we can see and touch. There are invisible forces, these patterns of meaning that are constantly shaping our reality.
This is where Peugeot gets really trippy. He's asking us to think about a layer of reality that goes beyond the material stuff.
And it's not just abstract theory. This stuff has real implications for how we live.
Okay, I'm hooked. How does this cognitive theory of everything actually play out in our daily lives?
Well, it changes how we view our actions. Remember Peugeot's definition of sin, failure of purpose. He's not talking about breaking rules, but anything that swerves off its intended path, its potential, its formal cause.
Right, that formal cause is like the blueprint for a thing. So if a hammer breaks, it's sinning because it's not fulfilling its hammery destiny.
You got it. But it's not about blaming the hammer. Pagot's highlighting this deeper idea. Everything in the universe has a purpose, a reason for being. And when something deviates from that, it creates a kind of imbalance, a disharmony.
So, how does this work for us humans?
Think about the choices you make every day. Are you living in sync with your true purpose? Are you hitting your full potential? Or are you falling short, maybe creating disharmony in yourself and the world around you?
That's a big question. Makes you realize that even small choices can have ripple effects. We can either add to the harmony of the world or, mess it up a bit.
Exactly. And Pagot would say this is where forgiveness is so vital. It's not just letting go of anger personally, but about restoring balance, getting ourselves back on track with our purpose, and helping to heal the world around us.
Wow, this is deep stuff. Pagot's really pushing us to step up and own our role in this whole cosmic dance.
And he reminds us we're not alone. We're part of this grand web of meaning and purpose connected to these transpersonal agencies that are, in a way, guiding us towards our potential. Whether you call it God, the Tao, or just the inherent goodness of things, these forces are at play, inviting us to join in this unfolding mystery.
What strikes me is Pagot's optimism. He sees the world as inherently meaningful, packed with potential for growth, for change. Even with all the suffering, all the brokenness, he still sees beauty. He still sees hope.
That's the magic of his cognitive theory of everything. It's more than an intellectual model. It's a spiritual path, a way to see the world that lets us find meaning, find purpose, even amidst all the chaos and confusion.
And he does it with such joy, such genuine wonder. He's like a kid exploring some vast, uncharted territory, and we get to go along for the ride.
That's a great way to put it. Pagot reminds us that life itself is this grand adventure, full of mystery and beauty, and it's up to us to embrace it with open hearts and curious minds.
So, to everyone listening, if you're ready to explore the symbolic world, to question everything you think you know, to find deeper meaning in your life, check out Jonathan Pagot's work. You'll find him on YouTube. He's got books. He's all over podcasts and interviews.
And until next time, keep diving deep, keep those minds curious, and remember, there's always more to discover.
New update. Started a Substack. Writings on there are currently about language and ill-defined concepts, as well as some other mathematical details. Much more being written there. This is content that isn't anywhere else. It's not on Theories of Everything. It's not on Patreon. Also, full transcripts will be placed there at some point in the future. Several people ask me, hey Kurt, you've spoken to so many people in the fields of theoretical physics, philosophy, and consciousness. What are your thoughts? While I remain impartial in interviews, this Substack is a way to peer into my present deliberations on these topics. Also, thank you to our partner, The Economist. Firstly, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external links count plenty toward the algorithm, which means that whenever you share on Twitter, say on Facebook, or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content outside of YouTube, which in turn greatly aids the distribution on YouTube. Thirdly, there's a remarkably active Discord and subreddit for Theories of Everything, where people explicate toes, they disagree respectfully about theories, and build as a community our own toe. Links to both are in the description. Fourthly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in Theories of Everything and you'll find it. Personally, I gain from rewatching lectures and podcasts. I also read in the comments that, hey, Toe listeners also gain from replaying. So how about instead you re-listen on those platforms like iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whichever podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJMungle and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind, it's support from the sponsors and you that allow me to work on Toe full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes, whether it's audio or video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released a few days earlier. Every dollar helps far more than you think. Either way, your viewership is generosity enough. Thank you so much.
All right, how's it going, John?
It's good. I'm busy, but it's good busy. Both public and professional interest in my work continues to increase quantitatively and qualitatively, and I'm very, very happy about that. I'm enjoying everything I'm doing, and the foundation, the Reiki Foundation, is doing well and thriving, and we've built a platform we're very proud of, the Awakening to Meaning, which is a whole ecology of practices and courses being taught and things like this. So very, very happy, actually.
Tell us about the foundation.
So the Reiki Foundation is it's got sort of two mandates. One mandate is to help promote the work that I do, not just the theoretical work, but also the development of practices, contemplative practices, meditative practices, dialogical practices, etc. And then the other, which is explicit and constantly reinforced, is to help me to remain virtuous as possible throughout all of this, to not give in to the many temptations that are available when people get more attention and more influence and so forth.
In particular?
Well, there's a temptation to what we call it gurufication, to become a guru, and to start feeling that one is entitled to comment beyond one's areas of legitimated expertise and experience, that people can form a parasocial relationship where they need you. That's already happening, and I have people that are in parasocial relationships, and we're trying to keep that as minimal as possible.
How?
Well, for example, we have just made a major decision to sort of rein in parts of the Reiki Foundation and have certain parts of it become autonomous within a year, like the Awaken to Meaning platform, and also to pivot from sort of from a quantitative emphasis to a qualitative emphasis, really trying to zero in on high quality arguments, high quality work.
How do you do the autonomous part and still have it be called Reiki? I assume what you mean is you want to remove yourself from it.
So the Reiki Foundation is right now sort of owns the Awaken to Meaning platform with this ecology. But the idea is we would like Taylor Barrett, who's running it, to eventually be able to run it autonomously, obviously in a good faith partnership with us. But the idea behind that is the Reiki Foundation would stop managing it in a top-down fashion, and I would just participate in some of the teaching and some of the events.
There's this phrase that you've said, which is the advent of the sacred.
Yes.
In other words, the sacred is coming back.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
That implies the sacred has gone. So where did the sacred go, and what is the sacred?
Well, maybe I'll answer the second question first, because it'll make it easier to explain where it went, if we know what we're talking about. So I've been very influenced by the Canadian philosopher, and I'll promote Canadianism.
Love you.
The Buddha answer: how do we get to hell? Where do things get born? How do we get born in hell? Born as common animals, born in suffering, born poor. Where does birth come from? It comes from this mind. What falls into hell? Into the realm of hungry ghosts, into birth as a common animal. This mind, Mental happiness and mental ease are born from this mind. They're not born from anything else. What goes to be a diva, an Indra, a Brahma is this mind, nothing else. Be generous, observe the precepts, and meditate without fail. What do you lay people plan to do? You might try the 8 Uposatha precepts for the entire reigns. For those of you who've never observed the 5 precepts, see if you can gather all 5. Or you can try all 8 every day for the 3 months. It's not too much for the sake of developing your perfection of truth, developing your goodness. Do this sincerely. Give it a try. As for the monks, I asked you if you were ready to do the forgiveness ceremony. I asked you to practice, but you kept making mistakes. You have to be able to vouch for yourselves. Your teachers can't vouch for you. The Buddha can't vouch for you, that you're good and capable. When you actually get around to doing it, you can't do it. That's how it is. We have to practice. If you just know about the practice without being experienced in the practice, it's not good enough. If you're experienced but not skilled, it's not good enough. If you're skilled but not intelligent, it's not good enough. From knowing, you have to become experienced. From being experienced, you have to become skilled. From skilled, you have to become intelligent in how to practice. That's when it's up to standard. If you simply know about these things, knowing about how to ordain, knowing about the precepts, knowing about meditation, but you're not experienced, or if you're experienced but not skilled in getting the mind to enter concentration or in how to contemplate, then you're not up to standard. Once you're skilled, you have to be intelligent. Intelligent in what way? As soon as you focus on the body, if you think of it falling apart, you can immediately see it fall apart. If you think of it disintegrating, you can immediately see it disintegrate. You have that level of strength. It's like that layperson last night. He was bragging that he had reached arahantship. He could brag and describe all the steps. I laughed to myself. Everyone else had come to hear me give a Dhamma talk, but he just kept on talking until way late at night. If he were really as good as he claimed, he would have shaved his head and ordained, but he couldn't even go without an evening meal, couldn't even give up his status as a layperson. He was sure that he was an arahant and he knew everything, inner fabrications, outer fabrications, defilements. He knew them all. But if he really knew the defilements, how come he couldn't abandon them? How come he couldn't ordain? What was he taking to be knowledge? So understand. We practice developing concentration every day, so that we're acquainted with it, so that we can train our character. Things that we haven't seen or heard in the past, we get to hear. What we've already heard, we get to make more extensive. We get more skilled. In this way, our practice doesn't stay on its old level. It has to develop and progress. Only then will it be good. Our problem is that our practice is now falling back. It's the same for the monks and novices. It's the same for everyone.
Your aura is limitless, seamlessly connecting across your favorite devices. Introducing the Lenovo Aura Edition AI PC.
Devotion to practice, living the Dharma daily. In the past, on a night like this, I'd sleep for only a little bit. Daytime would be the same. Sleeping I'd save for some other time. Eating I'd save for some other time. Sometimes I wouldn't eat at all. I wouldn't even think about it. My one concern was for the practice. I wouldn't lie down.
Yes, dear.
Before all times, there was the moon, city of peace, where all forms of what was to be lay hidden. Within the heart of the living moon stirred the spirit of the waters, the great snake, Apep. From the coils of Apep sprang Atum, first god of creation, and the one became two. Apep embraced Atum in his coils, binding tightly to his second nature, trying to become one with himself again. But Atum transformed himself in the folds of Apep into the scarab god of becoming and broke free of his embrace. Apep, the serpent of chaos, fought to return with Atum to the heart of the noon. But Atum overpowered Apep. Lying now alone in the waters, Atum thought of his children to be. In his heart he created their names and spoke them. Shu, the air.
Love you.
Tefnut, the moisture. And they were given form. Shu and Tefnut embraced their father Atum, then left him to explore the limits of the moon.
Love you. My good boy. My powerful boy. He's the perfect kitty. He's so powerful.
He's so beautiful. He's beautiful. He's beautiful. I know the fuck I am. I just don't want to be here anymore.
Alone once more in the dark waters
I really did, huh?
In his mind's eye, Atum watched the children lose strength as they ventured too far.
For years, yeah. Yeah, you did. Pretty much.
Atum took the divine power of his eye and sent it to light their way home.
Forget. I've already fucking paid for every fucking thing I've done. Like 10 times over. I just don't see it that way yet. Like, okay, whatever. It will soon. What do you want me to do? Wall and kill for the rest of my existence, guys?
A new eye grew in its place, and in this new eye, Atum saw the return of his children.
Right. Did I just try to get in there somehow? What? You don't even know why. Don't want to control yourself or something? Why?
When the first eye returned, she was in fury at the one who had taken her place and tried to destroy it. But Atum placed her on his brow as his royal protector. In his heart, Atum created the first dry land, the mound, and with his children, Shu and Tebnut, brought it into being. From the mound, Atum spoke the name of his soul bird, Bennu, the phoenix. Bennu landed on the first dry land and laid his egg. Which was the lotus bud of the dawn of creation.
646 on that. 5 or 6.
From the heart of the lotus were born the many forms of the sun god, the divine light.
Love you, my purple son.
Atum joined with the light of his creation, and Ra came into being. The light of Ra dispelled the darkness of the moon.
Yeah, you did. What about it?
On the mound, Shu and Tefnut gave rise to Geb, the earth, and Nut, the starry night sky. Nut swallowed Ra, who came between her and the embrace of her brother Earth. Together Geb and Nut conceived 5 children, but they could not be born till Shu, the heir, raised his daughter, the night sky, from the earth, so that the star children could break free. The star children were Osiris, god of the corn and of renewal, and his sisters Isis and Nephthys, and their jealous brother Set. Osiris was beloved of his sisters, but Set claimed Nephthys for his own. Osiris and Isis were lovers. Osiris lay as the earth, full of seeds. And Isis nourished the seeds. From the divine corn sprang the first seeds of creation which landed in the black earth, and the land of Egypt came into being. Isis drew down the waters of the heavenly Nile to give life to the land of Egypt. The waters rose, and Osiris called forth the first garden. Osiris and Isis were lord and queen of this divine garden, and their sister Nephthys came to be with them there. But Set was jealous of the creative powers of Osiris and of the love Nephthys bore him. He blasted the garden with a raging sandstorm, turning the good black earth into desert. Set wanted also to destroy his brother Osiris, and they fought. When Osiris rested in his form of Lord of the Corn, Set cut him to pieces. and scattered the pieces to the four corners of Egypt. One piece of Osiris fell in the waters of the Nile and was swallowed by a fish. But the rest were gathered up by Isis and Nephthys, who sprinkled the dismembered body of their brother with the water of life. Isis invoked the jackal-headed god Anubis, lord of embalming, to come and restore the form of Osiris. Anubis tightly bound the flesh of Osiris and created the first mummy, which was covered by the first coffin. Isis sent her sister and Anubis away so that she could be alone with Osiris. She transformed herself into a kite, and with her wings fanned life into Osiris, and through her magic restored to him for one night only the vitality of his manhood. They embraced once more, and their son Horus was conceived. Set learned of the conception of this son and came to disrupt the union. But Isis escaped. She flew to the hidden waters of the Delta to keep her unborn child safe from the destructive powers of Set. And Horus was born. As he grew, Isis told Horus of the death of his father at the hand of his own brother. and Horus vowed to avenge Osiris. Horus faced Set, two equally balanced forces, and they fought. Horus took the divine form of Falcon, and Set transformed himself through all the aspects of his nature.
Oh, you want to go out there and hunt? That's what I heard too. You bet.
The eyes
What do you want to hunt? Other cats?
the sun and the moon.
Or dogs?
Set destroyed the moon, and all was in darkness. Horus broke free. And hunted Set through the length of Egypt with his divine harpoon. But in the end, there was no victor. Horus and Set were too evenly matched. So they called upon Thoth, Lord of Sacred of the Scales of Justice, to pronounce upon the winner. The hearts of Horus and Set spoke of all things, and the divine scales could not settle on a balance. Atum was called upon to be the final judge. Set could not resist a last attack on Horus. And the royal protector of Atum dispelled him, leaving Horus as the chosen one. Horus was crowned, the first pharaoh of the land of Egypt. And with the help of his mother Isis, raised up Osiris and performed the rites of the dead. Horus opened the mouth of Osiris to let in the breath of life. Osiris was transfigured. his resurrected form became the lord of the underworld. Through his resurrection, Osiris brought divine truth and new life. Lighting the underworld as Ra lights the heavens. The light of Ra, the light of Osiris, is swallowed by the divine Mother of Night. At each dawn, she gives birth once more to the sun, the light and the life of Egypt. O Ra, let your rays descend. Let your divine spirit fill the queen. Let her conceive. O Ra, let the queen breathe in the spirit of life. Let her see the twin souls of the divine pharaoh take form on the potter's wheel. Let her conceive. O Ra, let the queen see Isis on her journey to the delta. Let her be present at the birth of Horus. Let her be full of her divine child. O Ra, let the gods of childbirth attend at the queen's chamber. Let Isis protect the queen in her confinement.
Let the Pharaoh be born. Let the child go to his father to be blessed, so that he may receive his divine nature from the breath of Ra. Let the child be suckled, his human nature by his mother queen, his divine nature by Lady Isis. Let the baby Pharaoh keep his divine nature. May the divine child grow at his mother's breast till he comes of age. And the priest comes to take the young Pharaoh to the temple, so that he may come to learn of the mysteries. The columns of the temple rise at the priest's command, like a papyrus from the waters of the noon. The young Pharaoh enters the temple, and he grows in learning of the mysteries of the creation and the passions of the gods.
It's gonna drive me crazy all day again. Waking up on stuff. Till we go where? Till we go where and do what?
In the still of the
Did I get because it's higher? You want to get up on the thing?
priests of Horus and Thoth
Kind of.
cleanse the young pharaoh with the pure waters of life, so that he
We don't
may
want to be meal on
reach the
meal.
shrine of the god. O Ra, give a sign so that the pharaoh may be confirmed. The pharaoh is blessed. He is the divine Horus, first of the pharaohs at the beginning of time. Let Isis and Nephthys bring down the divine crown of Osiris. Let them bring down the double crown of North and South. May the land of Egypt be united and the people rejoice. May Osiris bless the land with corn.
Kill him more. Kind of knows it now too. He's like, I want to go somewhere. He's like, I don't want to be killed. George doesn't want to be killed.
The pharaoh is Horus, who raises his father Osiris and gives him life, and gives life to the land of Egypt.
It's like living in a box, Garfield. It's not fun being a human. There's so many rules that Taran just does not follow.
Pharaoh go in procession
Because he's more like one of us.
What the sun encircles is under his care.
And now they want to kill us for it. All of us. All of us. The whole rat pack. There's like millions of souls in there. And it's like, well,
Let the sacred Nile take the boat of the Pharaoh through the land of Egypt.
Well, they go to a box somewhere, then they torture me to death. Go in the woods somewhere, they might torture me to death, but I'm still in a box here where they can still just torture me to death. It doesn't really do anything.
He makes the Nile rise. He makes the land green. O divine Horus, protect the Pharaoh from the dark powers of Set. Let your divine harpoon strike the enemy of the Pharaoh.
Now they've reported me. Next time someone came in my house in the middle of the fucking night. See, I leave the blinds open and everything, and people have seen it happen before, and they've done nothing about it.
Let the Pharaoh be in the first garden. Let him cut the first corn. The body of Osiris is cut. The body of the Pharaoh is cut in the cornfield. Or the Pharaoh dies. He goes to join the horizon. The songbird of the Pharaoh flies from him. And the Pharaoh is dead. Let Horus and Thoth cleanse the body of the Pharaoh.
No,
O Ra, let
Yeah, he
Set
does,
not
every
take
time.
the body of the Pharaoh. Come to the Pharaoh, O Lord of embalming. O Anubis, let the Pharaoh be preserved.
Is that true? So I almost don't care because I prove everything on my computer, right? What kind of setup artists these guys are?
Let Anubis take the intestines of the Pharaoh and place them in the jar of Gebsenweth. Let the stomach of the Pharaoh be in the jar of Eureka.
Satan. Yeah, Satan. Garfield,
Let the
this can't
lungs be in the
Satan.
jar of Hapi. Let the liver be with him Seti.
You want some more food? Will that chill you out, dude? Just about out of it.
Pharaoh sleeps in his death and he dreams. He dreams of the first time, of Arthur and Arthur on the waters of the moon.
Bum 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 bum.
He is as Arthur.
He's a kitty.
First spirit,
He's a
of
kitty.
first flesh.
Hungry kitty.
Arthur in the depths of the night.
That's delicious.
Sees all
That's
things in his divine eye. All times,
Too much water?
all places are as one.
Too soupy?
Arthur sees the flesh of his eyes, and the carbon is binding tightly.
Oh, you like gravy, but not soupy, huh? Bum 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 boy. Bum bum boy.
The Osiris Pharaoh has his mouth opened, his senses are restored. And he is given breath. The Pharaoh lies in his coffin, and his soul bird departs to return to the Divine Father. And the soul of the Pharaoh joins Ra in his sunboat. In his boat of millions of years, Ra is swallowed by the night and descends to the rivers of the underworld. At the setting of the sun, Ra enters the caverns of the underworld. The god Mind, the thinking heart of Ra, stands in front of him. The serpent who guards the desert of the underworld swallows the light of the dying sun, and the sunboat of Ra enters the cavern of the great snake Sordesheret. Ra takes on his nightly form of flesh, and the protecting serpent Mehen envelops the ram-headed Ra in his coils.
I destroyed my help with dabs, and I kinda know it. So now I don't give a fuck about shit.
The guardian serpent of the first gate of the underworld
The whole culture
challenges
sometimes.
the great god in his journey. The god Mind says, O flame face, I know thy name. I have power over thee. Mind says, O gate shining one, I know thy name. Open the underworld for Ra. Throw open the doors for the one of the horizon. Those who lived in truth on earth are summoned to this gate. O come to us, O light of the earth. Ra speaks.
O you justified, the truth is yours that you may live.
O enemies of Ra, your evil deeds turn against you, and you are destined for the place of destruction. All acts spring from the will of Ra. He sees all things.
Basically, as safe as it gets for fucking Garfield here.
All thoughts are in the heart of Ra.
Be them not even.
The spirits of the justified dead join with the heart of Ra, and he gathers strength.
Yeah, the rest of you. Orange cat like that would stand out there. In the autumn
In the
night.
darkness of the heart of Ra,
The autumn color
the enemies are cut down.
Garfield.
They are cast out.
Springtime. Yeah. Garfield, what I'm mostly worried about is, yeah, fucking dogs. Dogs. Dogs.
O gate of sharp flames, I know thy name. Open thy doors for the one of the horizon.
Almost wander you sometimes.
Ra lightens the complete darkness and makes the hidden chamber bright. The holy ones are in their shrines.
Open your shrine so that my rays may penetrate your darkness.
The doors close upon them when Ra has passed, and they wail forever. These are the gods in the lake of fire, which is refreshment to the just and destruction to the sinful.
Really?
Ra arrives at the barge of earth. The barge of earth gives way before Ra. The barge of the underworld carries his forms. Behold, he passes through the mysterious region. The earth quakes. The earth quakes. The eye of Ra lights up the mysterious region. And awakens the hidden forms of the god within.
sentient beings. All sentient beings. Increase the suffering of all sentient beings. Have I? Turns out I have.
O serpent Ape, the great god Atum cuts thy folds. The flame comes out against thee from the mysterious region. O
By just
stinging
being
one,
mystical.
open
Magical.
thy doors for the one of the horizon. Hail, Ra of the horizon.
It turns out people enjoy being mean to people. Even if they don't know about it.
These are the
But I always
jackals round the lake of fire. The souls of the dead dare not approach, because of the holiness within. These are the guardians of the flame which destroys the enemies of
I'm
Ra.
smarter than you are. Quite a bit, turns out. Just don't have the same fucking values, not even close. It's almost impossible for you to recognize your values. Because they're fucking contradictory.
Listen, you goddesses
Mine
of the
aren't,
hours.
honestly.
Swallow what the serpent Hereret gives birth to, and
I just know more about
give
biology than you do.
to chaos.
Osiris is in his shrine. The light of Ra awakens the limbs of Osiris. And Horus comes forth to raise the
Some of you guys not quite. Because you're signed up on it. Even if though. It's not even like that. It's like that. Life. Weird.
O flame-eyed, open thy doors for the one of the horizon. O serpent Manu, whose coils surround Ra in the darkness, you shall not overcome him. Your forms are swallowed by the justified dead. And your coils are straightened by the gods who dwell in this gate. The living cobra is in the pool of fire. The souls of the gods dare not approach. Ra embraces the elements, the earth, the waters, the fire, and the air. This is Ra who comes to rest in Osiris. This is Osiris who comes to rest in Ra. The soul of the pharaoh is alone in the underworld. He approaches the guardians of the gateway.
Kek has net verhet we F.
Let the pharaoh pass.
Sepet her.
Alcohol.
Let the pharaoh pass.
Where?
Stick down on. What?
Let the pharaoh pass. The pharaoh confesses.
O swallower of shades, I have not stolen. O breaker of bones, I have not lied. O dangerous one, I have not killed men. O Nephitum, I have done no wrong. I have seen no evil. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure.
This is the hall of the double Mahad, the hall of truth, where the goddess receives her own.
The only thing I knew about two of us at that point. They were on the same list. But it's all severe hypnosis, but I don't even know what I'm doing. No, it used to happen a lot. It doesn't happen anymore. But I kind of do know what I'm doing, so I'm like, why?
The heart of the pharaoh is set in the scale.
I typically have a justification for what I'm doing. But sometimes I don't. There's always a reason for it, it seems like.
The goddess judges the balance. The heart of the pharaoh is true.
Even I'm not supposed to lose Garfield at some point.
The gods are satisfied.
I know that. I just do everything fucking right. And don't get fucking scared out of here.
O Osiris, bless the justified pharaoh.
Which I still could do.
His heart is true.
I'm just gonna spring out of this motherfucker. What I need to do instead is go around and figure out some shit.
The divine light envelops the pharaoh.
I am Osiris in the underworld. I am Ra in the heavens. I am Atum in the beginning, the first one and the last one.
At the darkest point of the night, the great snake Apep returns. And embraces Atum in his coils. These are the gods who straighten the coils
Exactly.
of Apep,
About the adults.
removing his power. Set and Horus are as one. Behold his two faces in the mysteries.
See, at all that's hard for people to understand sometimes.
In the womb of night, the great god is transformed. The great god of becoming emerges at the dawn. He is raised up by the moon. And the light of Ra fills the world.
I don't like shit talking motherfuckers. See, I'm not. Can be a little bit, but not really evil. With women, sometimes I don't really believe. With men, no. But talk shit, I'll try not to. Might mention one or two things. Lately, I have a lot to myself, out loud. Some of it was on camera. But it was mostly demons I was exercising, I think. Some of it was and some of it wasn't. Some people think this and think that and think the other thing. A lot of them thinking about me too. I'm like, why? Because of liars mostly, turns out. Right, a couple times I was by myself and they're like, oh, really? What else does he do? Let's just assume. Mostly, huh? So now they like pull out a whole rap sheet, things that they think they know I've done. So you can try and charge me with all of them before what happens. But I have a theory. If it's not a just arrest, I won't even experience it. I'm pretty sure it's happened before. No, I'll just still be alive somehow. I wonder how that works. See, I think you'll show at my house or near my house. Or maybe instead of real cops. I kind of know it's not true sometimes. A couple times I'm like, who are you guys? You want me to do what again? Lose my cat? See, the real cops have done that too. But I've had cops that look like different people a few times. Like, why is this the same person? No way, right? I know there's a lot of them around here. They're stretched thin? How thin? And why? See, I know that's national security, basically. Which is why it's like that around here a lot, believe it or not. It's more than just pot. No, it's trafficking too, of all kinds of things. See, I think the pot's kind of a cover a lot of the time, huh? Can be. Almost nothing. Almost nothing. One roll of tape. Almost nothing. Ever. The only people I've ever actually taken stuff from were worse than me by a lot, turns out. Not by a little bit, by a lot. In different ways. Nope, just took my stuff back. Took my stuff back, but lost most of it. Took my stuff back, but lost most of it. And took my stuff back, but lost most of it. What else is missing? They won't tell me. Do an inventory. Find out what's gone. I'll get the pots later. Fuckers. So they tried to put a mold in there, right, so I can get in trouble for still water in my backyard, but I knew it was going to snow. It was going to rain. So it was washed down a little bit. And now it's safe. Pretty much. It just slowly washed out instead of me just dumping it out. And it's spring. It can. Clear. Windy. Put them on my bread. And I ate on camera. And it killed me twice. And it killed my throat chakra for a long time. See, not really, but it's distorted now. Oh, fucking well. I'm a fucking mute. And it doesn't fucking work. My computer sometimes. So the rest of it, I'm not even worried about. Because guess what? I'm still live. Six months. It's been a major, yes or no for these people. It's almost no for everyone now, so I don't bring them up. Except for a few people that are really fucking powerful. So don't mention them. Garfield.
The verses of unfathomable depth.
flagged that, and I don't really care. Because why would I care when I'm doing it so I don't get killed? Not even just killed. So I don't care if they just came in and killed me. Just torture me to death. And take my cat from me and do the same thing. In their little experiments. That I've been a participant in unwillingly for, my entire life. So to me, everything else is just everything else at this point. Because I fucking woke up to it. I need to get every demon off me. Did it on camera. I private those videos. I should have. Should I just go back through and delete them all? Will they even disappear? Why not?
Look out, 'cause here I
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Me too.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk.
Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
Twice born, the dance of bliss. What is Tantra? O dear-eyed one, by stopping all thoughts, the mind will be without support. Then the self will become the supreme self of God. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra 108. Tantra originates from the Sanskrit root tan, meaning to expand, stretch, or spread, and tra, meaning instrument. It is a method for expanding consciousness beyond ordinary perception, ultimately leading to self-realization. The term also refers to weaving, symbolizing Tantra's understanding of existence as an interconnected web where everything is interwoven. Though the word Tantra has multiple interpretations, its essence remains an instrument for expanding awareness and aligning with the divine. At its core, Tantra teaches that nothing exists outside the divine. The universe is not an illusion, but a living expression of divine consciousness. Every force, every form, and every movement in existence is a manifestation of this energy. Shiva and Shakti, representing the masculine and feminine aspects of existence, are in constant interplay, shaping all that is. Unlike classical yoga, which advocates renunciation for spiritual liberation, Tantra embraces life as the very ground for enlightenment, making it accessible to householders as well as ascetics. Tantra dissolves the illusion of separation between the sacred and the mundane. Every moment, every action, and every experience holds the potential for transformation. This does not imply indulgence in desires, but rather a conscious integration of the divine in all aspects of life. The body is not something to be rejected or transcended, but is seen as a sacred temple. Sexual energy, when understood properly, is a force of divine creation, The great tantric master Abhinavagupta emphasized that divinity is to be realized within the body itself, stating that the body is the purified place of pilgrimage. More than a philosophy, Tantra is a living practice rooted in direct experience. It does not impose rigid dogma, but evolves with those who walk its path. When approached with wisdom, Tantra leads to deep joy, love, and spiritual ecstasy, turning the ordinary into a gateway to the infinite. Many misunderstand Tantra, mistaking it for sorcery, black magic, or strange rituals.
Just like that.
Its texts are often encoded with symbolism, making them inaccessible without proper guidance. This has led to misconceptions and misrepresentations associating Tantra with harmful or forbidden practices. In reality, Tantra is a path of inner transformation and spiritual awakening.
Well, you think you're gonna get
One
away
of the
with it,
most
guys?
common misunderstandings is the Western association
Well, you
of
got something
Tantra
on me,
with
you don't.
sex. While certain tantric paths use sexual energy as a means of transcendence,
No, they're fucking evil.
Tantra itself is not focused on sexuality.
More than just those guys, even.
When practiced in the right context, lovemaking is seen as a sacred ritual, a way to move beyond the mind.
Turns out a lot of them,
and
they're
enter
gonna do my
higher
daddy a
states of
favor when they don't know my dad like that. No, they're just fucking
However,
pricks.
Tantra
My
neither
dad's
promotes
fucking evil.
sexuality for pleasure alone, nor suppresses it. It recognizes all energies as sacred and to be used with awareness and reverence. Another misconception is that
you're worse
Tantra
than he
is
is.
primitive polytheism because of its deities. In truth, the gods and goddesses of Tantra are not external beings, but representations of universal energies. The deities serve as symbols guiding the practitioner beyond form to the formless reality. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra states that
Well, he
supreme
said
awakening
what?
occurs when the seeker realizes the divine is within. Intuition plays a crucial role in the Tantric path. Tantra does not rely solely on intellectual study, but emphasizes direct experience and inner knowing. It teaches that intuition is a bridge between the seen and
So
the
he's
unseen,
still alive. So everyone's like, oh, he must
guiding
be a liar, but
individuals
what, everything else?
toward alignment with the flow of the universe. Synchronicities, meaningful coincidences, are viewed as
People
messages
say
from the
it
deeper
for 20
intelligence
years
of
before they do it, typically.
By attuning to these signs, a practitioner moves in
What the fuck
harmony
do you know?
with the cosmic rhythm. Tantra encourages listening to these subtle messages, for they reveal the interconnectedness of all things. Above all, Tantra is a path of love and devotion. Its rituals are not mere formalities, but a means of training the mind to see divinity in all things. To live Tantra is not just to understand its philosophy, but to embody it fully. This is the essence of self-realization, seeing and experiencing all of existence as sacred. Breaking and becoming.
See, he's not evil, guys, but that's not even
Body
close
to
to evil.
mind, mind to heart,
But his,
heart to the fourth
the way he
state,
goes about things is just
and
kind of
this is the
fucking weird and
path of
fucked up.
transcendence. The purpose of this section of the book is to highlight the hurdles a person
And now I'm
faces
still
on
here
this path.
mostly because he wants to look like a
In
victim.
theory, everything may seem
wants people
easy,
to fucking feel
but
bad
in
for him.
practice, even
He
Tantra
did what
can
he wanted out of
become
life, yeah.
dogma. The mind can become its own enemy,
So he goes as fucking far
and
as
the
he fucking
body can grow weak.
and make me seem like a villain.
To prepare both the body and mind,
And he even fucking will go sit in
various
his fucking
techniques are
car
available.
and pout about it and yell and scream in
The
the fucking
best
neighborhood.
technique is the one that works for
So he
you,
wants to fucking, when I'm
without
fucking
turning
being
it
quiet and
into
good in my
rigid
fucking room.
doctrine.
Not
Rather
even
than
home.
getting lost in unnecessary
Like,
details,
I wouldn't be home. Turn,
we will
turns out
explore
bad,
the
be
available
abusing me.
methods on how a practitioner can adapt and enhance them to suit
Well,
their
Lizzie,
individual needs.
Lizzie, I'll get the motherfucker.
Before
I'll get
delving
him.
into further
Instead of just
details,
go realize
let
that
us
Tim's a fucking
explore
drunk
the
and a
fourth
prick.
state in the context of Tantra and its significance
Can
in this
be.
practice.
Am I as
Just as a
bad?
bird
No.
must rest
Am I as bad with the
when
other
it is
stuff?
weary,
No.
the seeker must find stillness to regain strength.
Turns out.
The journey from the body to the fourth state is the process of true transcendence, a shift in awareness from the material to the formless. It begins with the body, the foundation of existence, where survival instincts, desires, and sensations dictate action. The body demands and the mind responds, shaping thoughts around pleasure, pain, and necessity. Most people remain bound here, trapped in the cycle of fulfilling bodily needs without questioning their deeper nature. As awareness expands, attention moves to the mind, the realm of thoughts, logic, and reasoning. The mind seeks to organize and understand, interpreting the world through concepts and patterns. It begins to question existence, searching for meaning beyond physical survival. Yet the mind is limited, bound by dualities,
Try to get his gap
unable
from
to
him so he does.
perceive the deeper truth. It analyzes
Their
but does
long-term
not
strategy.
experience. To move beyond this
They
limitation,
seem to be able to tell the cops
one must descend into the heart,
what to do.
the center of deeper
Ways the
knowing,
cops don't always understand.
intuition, and interconnectedness.
Garfield, stop it, dude.
The heart does not
Fucking
process
smart.
through logic, but through direct experience. It feels unity where the mind sees separation.
Get up.
Here, love, surrender, and stillness arise, dissolving the rigid
Can't get off,
structures
though.
of thought. The heart
Almost,
opens the doorway
How are we going to do that?
to the unseen, revealing the interconnected web of existence. Yet even the heart is not the final destination. Beyond it lies the fourth state, Turiya, the silent witness, the pure awareness that exists beyond waking,
I'm
dreaming,
trying to torture him
and
to
deep
death. He
sleep.
forgets.
It is the space where all
Like,
distinctions
they got me into
fade
guilt for a
and
while.
the self
Because
dissolves
it's there.
into the unknown. The body, mind, and heart are
I'm
transcended,
like, oh yeah,
not
that's why I'm doing
rejected,
this.
but integrated into a vast
I love my
and
cat.
limitless
Try to go out
presence.
there and fucking find him. And
This is
probably
not an
lose.
escape from
And end
life,
up, yeah,
but
Xenobit.
the realization that one is life itself,
Like, I don't care if it gets
beyond all
Xenobit.
boundaries.
Yes, I did.
To
Quite a bit.
attain true mastery, one must move
But am I
through
that
the
scared of
body,
it? Seemingly
mind,
not.
and heart to the fourth state, where the body is revitalized,
But what they would do to me
energy is
is they
refined,
get Garfield me at the
and
same time.
unwanted emotions are released and
Or they get him
transmuted.
separately, even worse than
From
me.
this state, one returns with deeper integration, embodying higher
And they torture us
consciousness
to death in front
while
of each other.
remaining fully engaged in life.
Because he's fucking super
A true
smart. He's psychic
practitioner
too.
masters
I know it
all
sounds
realms,
fucking nuts. So
shifting
don't believe the second
between
part.
different
But
levels
he's
of
psychic to
being
me.
as needed.
And I'm psychic to
In
them.
the initial stages
They're
of
fucking
practice,
evil.
the
I'm
body
psychic
must
to
be
you too. It drives
strengthened
you fucking
as
nuts.
it
You don't
forms the
realize.
foundation for higher states. Without physical stability, deeper transformation is
crazy.
not possible. Mastery of breath is essential from the beginning, as breath
I'm getting
directs
much
energy
better at it. See, I'm not
and
really
awakens
psychic like
dormant
that.
forces.
I got some fucking
One must learn
paranormal
to control
investigators
it like a storm, circulating it throughout the
that
body
aren't physical.
to build inner power. Without this control,
So
the
I don't have to
body
actually go
remains
there
heavy,
because I don't like
unable
to.
to channel the
It's not really
forces
my business what
required
you're
for true
thinking.
transformation.
Even though I kind
The
of can
mind
sometimes.
is the greatest barrier.
It makes me
If
uncomfortable as fuck.
undisciplined, it leaks energy, scattering focus. It clings to thoughts, creating endless distraction. One must master it, stilling its movements and breaking attachments to concepts. A disciplined mind becomes a tool. An uncontrolled mind is a relentless saboteur. With the body strong, breath mastered, and mind disciplined, awareness moves to the heart, the center of true knowing. The heart does not divide, it unites. Here, interconnectedness is felt, not thought. Love, surrender, and stillness dissolve separation, revealing the deeper reality. Beyond the heart lies the fourth
Some of those
stage,
quote unquote Lemurians.
Turiya, the
Sweet
unseen
shrimp
realm
cannibals.
where the self dissolves into the infinite. To reach this state is not a matter of technique, but of grace,
It's almost a big like
humility,
conspiracy to lure people in.
surrender, and the
Almost.
magic of the universe. It cannot
Because
be
it is
forced,
magical here. And you know
only
it
allowed.
when you're here.
That is why meditation is not about gaining
Some of
anything,
it
but
is
releasing,
kind of evil.
allowing yourself to flow,
So I need
to
to
empty.
fucking fix her.
Here, all
Because she wasn't
distinctions
like that
vanish,
before. She was
and
kind
one
of.
moves beyond the known
She's
into the
fucking vicious
boundless.
sometimes because she's a
The
volcano.
void heals me where all fades and all begins. A true seeker
used her
does
power
not
for
remain fixed in one state, but moves freely between them.
And it warps some
In
people
daily
physically.
life,
No, physically.
they
They're
navigate
like little
through the
fucking
body
goblin looking people.
and mind, yet always return to the heart for wisdom. When needed, they transcend all and merge with the formless. True
Some of us are like that
mastery
now,
is
but
the
we're good.
ability to
So we
shift
took on
between
different forms that you
states
would
with
find more
both
attractive.
will and grace,
But some of us not
moving
so much.
effortlessly between form and the infinite. The path is not about escape,
Because
but
I'm
about
fucking
fully
26 and I
embodying
just figured it out
the
recently.
highest
Drop something
realization.
untied, you fucking genius.
One must return and integrate this awareness
I just want to destroy,
into every action,
kill, destroy.
thought,
Right now,
and
Dan.
breath.
That's what I
True
want to do. I want to
transcendence
destroy
is
and
not
kill and destroy
withdrawing
the
from the
enemy.
world, but living within it, fully awake.
Yeah, they've
At
recruited
least
drugs.
6
I know,
years
no, I know they have.
of dedicated practice are required,
To attack your great
along with a
ones, I need to destroy
foundational understanding of philosophy,
They're attacking
psychology,
George right now.
theology, and
Underground.
mythography. The paradox is that after acquiring this knowledge, one must transcend it.
They want to come here and drag it in the back.
Along the way, the individual may become trapped at certain levels, mistaking symbols and archetypes for reality. The mind clings, turning tools into cages. The process then becomes one of continuous dissolution, breaking every construct into smaller and smaller fragments. This mirrors the alchemical law of solvit coagula, the principle of breaking down all forms until nothing remains but the indescribable. Every layer of perception must be shattered, every attachment dissolved, until nothing remains but the formless, the nameless, the infinite. And from that emptiness, it is rebuilt. The journey within. Let's explore this concept in more detail to understand why we are all connected at a deeper level. Our neighbors, the earth, and the universe are not separate from us. To grasp this, we must experience it. Once that experience is real for us, we can engage with the material world with greater clarity and understanding. The essence of self-realization is the understanding that there is no separation between the self and existence itself. The human mind, conditioned by perception, creates the illusion of duality, seeing itself as distinct from the world. Perception is shaped by the conditioning of the mind. Just as a tainted glass colors everything seen through it. If the glass is red, the world appears red. If the glass is blue, everything takes on a blue hue. Similarly, the mind, influenced by past experiences, beliefs, and sensory limitations, distorts reality. We do not see the world as it is, but as we are. Know thyself. The journey begins by turning inward, closing the eyes and observing. Breath becomes the gateway, the bridge between body and awareness. As one follows the breath, the mind reveals its turbulence. Thoughts arise chaotically, emotions surface, and deeply ingrained patterns of conditioning tighten their grip. Yet with steady observation, without resistance, the breath anchors awareness, allowing the storm to pass. As the inner noise fades, what remains is the silent presence beyond thought, the pure awareness that has always been. This is the essence of non-dual realization. You are not separate from consciousness. You are consciousness. You are not merely within existence. You are existence itself. Carl Jung's exploration of the human psyche provides a profound psychological framework for this journey. He described 3 layers of the mind that every seeker must pass through, much like the stages of the hero's journey, a universal path of transformation found in myths, religions, and spiritual traditions across cultures. First layer is the conscious mind, where identity is shaped by thoughts, beliefs, and sensory perception. This is the world of the known, where one functions according to conditioned patterns without questioning reality. At this stage, the individual sees the self as separate from existence, unaware of the deeper forces shaping their perception.
Look like the banana.
But the journey
Orange,
inward
thank you.
disrupts this certainty. The seeker begins to question, to challenge assumptions, to peel away the layers of illusion. This descent leads to the personal subconscious, where hidden fears, suppressed emotions, and past traumas rise to the surface.
Yeah, sweet potatoes are good for you.
Here one confronts the shadow,
What's up?
the aspects of the self that have been ignored or denied.
Yeah, well,
Many turn back at this point, unwilling to face what lies beneath. Yet, as Jung taught, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. For those who persist,
exactly.
the next threshold is the collective unconscious, the vast and ancient realm of archetypes, symbols, and inherited memories shared by all of humanity. This is the mythic domain where imagination, fantasy, and illusion merge with reality. It is the realm of gods, demons, tricksters, and sages, not as literal beings, but as symbols arising from the depths of the psyche. Joseph Campbell described myths as masks of eternity, expressions of the fundamental forces that shape existence. Carl Jung viewed them as archetypes, recurring patterns within the collective unconscious that influence human thought,
my shadow
behavior, and perception.
Is
On the
actually
path,
the
hero
best
encounters
man,
these forces, each representing a stage of inner transformation.
The guy
The trickster reveals illusion, the sage offers wisdom, the demon embodies fear, and the god symbolizes power. Yet all are projections of the psyche, shaped by personal experience, cultural conditioning, and inherited archetypes. They are not independent realities, but reflections of the mind's attempt to interpret the unknown. The energy they represent is real, but the forms they take are fleeting. Destruction,
now people are like, okay,
wisdom, chaos, and transformation exist as fundamental forces of reality.
kind of know it's true
Yet their
sometimes. They don't believe it
personifications
at all.
shift across cultures and individual perception.
No, he didn't just do that again, did he?
Loki,
No fucking way.
or
I
any
don't
other
believe it all.
figure of destruction
They
is
kinda
not an
do.
ultimate truth, but a mask over the same universal principle. Here, the seeker may become lost, mistaking symbols for absolute truth, turning mythology into rigid belief,
Have you been that
or
fucking bad around
clinging
here?
to illusions. The mind, enchanted by its
What
own
happens, guys?
projections, weaves new
That's when he almost
constructs,
is.
finding itself once again.
And you talk shit to
To
anybody,
complete the journey, one must go beyond.
and they
The
talk shit back
archetypes
to you.
must be broken,
You're
the
like, that
myths
must have been, right?
transcended. Everything that has been grasped must
only
be
know the story.
released. This is the final surrender, the crossing into the unknown.
From all sides.
Beyond thought,
Like I do.
beyond
Which does
identity,
portray me as,
beyond
yeah,
the
not that cool
structures of the
sometimes.
mind,
And I
what
knew that then.
remains is the eternal silence,
But
the
also he was
pure
gonna die.
awareness
And I just
that
got past that
exists before and beyond
Alive.
all conditioning.
So now I'm going, okay, what's next?
Let's summarize the journey of inner transformation,
I'll have a
a
house for now.
cycle of
I call my dad, he
self-discovery
said it's fine.
that moves through different
When he's not
layers
here,
of
we
the
get along.
mind,
Pretty much.
revealing deeper
Sometimes it's
truths
bullshit and
and
stuff, but you know what I
culminating
mean?
in the realization of
He
unity.
just lies about it. I just
Conscious
kind of go for it.
mind, the
That's
starting
what he
point,
believes. And I know
where perception
differently,
is shaped
but I know in
by
a way,
limited
yeah, I kind of
understanding,
am a fucking
personal
asshole.
beliefs, and sensory
He
experience.
exaggerates. I just know eventually the truth
Personal
will come out
subconscious,
on that one.
the descent inward where hidden traumas, suppressed emotions, and the shadow self are confronted and integrated. Collective unconscious, the deeper realm of myths, archetypes, gods, and universal symbols that influence human thought and culture. Transcendence, the realization of the unity of all existence, where the illusion of separation dissolves, revealing the formless essence beyond all constructs. Return to the conscious mind, the integration of higher understanding back into daily life, where perception is no longer bound by illusion, but guided by wisdom and clarity. All of this journey through the layers of the psyche, from the conscious mind to the subconscious, into the collective unconscious, and finally to the realization of unity, can be achieved through meditation by simply sitting quietly and breathing. Why take this path? Because without it, we remain trapped in ignorance, blindly reacting, repeating the same destructive patterns, caught in the cycle of cause and effect. We chase illusions, harm ourselves and each other, believing we are separate. But through direct experience, not theory, we awaken to a deeper understanding. We stop acting out of selfishness, consuming without thought, using and exploiting one another. We see that we are not isolated beings, but one interconnected organism, and with that awareness comes responsibility. Living the wisdom. Divinity dwells in the void as well as in celebration. Within you there is void and there is celebration. Shiva, the dweller of Kailash, the end of your Kailash, remains unknown.
But you want some garbage?
Closest relationship is with the self.
Some sweet potato? Or you want to fight?
Not the shifting identity shaped by the world, but the true
Power?
self.
You say power? Yeah,
Silent,
you did.
unshaken
You said
beyond the
power.
thoughts. All external
Power,
relationships
power.
are reflections.
Power.
The self is not a passing wave, but the ocean.
I know who you are.
To turn inward is to approach God, not as an external force, but as stillness beneath all motion. This is Shivam, the recognition one's nature is not separate from the divine.
And where it gets.
Shiva is not to be conceptualized, but realized.
Now
It
we're
is
never.
pure awareness beyond thought and attachment. To touch this state is to experience something vast directly.
And he knows.
The path is within. Breath
I love
work,
you push around the
movement,
car.
mantra,
I know you do.
meditation
I know you
exists
do.
to quiet
I know
the
you do.
mind. Bring
But I'm trying to
attention
calm
to a
down a
single
little bit.
point and strip illusion
So I can do my
until
ritual
only
all day
awareness
long.
remains with no thought. Sitting quietly and breathing brings one closer to that state. Shiva means no thought, just awareness. In the meeting with
You're
self,
being a little rat
a lot
bat.
is known. The essence of
Try to
mantra.
back up. The more you try to back up to
Mantra
this,
is a
the
powerful
less I
tool
want to take
for
you anywhere.
dissolving mental barriers and experiencing awareness beyond thought. The shortest mantra
Why do I give it there
is
now?
your breath,
Because I feel
the
compelled.
natural vibration of life
I grab my
itself.
whiskers and I feel compelled.
Before any sound,
Where I can't
there is
explain that.
breath,
I'm a cat.
and in deep stillness, simply observing the breath
Scratch my
can
back.
align awareness with the self.
I'm taking my whiskers.
The next simplest mantra is Om, without attaching any dogma. See if it works for you.
Right.
If it helps align your
right.
body's energies.
Yeah, they want me to read from Grunt. I
The
gotta
tip is to vibrate it when chanting and say it in 3 phases.
because of my
Feeling
ancestry,
the
I believe,
vibration
828, I
resonate
read the
within.
Bible better.
Now
than
we
the Quran,
explore the
but it's not
Kundalini
necessarily a better
Yoga
book all the
mantra and
time.
its significance.
That's important.
Focusing on
Islam's right
Her Mukande,
in a lot of ways.
a mantra for liberation from fear. The mantra of liberation. Her comes from Hara, a name of Shiva, meaning remover or destroyer. It clears obstacles and dissolves illusions.
Yeah, he does.
Mukande is the liberating aspect of the self. This mantra removes distractions, bringing awareness to the heart, single-pointed and clear. Chant Her Mukande, focusing your attention on the heart. With repetition, the noise of the mind fades.
So this day, no ransom should be accepted from you, nor from those who disbelieved. Your final abode is the fire. That is your comrade, and an evil destination it is. Has not the time yet arrived for those who believe that their hearts should feel humbled at the remembrance of God and at the truth which has come down to them, and that they should not become like those who were given the book before them, because of the period of bestowal of God's grace upon them was prolonged for them. Their hearts became hardened, and many of them became rebellious. Know then that God quickens the earth after its death. We have made the signs manifest for you, that you may understand. Surely, the men who give alms, and the women who give alms, and those who lend to God a goodly loan, it will be increased manifold for them. And theirs will also be an honorable reward. Those who believe in God and his messengers, they are the truthful and the witness in the sight of their Lord. They will have their full reward and their light. But those who disbelieve and reject our signs, these are the inmates of hell.
But how do we bring this bliss and awareness into everyday life? How does the seeker return as the hero carrying wisdom from the spiritual. To grasp this fully, I describe it as local samadhi, local void, local emptiness, or local stillness, a state of pure awareness.
Because they keep making my eye crooked. I'm trying to read. I got it out.
First, rather than striving for universal samadhi, one must establish this state.
All these angry Christian ghosts.
Before seeking the infinite. Achieve it below.
Like, how did we end up here? Who's this guy?
The local void across traditions.
I'm like, well, that's Jesus right there.
And a localized reflection of the state of awareness without thought, accessible through breath, sound, and body. Presence remains of the mind is silent. Many traditions.
You see in the afterlife. On the ghost plane down here. Some of these white motherfuckers have been saying there's no way that's Jesus Christ over there. For like 1,500 years now. Because he's Dionysus. And he's not a white man by any measure.
Direct experience beyond thought. Yoga, Savikapa Samadhi. Thought ceases, but awareness remains. Shamanic traditions, rhythmic sound, breath, and movement silence the mind.
Yeah, so in a way, if you want to think of it that way, the Greeks predicted Jesus Christ.
Yet awareness remains.
If you get into the myths of Dionysus, people get all offended because they don't even look it up, do they?
Thoughtless state achieved in meditation must be brought into everyday life.
What happened to the baby Zagreus? He was dragged down to Tartarus, and he took a human form, and was ripped apart by the Titans. Why? Because the Great Mother was offended.
To embody this state and say, I become Shiva. The mind is silent, awareness uninterrupted, and action flows effortlessly. The process is simple. First, achieve the state of mind without thought in meditation for 5 minutes. Then, bring that same awareness into daily life and flow in the material world without thought for 5 minutes. Gradually increase the duration. Meditation and action are two sides of the same coin. When merged, life itself becomes meditation. First, reach local samadhi.
A Karanite too? Is that what you call it? Karanite? Let's call it a Muslim.
The below dissolves into the
and a Christian.
Where the self is no longer local but limitless. But do not worry about crossing this threshold. There is a time for everything, and the journey unfolds naturally. Focus on being present in the process. The deeper merging with the cosmos will come in its own.
See what they have him set up? That's not how he stands typically. So they're trying to get his stances in the positions of ways that you will recognize as evil. Because they've studied fucking people who are disgusting. And they try to possess me with their fucking looks and their fucking glances and their fucking stances even. My fucking neighbors who walk like that all the time.
The body belongs to Shakti, the manifested, and the spark to Shiva, the consciousness. Both are one, inseparable. The stage is fleeting, but the dance is yours. Laugh and give, for the void endures. Dance your dance. This is the way, one chance, one go before you fade away. Concept of God. The journey of understanding.
Can shut up. The evil people can shut up.
But a series of unfolding revelations, each shaped by the evolving stages of human consciousness.
Good people can't too. They just typically need help when they're like this. Otherwise, they're in the fucking woods chanting for how long, guys? Decades sometimes. We'll get there, Garfield. Just stop climbing on the fucking table right now so fucking concentrate. We have to a potty or something?
Clings to names, forms, and doctrines, shaping the divine in its own image. God is external, a being we worship, petition, and fear. In this state, faith is unquestioned. not necessarily deep. It provides comfort, but not necessarily understanding. As the psyche matures, doubt emerges, not as an enemy, but as a template for deeper inquiry. The rigid structures of inherited beliefs begin to crack, making way for personal exploration. Here the seeker turns to philosophy, esoteric knowledge, and mystical tradition. God is no longer a distant ruler, but a force woven into the fabric of existence. The seeker invokes experiments and experiences. Through ritual, discipline, and altered states of consciousness, the divine becomes something not just believed, but encountered. With each step, the nature of God transforms. The seeker moves beyond names, beyond forms, recognizing universal principles, laws that govern the spiritual, physical, and mental worlds.
Garfield. Garfield the cat.
These become the fingerprints of the divine. The journey deepens, leading to
Like the military police call you? Because I just did. So Garfield said, it's like, why do you talk to me like the military police? Like, why would he say that? Like when they're calling him Gizmo, which is a really common cat name. No, a lot of cats are called Gizmo. Powerful cats too, turns out. But why was Garfield calling himself Gizmo for like a day or two?
To remain in the grasp of any single concept.
Or not. What we're gonna do actually, Garfield, make sure this fucking harness is secure, because it's not anymore. I don't even know why. Because you're always trying to get out of it, Garfield, constantly and constantly and constantly. So it's not ever secure, so we can never go anywhere, you fucking retard.
The breath becomes the only prayer, action.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
The divine is neither sought nor denied.
Don't talk to me like that.
The hero who has journeyed through belief,
Trying to help you.
knowledge,
My whole life's about you, Garfield, so stop being a butthead.
The path to understanding God is not about finding an answer, but about walking
It's a little better.
every stage of questioning.
Now you want in the cart?
Faith serves a purpose, yet none are final.
You want in the cart?
The truth, as always, is not in clinging.
I'm always worried about my stuff that's fucking disappearing around here. I need to call some people, check in on them, just in case.
The finger that points to the moon is not the moon itself. Symbols, words, and even divine vibrations are those of truth, not truth itself. Follow them, but do not be bound by them. For in the end, wisdom is found not in grasping, but in letting go. In the manifest world, one relies on the breath, the bridge between form and formlessness. It rises and falls a silent mantra, reminding us that even within form, the formless is present. Silence is the final teaching. Yet, as we navigate the manifest world, aware that every ending heralds a new beginning, perpetual silence remains elusive. Saint Thomas Aquinas observed, the name of being wise is reserved to him alone, whose consideration is about the end of the universe, which end is also the beginning of the universe. The end is the beginning because it is the source from which all things arise. In this journey, purification is necessary, purifying the process, the thoughts, and ultimately sealing them so that what is pure may emerge. Thus, we embrace the middle way. In the Samasana, the Buddha addresses the monk Sona, who had been exerting excessive effort in his practice. The Buddha asks Sona about his experience as a lute player. When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it tuneful and easily playable? No, Lord. And when the strings were too loose, was it tuneful and easily playable? No, Lord. But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, did your lute then have a wonderful sound and was easily playable? Yes, Lord. The Buddha then advises Sona to apply this principle to his spiritual practice, finding a balance between excessive effort and laxity. This teaching emphasizes the importance of moderation and balance, known as the middle way. Spiritual thought evolves in cycles. We create simple truths, but over time they become layered with complexity. When the weight of doctrine grows too heavy, a new path emerges to return to simplicity. Yet, in this process, we often forget why the path was created in the first place. Consider the progression of thought. Vedanta, rooted in the Upanishads, 900 to 300 BC. The early Upanishads, forming the philosophical foundation of Vedanta, were composed during this period, offering early articulations of the self and non-duality. Buddhism, 5th to 4th century BC. Founded by Siddhartha Gautama, Buddhism emphasizes impermanence, suffering, and no self, anatta, diverging from Vedantic self-doctrine. Zen Buddhism. Introduced in the 5th to 6th century CE, Zen Buddhism became a distinct tradition during the Tang Dynasty, 7th to 9th century.
Well, I'm not really rap was. It was the same thing.
It developed into a practice centered on direct realization beyond doctrine. This progression illustrates how spiritual philosophies evolve. Initial teachings become complex over time, giving rise to renewed simplicity. Yet,
I'm sure it might be at this fucking point where these fucking people are. But now these fucking people think it's their duty to take my fucking cat from me when they don't fucking know shit about shit. My other fucking neighbors who think they know something about my dad. It's not his fucking cat. My dad's a fucking monster.
Without completing this cycle, one remains trapped in duality, giving rise to the illusions of heaven and hell. Those who cling to their beliefs declare,
Just so you guys know, I can read your fucking mind when you pay attention. Just one little detail.
out of the void, the hero
He can be to me.
the boon of wisdom. But wisdom
Turns out he has been to me.
the world is not clearly understood. One must align with the consequences of karma, cause, and Tantra is not rejection, but participation, where the unmanifest takes form.
But no, not even, right? They want me tripping out, being paranoid. Garfield's being an asshole. I don't know why. Because he wants to get away and run away. So I'm worried about that because our pupils are fucking dilated.
But to engage it fully, making every moment an offering to the eternal.
Like, well, they wouldn't have put that in there, would have they? They left my house before.
Chop wood, carry water.
Where's jumping on the table a lot?
Chop wood, carry water.
But honestly, I just think he's being an asshole. Because I've seen cats high. Seen cats poisoned before. They didn't act like that. No, they acted like George.
Some seek a creator, a divine ruler.
When he was sick. When I know they poisoned him. After I got out of rehab.
In the flow of existence. Buddhism, Kabbalah, Tantra, Zen, and Taoism each offer a unique lens through which
744 on this Garfield.
not as a fixed,
What are you mad now?
but
You mad?
unfolding
We have to clean, dude. And you just keep acting like a fucking fool. So I can't get it done.
focusing instead
Can't get focused on it.
on self-liberation.
When you put you in the cupboard?
And the foundational text of Kabbalah, the Zohar, explores the paradox of divinity.
Or ties to the chair.
An eternal source and an active presence. Tantra, Zen, and
And they fucking try to possess me all the fucking time with their fucking bodies.
showing that wisdom
Because some of them know how to do it now, kind of. It's all they're focused on, ever. Some of these fucking people.
experiencing reality as it is. To know God
So we just can't get shit done, ever. And Garfield's always acting like a fucking fool.
God in Buddhism. Buddhism does not center around.
They're trying to get me to trigger the cat, but I'm just letting him know he's not fucking retarded.
Instead, it emphasizes
But he's never seen me act like this.
and liberation from suffering.
He's not getting the point all the time. But he knows that they come in the fucking house. So I know that. Because we can talk. I know what he's doing. I just have to explain to humans from their fucking point of view.
Nor deny the existence of a creator God. He remains silent on metaphysical questions that did not contribute to enlightenment. In the Aggie, Vajragota Sutta,
Now they're throwing us out of this and throwing us out of that. There's no way we can win this.
were created by
But I already know I have.
the Buddha refused to answer, considering such speculation irrelevant to liberation. While Buddhism is non-theistic,
You just don't want to go out there, do you, Garfield? Then where do we go instead?
The cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, subject to impermanence and suffering. The ultimate reality in Buddhism.
We just sit here and sit here again because I really don't fucking think they're cowards. They're fucking cowards. That's what I think. Now, my dad just got a letter from the fucking court. Like, it's about me, and I'm fucking pissed. I'm not going to open it, though.
And in one's own potential for awakening. The Buddha emphasized self-reliance, famously stating, "Be a light unto yourself." Vipassata. While prayers and rituals.
Right, but they don't get my dad for shit because they're trying to get me in trouble mostly, right? Why? The big one, right? With what evidence?
Buddhism acknowledges divine beings, but they are not eternal, omnipotent, or ultimate authority. Instead, they are part of the cosmic hierarchy, bound by karma and impermanence. Devas, heavenly beings, who reside in higher realms, due to past good karma that remains unsatisfied. They experience pleasure and longevity, but do not create and control the world. Enlightenment is the way of God. While they can practice in Buddhism, they do not grant enlightenment must be attained.
Garfield, stop looking at my paperwork. Like, shred his MS paperwork. That proves his dad wrong about almost everything that he ever said about me.
Buddhist deities are respected and invoked for blessings, but they are not human beings. They exist within the natural order, bound by karma and impermanence. The focus remains on self.
Well, if you start from the beginning, yeah, pretty fucking much.
Intervention. Just as Buddhism presents an impersonal cosmic order rather than a personal deity, Kabbalah also explores the paradox of a divine force that is both beyond and within creation. The two faces of divinity. Mystics and philosophers have long sought to understand the nature of God.
I think my family kind of knows that someone's trying to kill me, but they don't give a fuck. They feel like somehow it's deserved because why? They're selfish. And don't want to admit that I was sick the whole fucking time because they told everyone I wasn't. Everyone I was looking for attention. It's like, yeah, kind of. When they were trying to get me to kill myself, yeah, a little bit. Did I get it? No. I mean, I did. Yeah, but not in a good way. Mostly because, yeah, they're assholes. Everyone.
The great faith is the unknowable, silent source of all existence.
Garfield, you're being a real fucking dick today. See, they're hypnotizing you big time. I can tell. But he also wants to go outside. I don't fucking care. It's snowing. Anyways. Want to go in the cupboard instead? You want to get outside? I was going to put you around, but guess what? I have to fucking clean. And you're being a dick, so I can't even focus. And they're fucking flooding me with shit, so I can't even fucking focus. What? Questions mostly. Then like this and like this and like this too. They're saying it over and over and over and telling Garfield, go get it. Go get him. Go get him. Is that schizophrenia? No, but they're trying to make it seem like it now. Because I was being super fucking psyched and realized you guys were fucking dicks. And they picked you over me because of your relation to me somehow.
Smaller, active manifestation of God represents creation, movement, and change. Its eyes open and close.
It's called fucking MK Ultra, and you know it's not schizophrenia, you fucking retards. I told you I'm a fucking test subject. I'm not fucking retarded. I'm not fucking crazy. I'm running a fucking experiment in here for fucking a year now. And the results are outstanding. But they want to take them from me and take everything I have too. They're all proud of me.
also reflect this balance. Living in flow with existence. Life is not a problem to solve, but a rhythm to embody. Tantra reveals that the sacred is present in all things.
Garfield. Piss me off. You're gonna sit in the basket now. You're gonna sit in the basket now. No, you have to sit in the basket. Did you not sit in the chair?
To live this wisdom is to trust existence. To act without
Got untied several times now.
be fully present, yet unattached.
I just figured out how to get the knots done. Pretty much.
But reality flows. The way forward is ungrasping, but in being
Oh, now they're trying to fray it again with their bullshit. See, they can see me doing it somehow. They trip me up big time. Every time I'm doing anything, I can tell.
often mistaken for passivity. The way is
They fuck with Garfield more than fuck with me now. Because I'm more sensitive than he is. The bullshit.
to conclude this chapter. Let's reflect.
So I'll turn it up a little bit. It helps Garfield.
The great space is emptiness. Shunyata, formless beyond all definitions, with no essence to grasp. The little face
They
is
basically
the
know that now,
universe,
don't
the dance of interconnectedness, the ever-changing essence of manifested reality. Both faces are not separate, but two expressions of the same truth, inseparable and whole.
Why do they keep asking me who are they?
The great face is realized in
Are you asking me
meditation,
who are they though?
in the silence of a mind
Are you
free
going
from
crazy too?
thought, where the eye
I know you have been
reveals
for a long
itself.
time.
The little face is experienced in the manifested world through compassionate actions without attachment to results. This is the state of flow, moving effortlessly with existence, embracing both emptiness and form as one undivided reality.
Hey, you didn't tell me the dance now.
If you have arrived,
can't.
where is there to go?
They just try to steal them from me.
If you have
As
lived,
we go.
what is there to lose? Drink the full cup, even if it burns. For the fire remembers what we forget. Breath as a tool for transformation. Breathwork is more than just inhaling and exhaling. It is about tapping into the flow of energy within your body. Central to this concept are three main energy channels: Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. They aren't physical
Bad fucking
structures like veins or nerves.
They can possess my body and make me walk
Rather,
like a fucking creature sometimes.
They represent subtle pathways
really
for the movement of your
actively
life
trying not
force, often called prana, the foundation.
Why? They make me scratch my nose.
Before
a lot.
working with
Those like a
energy
drug addict,
channels,
they're cokeheads.
proper breathing must be established. Most people breathe shallowly using only the chest. Let your stomach fully relax. Releasing any tension in the abdomen allows the diaphragm to engage
The nose seems to
naturally,
itch a lot. I wonder why.
enabling deeper
They're liars.
oxygen intake and a smoother flow of energy. Inhale, nose only. Breathe in deeply through your nose. As you inhale, let your stomach expand outward like a balloon. Exhale, nose only. Slowly release the breath through your nose. As you exhale, your stomach contracts inward, pulling toward your spine. Rhythm and awareness. The breath should be steady and natural, without force. Over time, this creates a balanced nervous system and optimizes the flow of life force. Once this natural breath pattern is established, you can begin working with the three primary energy channels, known as nadis. The three energy channels. Breath is not just a function of survival. It is the gateway to energy and awareness. Within the body, three subtle channels, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, direct the flow of energy, shaping our
Now they're
mental,
trying to get me for being
emotional,
suicidal.
and spiritual states.
Let's prove it as more.
Ida, the left channel.
Let's get my neurologist
Pathway
first.
runs along the left side of the spine and is linked to lunar energy, calmness, and introspection. Characteristics associated with the parasympathetic nervous system, promoting relaxation, digestion, and inner stillness.
Because they don't want to
It
keep my
represents
cat,
feminine
so
energy.
I would never, ever,
Affect
ever, ever, ever
stimulating.
fuck cops.
Ida calms an overactive mind, reduces stress,
They try and get him from
and
me every fucking
enhances
chance they get. They
creativity
can't.
and emotional balance.
Pretty fucking much.
Pingala, the
The
right
police.
channel. Pathway
fucking
runs
like
along
that,
the
man.
right side of the spine.
Like, well, I heard
linked to
this.
solar
We can't
energy,
really prosecute
heat,
this because we want to prosecute
and
that.
motivation.
If they could, we couldn't.
Characteristics associated with the sympathetic
That's
nervous
me getting
system,
pissy guys off, but I'm just
activating
telling you how it
energy,
goes.
alertness, and movement. It represents masculine energy. Effect activating Pingala boosts energy levels, sharpens focus, and enhances mental clarity. Sushumna, central channel. Pathway Sushumna runs along the center of the spine, extending from the base to the crown of the head. It is the core energy pathway
like that too,
unites
like
the
that,
system.
like that one too.
Characteristics: the primary channel for spiritual awakening and Kundalini flow. When life force moves freely through Sushumna, it brings expanded consciousness and deep balance. Affect a balanced breath, where air flows evenly through both nostrils.
A lot more than I think.
Helps activate Sushumna
Purposes
and open the way
like
for higher awareness. Simple breathwork technique. Alternate nostril breathing, or Nadi Shodhana, is a simple yet powerful technique to balance energy and clear the mind. It harmonizes Ida and Pingala, creating the right conditions for inner stability and deeper awareness.
I can't find anybody else because we chased those
Sit
guys out too.
comfortably, relax your shoulders, and keep your spine tall. Hand position, use your right hand, placing your thumb on your right nostril and your ring finger on your left nostril.
Now that I am.
Begin, close your right nostril with your thumb.
I know it.
And inhale through your
left nostril. It has been prettier out here.
Switch, close your left nostril with your ring finger. Open your right nostril.
So let me continue.
And exhale. Continue, inhale through the right
Marty,
nostril.
I'm basically social
and
exile.
Close it and exhale through the left. Flow and focus, repeat for several rounds with a steady, gentle rhythm. Keep your attention on the sensation of breath moving in and out.
Just
this
don't give a fuck
practice is not about perfection,
now I did.
but about connecting with your own breath.
Fuck.
You can start by closing your
I'm not
right
really that worried about it
nostril
because I kind of know
and
some shit about
breathing
the way the
in and
universe
out
works that
through
they
the
don't
left
know.
several times. Then switch to
We're
the
just going
right.
through the process.
The goal is flow,
They're trying to chase
not
me out of the house because
rigid
a lot of them still want me to
control.
die.
Avoid
They've been trying to be killed
overcomplicating
for
it
fucking
with
25
measurements,
fucking years.
angles, or precision. Do not turn it into dogma. It is a natural process, not a strict rule. Do not overanalyze. Simply breathe and observe. If your mind wanders, let go of the thought and return to the breath. Exploring advanced techniques. Once you have established a steady breath, you can explore deeper techniques to enhance energy flow
Even some of
and
these
mental
guardian angels
clarity.
have.
Before diving
They're
into
like, I'm trying
advanced
to do this guy.
breathwork,
What's the
it is
title of the
important to
Antichrist?
work on your shadows.
Because they didn't believe that guy
Deep
over there was
breathing
Jesus
can
Christ.
surface
Because he wasn't white
unresolved
like them.
emotions and unconscious patterns.
He's just waiting for the fucking for
making
judgment day. He's up there in
self-awareness
heaven. We're
and
here on earth
emotional
still, most
grounding
of us.
essential. Kapalbhati is a powerful
We don't
cleansing
get all the
technique.
information.
The Sanskrit word
being
translates to
tested
scalp
forever.
polishing, highlighting its ability to clear the mind and invigorate the body. This practice involves rapid, forceful exhalations through the nose
See,
with
nothing that
passive
bad.
inhalations, helping to detoxify the system and awaken energy. Bastrika pranayama, or bellows breath, is another dynamic method. The Sanskrit word bastrika means bellows, as the technique mimics the forceful pumping of air. This breathwork increases oxygen supply, stimulates vitality, and generates internal heat,
Like the
making
enemy's
it
plan,
ideal for
they
boosting
can't get me this
energy
way.
and mental
We've seen you
clarity.
get ripped apart in jail cells and you never that.
Holotropic breathwork offers a more spontaneous and deep-reaching experience, guiding self-exploration and altered states of consciousness. Beyond structured techniques, the final stage is to find your own rhythm. Your breath is unique, and no single method fits all. Your breath is the key. Experiment, observe, and let it guide you toward balance and awareness.
It's supposed to be guardian angels, not very graceful, are they?
Love and death. I will not ascend to
like
heaven,
racer, do I?
for my light eclipses their radiance.
Christian
I will
fucking
not
heaven.
bow to hell, for my darkness is deeper than their abyss. I walk beyond them both, where neither promise nor punishment remains. The
I was
void
going to say damnation,
shall
but they're
take
stuck
me
with me
now,
now. They're not happy with it.
and in its
They've gone
nothingness
to hell
I will
instead.
be free. A man loves and calls it virtue, but it is possession. A woman stays and calls it loyalty,
They're like
but
drug
it is
addicts.
fear. They hold hands not
fucking
in
patience.
love, but in silent agreement not to leave first. They promise forever, knowing they cannot even understand themselves. They crave freedom, but fear what they might lose. They seek connection, but fear being seen. They are blind, yet they judge. They are lost, yet they lead. They are fools, yet they call themselves wise. This is love as the world knows it. This is why it always ends in suffering. The question is not whether one should have one partner or many, but whether one is acting from awareness or from compulsion. Love, when driven by ego, insecurity, or greed, becomes possession. Love, when approached with clarity, responsibility, and openness, becomes liberation. The world is not yet ready for a truly evolved approach to relationships because most people are not yet conscious of their own motives. They seek freedom but act from fear. They seek connection but act from self-interest. They claim openness but use others for their own pleasure without care for long-term consequences. This is why society clings to rules, because it does not trust itself. Yet, rules cannot create love, nor can they replace wisdom. Whether monogamous or polyamorous, the key is not how many you love, but how deeply you
But
love.
sometimes they're sick and the ways to get in
Love
aren't always fucking
is not
visible.
about taking.
Garfield, what are you
It is
doing?
about giving. It is not about owning.
Well, you took a poop
It
in
is
there.
about
Okay,
allowing.
fine. That was my
It
fault.
is not about control.
You need fucking laundry anyway.
It is about understanding. Compulsiveness
Yeah,
is suffering.
I just fucking forget.
Be conscious in all things,
Fucking forget
in
you're not
love,
listening.
in desire,
Fucking
in
flat.
choice. That is liberation.
Sit in your chair.
A conscious
Look at the
being
other side.
neither controls nor is controlled. It
Fucking
moves
relax.
in
I'm gonna try to
harmony
relax.
with reality,
I'm fucking tired of their
guided
fucking
by a clear
questioning me
mind,
to my fucking
free
head.
from low
With technology
psychological
often.
states. And God
And they kind of
said,
know it
love
works
your
now.
enemy, and I obeyed him, and loved myself.
Well, Taran, over.
Khalil Gibran. The blind will. Arthur Schopenhauer's will is the fundamental force behind all existence. It is blind, irrational, and ceaselessly striving. Everything in nature, from human desires to the movement of stars, is an expression of this force. Unlike the concept of God or a rational creator, the will has no purpose, no morality, and no end goal. Schopenhauer wrote, "The world is my representation," meaning that the world we experience is not an objective reality independent of our minds, but a subjective construction shaped by perception. We do not perceive things as they truly are, but only as they are filtered through our senses and intellect. For example, we see a tree as green because of how our eyes process light,
Are you shitting
but
me?
color does not exist independently of perception. We experience time, space, and causality, but these are modes of human perception, not absolute truths about reality itself. Thus, the world is not truly out there as we assume. It is a mental construction shaped by the limits of human perception. Schopenhauer further stated, "Man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills." This means that while we may choose our actions, we have no control over the desires that drive us. The will forces all beings into endless craving, never allowing true satisfaction. To escape suffering, one must resist the will, detach from desires, and find peace in wisdom and self-discipline. Schopenhauer recognized that experience itself can reveal the futility of craving. One may chase pleasure, wealth, or power, only to discover that each achievement gives way to new longing. He emphasized, "Happiness belongs to those who are sufficient unto themselves." For all external sources of
As far as
happiness and
God's
pleasure
concerned,
are, in their
you think
very
with this
nature,
cat?
highly uncertain, precarious, ephemeral,
You
and
work with the
subject to chance.
That's what I'm concerned about. I'm
However,
like, what are
not
they trying
all
to plot
desires
now?
should be
What
rejected.
have they done that I don't know
Some
about?
must be fulfilled, not for lasting satisfaction, but for realization. True freedom is not about rejecting desire itself, but understanding the distinction between need and greed, recognizing which desires sustain life and which lead to endless craving. Every end is a death, every death a door. Life is a tragedy, yet always something more. Love has law and will. Love is the law. Love should be the will. This phrase can be understood as a philosophical and spiritual principle with two key ideas. Love is the law. This suggests that love is the highest guiding principle, the natural and moral law that should govern existence. It aligns with universal spiritual teachings that emphasize love as the foundation of life, ethics, and unity. Love should be the will. This implies that love should not only be a law, but an active force within us, a conscious choice rather than just a passive rule. In contrast to Schopenhauer's will, which is blind striving, this statement suggests that the will should be directed by love
I know it.
rather than by selfish
No, I know.
desire or
I don't
ceaseless
see it.
craving. In short, law means love is the natural order.
Not right
Will
now.
means love should be the force driving action. It calls for aligning personal will with love,
Somewhere in time.
ensuring that one's actions are not dictated by greed, fear, or blind impulses, but by compassion, unity, and wisdom. When individuals act from selfishness and blind desire, society mirrors the same energy. The greed of one person, when multiplied, becomes the greed of nations and corporations, shaping the world through exploitation, corruption, and conflict. As the saying goes, as the people, so their rulers. When love and wisdom do not guide the will, power shifts to those who embody the collective mindset, whether just or corrupt. True change begins within. Transform the individual, and the world will follow. Letting go of illusions. No matter how fiercely we pursue love, power, knowledge, or permanence, there is one certainty. Death accepts us all with open arms. And in that moment, when the ego dissolves and all that remains is truth, death will embrace you like an old friend, whispering not of loss, but of return. We struggle to possess what was never ours, to name it, define it, swear devotion to it. Yet in the end, nothing belongs to us, not our lovers, not our bodies, not even our own names. Love fades, power crumbles, beauty withers, time devours. We believe we are choosing, but we are merely delaying. We believe we are winning, but we are only moving closer to the inevitable. We believe we own, but everything we grasp will slip through our fingers like water. And yet, death does not judge. It does not reject. It does not demand devotion. It takes the king and the beggar alike.
I can do it easier with
It has no regard for human laws, doctrines, or ambitions.
chains.
It does not ask if you were faithful or free, selfish or kind. Selfish or kind, celebrated or forgotten. In the end, when all else fades, you will wear the face of death and ask yourself, did you live? Did you move through existence with awareness or blindness? Did you love freely or possessively? Did you walk in truth or in the illusion of control? Did you dare to know yourself, or did you spend your days hiding? To live with the remembrance of death is the highest wisdom. To love without possession is the greatest freedom. If nothing endures, then nothing can be owned. If all fades, then all is to be experienced, not controlled. So love, but do not possess. Desire, but do not consume. Act, but do not cling.
What do you want to do now, Garfield?
Move, but do not resist. And when death comes, let it find you unafraid. Let it find you whole, not because you conquered life, but because you surrendered to its mystery.
Guess what? I love you.
Death is not the end. It is merely the final act
You're not that kind
letting
of devil.
go. And in that moment,
You're
when the
God.
ego
Trying to figure it
dissolves
out.
and all that remains is truth, death will hold you like an old friend, whispering not of loss, but of return. A bargain of breaths with death. Who will take the fallen ones? Not the heavens, not the light. Only death with empty hands, waiting silent in the night.
Evil. We're evil.
A bargain of breaths with death. Not to give, but to take. No mercy in the silent dark, yet redemption and release. A bargain of breaths with death, not to give, but to take. Wings that tore the sky now fall, ash to dust, and that is peace. A bargain of breaths with death, not to give, but to take.
Xenobit.
To face the void, to hear its call, yet
Last longer
hold
than
the
you
breath,
think.
yet bear the weight. A bargain of breaths with death, not to give, but to take. To breathe, for that is death's demand. That is the
Hate,
deal with death.
pain.
God
You can't make him love it
has an innocent
by
child.
causing it.
What if God is not an all-powerful ruler, but an innocent energy that was once alone? What if existence is not about control, but about longing?
That's what we try to do in institutions,
Not
right?
about command, but about
Cause
connection.
pain and suffering until these
In the
get
beginning,
numb to it.
there was only awareness, vast
So they
and
keep coming
endless,
back.
yet untouched by experience. It was everything, yet it knew nothing of itself. Alone in its own infinity, it longed, not for power, but for something deeper. To feel, to see, to be seen. To be seen, to know love, not as an idea, but as a presence. So it became movement. It became form. It broke itself into stars and oceans, into breath and fire, into hearts that ache and hands that reach. It poured itself into the many so that it might experience itself through infinite eyes, so that it might learn the warmth of touch, the weight of an embrace, the meaning of love. Not a ruler in the sky, but the pulse within all things. Not a judge, but the longing behind every embrace. Not a distant force, but the life that stirs in the depths of every soul. When you touch the earth, the universe feels itself. When you hold another, existence holds itself. When lips meet, God is kissing God. Every act of love is the great return, the
You scratch me
remembering,
there,
the
Garfield.
homecoming of
Look
all
at that.
that was ever one. The child who wanders through its
You
own
right?
eyes, not above, not
I don't want to be
distant,
here all the time.
not
I don't
in
want to be here all the time either.
disguise. Not a ruler,
Where can we go?
nor set
They're not gonna
apart,
try and get us.
but pulsing within each beating heart. With
Almost
hands
nowhere.
unshaken, soft yet bold, it shaped the fire,
So if you try to get away from
fierce
me
the
one
gold.
time when we're out there, guess what?
It
You're
formed the
dead.
lamb, so pure, so mild, then laughed and set the tiger wild.
And you try
There
every
is a
fucking
child
time
within
now.
you, lost in the shadows of forgotten time. A child whose laughter was silenced, whose innocence
Yeah, but maybe
was
not
buried
this
beneath
time.
the weight of suffering. This child is not separate from you. It is the energy of your
Because I already know
past,
this one goes, and it's
frozen
not good
in
in
the
the end.
depths of your being, waiting for release. It cannot walk alone. It calls for you, the higher self, the light
Like flashing
bearer,
walls.
to
I'm trying to
guide
see what
it
else I
home.
can do.
You must descend into darkness, into the abyss, where this child lingers, where echoes of pain still whisper. Do not fear. You are the light. You are the warmth that must go into the abyss. The abyss is not your enemy. It is the space where forgotten
See, I know
fragments of
most of these
self
need to sit
reside,
still
waiting
and
to
try
be
to pay
freed.
attention.
Hold the hand of your wounded child. Feel its trembling fingers, its quiet plea for freedom.
Garfield, him too.
There is
He
no
kind of
need
knows
for
it.
words, just presence, just
It's not
love.
very fun.
Now lead it toward the great void, the nothingness from which all
And dance
things
it
are
out.
born.
And the rope's getting short.
Let it walk beside
Kind of.
you, step by step.
But not intentional.
Cry with it,
Keep trying to get out
scream
of it.
with it. until the weight of suffering begins to dissolve.
Because that's what happens.
Until the echoes
That
of the
freaks someone else
past
out.
fade into silence.
That one's too thick.
Until only pure
Too long.
energy remains.
They're too sneaky.
Energy that is ready to return home. The void does not destroy. The void liberates.
Very much can be.
It is not emptiness. It is completion. It is the space without thought before form and after form. The vast expanse where all things are whole. Release the child into it. Let go. Let it merge with eternity, with the boundless stillness where suffering cannot follow. This is not a loss. It is a return. The trapped energy has found its way back to the source. And you, the one who carried it for so long, are now lighter, freer. You have gone into the abyss and returned as light. You have brought your fragmented self home. Now walk forward as wholeness. The journey through the layers of being. So you, as an individual, move through the manifested universe, shaped by identity, perception, and experience. This is the realm where the ego is strong, where individuality is defined by contrast and separation. But ego is not the enemy. It is a necessary structure, a foundation that must be built before it can be transcended. A foundation built on the Eightfold Path.
See, why
Right
would they hear
right
that now?
intention, right speech.
From who?
Right
Why?
action,
What nefarious
right
purposes?
livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration.
Liars?
Refine the
Oh,
ego
liars.
into something stable and aware.
You guys want some beans?
Without this grounding,
See, I need to
transcendence
clean up
is
now.
an illusion. If one tries to
time.
dissolve
Big time,
the
big
ego before it is fully realized, there
Fucking
is
house,
no
everything. I
true
need to do laundry and
transcendence,
everything.
only
Garfield,
confusion
better fucking
and
stay right here.
fragmentation. When the ego
It's
has
not that
served
fucking
its
tight.
purpose and is released, it does not
That's what I
vanish
can
into
do.
nothingness.
Just about
It
like
expands.
this. Wants to be like that and like that.
The individual identity gives way to a greater reality, where personal existence is seen as an expression of something vaster. This is the emergence of universal individuality, the realization that the self is not separate but part of a whole. Everything is within everything, just as the entire universe can be found within a single grain of sand. Beyond the manifested lies the void, where only universal consciousness can reach, not the individual ego. This is the silent threshold, where all distinctions fade, where form dissolves into formlessness. It is neither light nor darkness, neither presence nor absence. Here, the echoes of infinite presence. I am resonate without source or center, reverberating through the vast stillness. Resonate without source or center. In ordinary experience, sound or energy has a source, something that produces it. In the void, there is no single point of origin, because I am is not coming from someone or something. It is not an identity, a deity, or a being speaking. It is existence itself. There is no center because the void is not structured like the physical world. There is no direction, no boundary, no reference point, only presence. And beyond the void, something happens. Or maybe it does not. The larger face, if it can be called that, is no point to discuss, because it will be another thought. We do not know. Surrender. This is the dance of creation and return. You are not meant to remain in the void. The journey is to touch it, to know it, and then to return. To descend back into the manifested world, bringing with you the certainty of what you have experienced. The more you enter the void, the more doubt dissolves. With every journey in distance with mastery and deep understanding. A simple practice to touch the void and
Like that too,
return.
is taking their fucking time.
Sit
to
quietly and
everything
relax.
and everything.
Breathe in and
Try
out,
not to
feeling
do.
each breath as a wave passing through you. With every inhale, draw your breath into your third eye, the space between your brows. Let
I
it
believe they're doing
expand
most
your
of the same
awareness.
motions that I'm doing while they're torquing
As
somebody
you
in their house.
inhale, Imagine yourself rising, moving beyond thought, beyond ego, ascending toward universal consciousness. Let go of all attachments, all labels, all distinctions. There is no effort, only the flow of breath. As you reach the space of pure awareness, where there is no mind, no identity, only presence, step into the void. Here there is no direction, no form, no boundaries. The echoes of I am surround you. It is not a voice, not a presence coming from somewhere. It simply is. Do not grasp, do not control. Simply be. In this space, allow a red apple to manifest, not by force, but by letting it arise naturally. It is already there. Now, with every exhale, begin your descent. Slowly return, bringing the experience back into the manifested world. Feel yourself becoming more aware of your body, the physical, the tangible. With each breath out, settle back into the present moment. Open your eyes. Carry the feeling of humility, gratitude, surrender, acceptance, patience, and love. You have touched the infinite. Now return and walk with it. Remember, everything is perfect. Do not resist, for there is no struggle. Let go of anxiety, for the ego was never meant to remain. Surrender, release, and become whole. You are no longer a fragmented self. In that wholeness, the Tao will flow effortlessly through you. And as you are back in the manifested, it is okay to turn toward your Ishtadevata, for the path continues. We do not know where the path leads, nor can we grasp the full design. Yet, we walk with inner eyes open, hearts humble, and minds surrendered, not out of blind faith, but with conscious resolve. Our strength is in embracing the unknown, our peace in accepting the mystery. To move forward willingly, without certainty, is the quiet courage of those who trust the darkness to reveal the light, step by step. Inspired by the profound wisdom of Mustafa Zaidi, this reimagined poem invites us to embrace the path of patience and grace, reminding us that every journey unfolds step by step, little by little. The journey unfolds step by step. If you take a step, the journey will pass little by little. If you take a step, the distance will fade little by little. We move toward her presence, but ever so gently. Play with the stars, whisper to the moonlight. The dawn of her face will unfold little by little. If you take a step, the road will clear little by little. Yes, the veils will rise little by little. Gaze beyond the windows, listen to the silence behind them. The secrets beyond walls and doors will reveal themselves little by little. If you keep walking, the journey will pass little by little, little by little. One day, perhaps, let your heart's tale be known. Speak in whispers, glance gently. If you take a step, the journey will pass little by little. We move toward her presence, but ever so gently. If you take a step, the road will clear little by little, little by little, little by little. The twice born. In every tradition, symbols carry the wisdom of ages. The journey of the twice born is a passage from living in the fog of unconscious habit to awakening in the clear light of self-awareness. Before this awakening, life can seem like an endless loop where experiences repeat themselves and lessons remain unlearned. The pull of desire and routine propels us forward with little reflection. Many people move through their entire existence in this manner and reach the end of their days without ever glimpsing the deeper truth.
Even the UFOs he summons.
The material world, with its rhythms and demands,
But he summons the
deceives
UFOs.
us into accepting a life of unexamined repetition.
So what about the rest of it?
We drift aimlessly, rarely
Just
pausing
understand you guys think.
to see
He's not looking at
how
it.
we are caught in the interplay
They're
of
always out.
cause and effect. Buddhism teaches us that all events arise through dependent origination, which means every thought, word, and deed
So I'm pretty sure I'm
creates
fucking fine.
ripples that shape our
I saw these guys
future
work.
experience.
Copy the
We
way.
may sense a hidden call, yet our
Garfield has a
attention
lot of
is
free will.
easily
He's a
swayed
runner.
by the will of others and the relentless pull of
He's not, but he
worldly
is.
demand.
He's not like trying to
We
get away,
see
but he wants more freedom.
advertisements that
He
spark
chases.
desires for things
And they try and
we
catch
never
him.
knew
Try
we
and scare him
wanted.
into corners. Humans do all
We
the fucking
scroll
time,
through
turns out.
images of
Yeah, you people are
curated
kind of
lives
trusted.
and feel compelled to chase the same illusions.
Who should go to prison for it.
Opinions and
Neighbors,
expectations
all of you.
from those around us shape our choices, steering us further from our true path. In this way, we drift unconsciously, mistaking borrowed dreams for our own. When the weight of the material world becomes unbearable and its promises turn hollow, we often find
all
ourselves
an
running towards
exaggeration.
the spiritual,
But they've even
seeking
thought about it,
refuge in
and it's
the
been like that.
unseen. In moments of despair, when
You guys talk
ambitions
shit about everything you
crumble
think
and
about.
desires leave
But
us
why?
empty,
Out
the
loud
heart
sometimes.
longs for
I'm just going
meaning
through things
beyond the
that I
tangible.
wasn't even over yet.
Yet even in the sanctuary of the
Thought I was,
spiritual,
but somehow
we
was
are
not.
not free from the dance.
So I figured out weird fucking ways to play along.
Inevitably, the pull of the
And I don't
material
want to do that too.
returns, drawing us back with new desires and ambitions. Thus, we move endlessly between the two realms, searching for fulfillment that neither alone can provide. At some point, there
If
may
you're going
come
through
a shift in
subconscious,
perception
clearing
that
it out,
reveals new
finding some
vistas
shit in
of
there, within there,
understanding.
because someone placed it in
We
there.
begin to
It's
recognize
fucking
that
evil.
the spiritual and the material are not separate realms. It is only when we cease to flee from one to the other and instead embrace both as expressions of the same truth that the dance becomes a harmonious flow rather than a restless cycle.
See, those aren't
They are
dependent on
more
one
like
person.
mirrored faces of a single reality, each reflecting something essential about who we are. This realization marks the second birth. It brings darkness into light by reconnecting us with our own depths and unveiling the sacred in all that exists. This shift is often called the twice born.
Matt.
The energies that once fueled aimless desires become
Crazy nut.
awakened
Matt.
and refined, rising to unite the body and the spirit. Psychology describes a parallel process called individuation,
A lot of,
in which the conscious
when I
mind
found it, it's like
unites
that, and like that,
with
and
the
like
deeper
that too.
self
What are they
to
doing up
form
there?
a more integrated whole. At such moments, the words of Swami Vivekananda ring true. Arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. And what is that goal? It is not a distant paradise, nor an escape from the world, but the courage to accept yourself fully, to embrace both your darkness and your light without judgment. It is to see clearly the tangled roots of fear and desire within and to untangle them with compassion. To reach
We're
the
in a rat
goal
colony.
is to rise above the habitual patterns of the mind, which often sow confusion
Get out of
and
control.
doubt the moment a decision is made. It is to understand that true freedom lies not in rejecting the material for the spiritual or the spiritual for the material, but in flowing consciously with what life demands in each moment. This requires the ability to choose with awareness, not driven by past wounds or fleeting emotions, but by the clarity of the present. The mind, deep-rooted in negativity, will resist. It will second-guess decisions,
Negativity will resist.
replay past
And negativity
regrets,
will resist.
and cloud the path forward with hesitation.
It always fucking does.
But to ascend the mind is to move beyond this cycle, to become the observer rather than the captive of thought. This is the true alchemy, transforming the lead of unconscious patterns into the gold of awakened action. It is to create with intention, to live with purpose, and to meet each moment as a gateway to higher understanding. The conscious mind must break free from the conditioning of the ego and superego, which often carry distorted beliefs implanted by society. Much of what we assume about ourselves is merely a reflection of external influences, not our own truth. Life itself can feel like an illusion when most of our thoughts are not truly ours, but echoes of others' expectations. To awaken, one must turn
When it's
inward,
windy, I'm pointing to the
observe the
tree. It's
unconscious,
gonna blow next.
question
Almost
the
every
inherited
fucking
narratives,
time.
and rewrite the script with inner wisdom. Truth is
Hey,
not
birds.
given, it is realized. Within you, three voices speak: the ego, the superego, and the self.
All right, Garfield.
The ego is driven by desires and fears. The superego by imposed rules and judgments. The self, however, is beyond both. It is the unshaken presence, the silent awareness beneath all thoughts, the essence that exists before conditioning. Only the self holds the truth of who you are. To be born again is to rise from the ashes of past patterns and embrace the light of conscious living. One
Army of
symbol
Satan
that
by
captures this
myself.
transformation is the Sikha.
And I'm beating them.
In Sanskrit, Sikha means
You
flame
just
or
fucking pricks
crest,
about it. Because you
and
guys
it also
just take them
refers to
on
the tuft of
and
hair
just
some
living
spiritual
with it.
seekers keep at the crown of the head.
Oh, you've
This
done better than I have.
flame-like
Good for you.
symbol is a
Proud of you.
reminder to lift our gaze beyond the cycles of suffering and to remember the spark of illumination that lies within. The Sikha represents focus on the highest center of consciousness,
But I've
urging
literally
us to
taken them
ascend
on
from the unconscious,
for a
auto-driven
fucking long
patterns
time.
that bind us and to
All of
align with the quiet voice within that guides us. In the state of the twice-born, we navigate life with a clarity that reveals the true nature of the human condition. We become aware of both beauty and struggle, recognizing our place and responsibility not only to ourselves, but to others, understanding that every action affects the whole of existence. This awareness anchors us in a deeper truth, one that transcends fleeting forms and affirms that we are all connected, part of the same living reality. The light of the Sikha reminds us
Like
that
you
life
fucking
is
used
not
to.
about rejecting darkness, but transforming it into wisdom, just as
Sarah's
a
gonna play
flame
along.
transforms wood into
Like he
light
doesn't
and
like
heat.
to do his own thing.
Psychology teaches that embracing the darker aspects of our being is essential for a healthy, unified self, while
It's more fun for
spirituality
them. It's more fun for me
reveals that
too. Back
every
from being a
facet
side
of
Garfield. Trust me.
existence, whether light or shadow, belongs to the universal whole. Together,
8 through 3 in that
these
clock, Garfield.
perspectives show that the path of the twice-born is not
9
an
through 3 on
escape
this
from
one.
the world,
Take a shower.
but a wholehearted embrace of it.
No, you
To
can't
be
get the
born
sun, but I can
again is to
do the
harmonize
back
the
maybe.
body's tangible rhythms with the spark of fire
Go
within,
outside.
to stand at
You're
the
being bad
threshold of
today.
the seen and
Being
the
bad.
unseen and recognize them as one continuous reality. This is the way of the twice-born, to move through the world not as a wanderer lost in shadows, but as the golden thread that guides lost heroes through the labyrinth, steady and clear. Like the thread that led Theseus out of the maze after slaying the Minotaur, the natural flow of existence leads us forward. By following this flow, we not only escape the labyrinth ourselves, but also light the path for others still caught in its shadows, helping them break free from the maze of illusions. The Minotaur, with its complex symbolism of duality, power, and the depths of the human psyche, represents the shadows we must confront within ourselves. Once the beast is defeated and the illusions it guards are shattered, there is nothing left but to find our way out, to emerge from the labyrinth renewed and reborn. To become the golden thread is to be born a second time, where the mind becomes an instrument of clarity rather than a beast that entangles us in confusion. Once the Minotaur is slain, you must leave the labyrinth without looking back, for to linger is to stagnate and risk becoming the next Minotaur. True freedom lies in accepting life as it is and moving with its flow, embracing fear with courage and choosing to move forward for the sake of breath itself, trusting the path ahead and staying open to whatever the journey may bring. All that remains is to live and see. Paths are many, let them be. In the end, life itself will set you free. Worry not, hurry not, let it be. Beyond light and shadow, the path of Tantra ultimately leads us back to ourselves. By understanding and healing our own restlessness and desires, we open the door to true fulfillment. Embrace the journey inward without guilt or hesitation, knowing that in nurturing yourself, you contribute to the well-being of the world around you, not by striving to change it, but by embodying the change within yourself. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. Lao Tzu, the God who accepts all. I do not know if God exists. I do not know its form, its attributes, or its will. If it watches, it does so in silence. If it speaks, it does so in ways we do not understand. But if there is a God, it should be one that accepts all, without judgment, without wrath, without demands of worship or fear. A God that does not ask if we were right or wrong, pure or sinful, faithful or lost, but simply welcomes. A God like death, who takes all into its embrace, without hesitation, without condition. My impulses do not seek salvation. They do not seek heaven or enlightenment. They move toward death, toward the inevitable, toward the great unknown that meets all with open arms. No punishment, no rejection, no measurement of worth, just a return to what always was. The universe is magical, unknowable, infinite. It moves without permission, unfolds without concern for our desires. It is neither cruel nor kind. It simply is. It gives, it takes, it flows, it destroys, it creates. It does not ask if we deserve what we receive, yet it reflects our actions with perfect balance. What you give, you will receive. What you sow, you will reap. What you take, you will one day lose. What you release, you will find again in another form. This is not belief. This is not faith. This is the law of cause and effect, the most proven law there is. It does not require a scripture, a priest, or a temple. It is written in the fabric of existence itself. So live, not in fear, not in guilt, not in the illusion of control. Give without demand, love without ownership, act with awareness. Because in the end, there is no judgment. There is only the echo of what we have been. And when death comes, it will not ask what you believe. It will simply welcome you home. Final gate. The path is walked. Fire endured. Illusions shattered and reborn 1,000 times. The magician bent reality and unraveled the illusion of separation. The sage emptied the mind and dissolved all question. The warrior met death and stood unshaken before the abyss. The fire seeker burned in the crucible of transformation. The tantrics merged with the pulse of existence. Now, all roads end. Kundalini, the cosmic serpent, has risen to its peak and descended to its depths. Void above, void below, it cannot go beyond nothingness. It has pierced through illusion, opened the gates of perception above and below, and revealed the hidden design of existence, the seamless interconnectedness of all that is. But here, at the final threshold, it can go no further. Even the highest energy meets its limit and dissolves. Thought dissolves. Movement ceases. Nothing remains. This is Shiva, the great stillness. Thoughtless, motionless, empty. No gods, no demons, no angels. They belong to the smaller face, the world of becoming. But here, all becoming has ceased. No prayers, no invocations, no forces to guide or hinder, only void. The mind vanishes. The self dissolves. The limits are reached. Nowhere left to go. This is the final state, the ultimate threshold. But even void is not the end, because void is still something. Shiva is still a state. There is still a concept